Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA. We got a lot to get to today. Also, happy Tuesday and happy start to the new week of this space. So we are going to be doing 2 hours of PEPAGANDA. So hope you guys are strapped in for a lot of the news that's going on. Of course, it's a lot to take in. I just had a conversation with one of my friends today about how he has completely checked out of the news, which I was like, really? Like, you don't know anything that's going on? He's like, no, it's not that I don't know. It's that I'll see like one little story and then I realize how bad this is going to be for my mental health. So he checks out. I'm like, oh man. And like, he has a newborn. So I kind of understand, but it's also, because he has a newborn, it is even more depressing to kind of think about, where it's just like, dude, wow. And I'm not trying to be, a little bit of a jerk here, but for real, Kim Condon said this. I got to give her credit because she already called out somebody for, nipping this one. What a time to be childless, because I gotta say, this is not as existential as it is to my friends that are parents, apparently, which I'm online all day and, kind of do this for a living. And living. Which, by the way, guys, if you guys want to support this space, please hit the like button on your way in, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and follow me over on Pep Talks TV at YouTube. Really appreciate the support, everybody. Hey, Natch, what's up? Let's get this going. Jarko, I'll just call you that. Hey, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Johnny, also holding it down. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Good to see you. All righty, let's without further ado, let's just do it because there's so much. This is one of those more packed shows that I have ready to go here. So,
As Alice Barr reports, these military operations have also stranded Americans in combat zones.
I'm so glad that the pros totally mess up the same way. She just said zoons. Oh, hey, what the heck?
Hi there. Lawmakers head into today's briefings with lots of questions, particularly about whether the U.S. faced an imminent threat before striking Iran and about the administration's exit strategy.
This morning, war in the Middle East is intensifying. The U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, struck by drones. A Saudi official tells NBC News no one was injured. Now, several U.S. embassies
Anybody that
across
lived
the
through
region
the post 9/11 stuff, like, this is just so familiar to all of us.
Closing, ordering non-emergency personnel to leave, though thousands of flights are canceled, stranding American travelers.
All of a sudden, we're in the middle of a war zone.
Americans abroad and at home wondering how long the U.S.-Israeli military campaign against Iran will last.
We projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
This is not Iraq. This is not endless.
Now, in a new war powers notification to Congress, President Trump saying it's not possible to know the full scope and duration.
There it is. Like, again, he kind of said it in his first address to this.
Of the operation.
Where he was just like, this could be 2 days, this could be 5 days, it could be longer, could be a long time.
Trump officials set to brief all of Congress today, as some leading Democrats who got early briefings argue Iran did not pose an imminent threat to.
No, but they're still going to vote for this. Like, that's the fucked up part. When they actually do bring this to Congress and it comes time to get behind the flag, yeah, they're going to do exactly what they did for Bush. Like, yeah, I'm calling it right now. You're going to see a lot of Democrats vote in support to keep the war going, which I hope you guys understand that means there will be no 2028 election
to the U.S.
It's almost like that's why they're not putting up a candidate, because they know that's where this is going to go. So they want to simultaneously act like they are the opposition still, while getting all their paychecks from AIPAC and everybody that's funding all of this bullshit.
Was a threat to Israel. But if we equate a threat to Israel as the equivalent of an imminent threat to the United States, then we are in uncharted territory.
Secretary of State Mark.
No, it's charted territory. The thing is, you're the one who has decided that all of a sudden Israel is just, it's not like a proxy state anymore. It's just a state. Like, how come we don't just, I don't know, do this thing where, since they want to act like this, why don't we threaten them the way we did Canada, take away their sovereignty, make them a state of the United States, 51, Israel, there you go. And then we could take their free health care and we could get all our money back.
Marco Rubio saying the
hey, look, I just solved it.
Administration knew Israel was preparing to strike Iran, and the U.S. acted first to prevent a chain reaction.
There absolutely was an imminent
Feels like
threat.
There's more than just Trump's batshittiness behind this. Oh, fuck, yeah.
The imminent threat.
It's like we watched this clip yesterday on my show from, I forgot the professor's name, but he does like predictive kind of stuff. And he was dead on about how, like, we were going to get into war with Iran and how it was going to happen. Now he says we're going to lose this and we're going to be here for a while.
Threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believe,
and he thinks that it does come down, and he's like, it's not the way that like the Illuminati is processed by, pop culture here. It is literally 3 different branches throughout the world that are all collaborating to have this happen. And they said, the guy said specifically, it's like the Vatican, whatever guard in Saudi Arabia, and then the Masonic guard in America.
they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us.
With at least 6 American
No, they wouldn't know.
service members killed as Iran strikes back, the
Professor Jang, yeah, thank you.
president is vowing to destroy Iran's missile capabilities and navy, ensure they can never get a nuclear weapon, and can no longer arm terrorists.
Secretary Rubio also said the hardest hits against Iran are yet to come, as a bipartisan group of lawmakers is pushing to force a vote this week to limit the president's war powers without congressional approval. House Speaker Mike Johnson called that dangerous and predicted the vote would fail. In Washington, Alice
I don't know.
Barr, NBC.
I don't know if you get 2 Republicans that gain a conscience all of a sudden, but yeah, I'm not counting on it.
News.
They just want this to go to the floor so they can have their little, pat themselves on the back moment, so they can take it to their constituents and just be like, look, I voted against this. You can't hold me to account. That's what half this shit is. I know. I'm explaining basic politics to you guys, which I really don't need to do. But all right, before I go to this next video, I just do want to kind of gauge outside of myself here. What do you guys kind of think about this? What do you guys think is going to happen as far as the timeline? Do you think that they do the Trump card, or we call it the Truman card? Where does this go? Because like at the end of that news report, they had said, oh yeah, the big one is, or like the big ones are coming. And it's just like, well, they didn't say the big ones. So I'm not freaking out entirely, but oh man. So with these upcoming primaries and the upcoming elections, yeah, now is the most important time to try and get some anti-war hawks out there. And unfortunately, I'm not going to make this a segment, but it's unfortunate that Kat has kind of shown that she is the she is the antithesis to anti-imperialism. So, and not exactly jazzed about her answer there. But here we I have been covering a lot of CNN International because CNN International is it's not in the pocket of WB, and I forgot who owns WB right now, but they're selling it to the Ellisons, which honestly, I know people are freaking out, but Zucker, Jeff Zucker. So Jeff Zucker, I hope you guys understand that he is also in Trump's pocket, and there's really not that much that is going to change in its current coverage. This is why CNN started like getting a little bit more right wing, and they called it going center. Which ironic that now we have to adjust the center position to move right because they perceive it as just being like, you're not being fair and balanced. Instead of just recognizing that reality is inherently more left wing than they want to admit. Here we go. As I was saying, I have an affinity towards going to CNN International, specifically because they are not under the Jeff Zucker CNN umbrella. They have to adhere to the same broadcast rules as the BBC and anybody that broadcasts over in Europe, which I'm not going to go into a long history of that. It's a lot sterner, a lot more stern than the FCC rules that we have here in America.
Conflict spread to Lebanon earlier when Iranian ally Hezbollah attacked Israel, and Israel responded with new.
See what I did there? You see what I did there? Hit that like button. Yeah, make sure you do that.
Rounds of airstrikes. Blasts have been echoing through the Lebanese capital in recent hours. Before this most recent bombardment, Lebanon's government said dozens of people had been killed. CNN's Matthew
My dad, who's not even into politics, says we're going to see WW3 in our lifetime. Yep.
With this report from Beirut.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that it's going to go something like this. On this 100-year anniversary of World War II, we unfortunately are at a precipice where we have to continue to fight for our country and our freedoms on this world stage.
It's been a very intensive night with Israeli airstrikes pounding
Man, save that clip, because if I called that entirely, oh man.
Areas of this city of Beirut in the southern suburbs, which are known to be a Hezbollah stronghold. Elsewhere,
bad interface today
in the country as well. Israel carrying out various military operations targeting what it says are things like Hezbollah weapons storage facilities and command and control centers. But it's also hitting areas that are populated with ordinary people as well. And Lebanese authorities say over the course of the past
yes, because Israel cares about that.
36 hours or so.
They deserve that. You know what? I've seen some people that were just like, oh, you know what? Why you gotta be like that? It's just like, oh, because we didn't just live through this whole Gaza conflict for the past fucking, 3 years?
As part of
feels like
these very intensive Israeli strikes, several people, dozens of people, more than 50 in fact have been killed, more than 150 have been injured, and thousands have been forced to flee.
That's really messed up. You see that type of destruction in America, it's more than just a fucking B-roll.
Their homes, particularly in southern Lebanon, to areas out of the line of fire to relative safety. Some of them, in fact, have come here to Beirut, where it is a little bit safer than in the south. Now, there's been condemnation of Hezbollah from the Lebanese government. They're very concerned that this Iranian-backed militia, which has been a traditional and reliable proxy of Tehran, is drawing Lebanon into the Iran war, something it desperately wants to avoid. It has taken the sort of unprecedented step over the course of the past day or so of formally outlawing Hezbollah military activity. Now, that sounds like a symbolic move, and it is, but it's also a potentially very risky one that could fuel tensions between.
Oh God, you know what comes next? The rally behind the flag. I swear to God, dude.
Hezbollah and the
sunken cost fallacy bullshit. It's the same shit.
Army.
We did this in Iraq too. Like, if you didn't have a flag on your car, like right after 9/11, people would just be like, "What's wrong with you?" And the thing is, most people did have flags on their cars. I mean, fuck, my mom, my dad, they're not even political and they did that shit.
The National Army of Lebanon. So very tense, very difficult times here.
Remember when we could joke about politics? Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, I remember.
Seems that Lebanon is slowly...
God, I remember the good old days of when I started this channel and we were just... Man, I got to cover the Kamala Harris stuff. It wasn't as existential. And even when Trump won, I was just like, it's not going to be... I had a feeling that it was like, everybody's being hyperbolic about Project 2025. There's no way they're actually going to do all this shit. I was wrong.
Drawn more.
I was very, very wrong.
More into that Iran war.
Israel carries out simultaneous strikes in Tehran and Beirut. One high-rise building collapsed in southern Lebanon after an Israeli strike on Monday. In the capital of Beirut, streets were packed with people trying to flee the city as Israel targets Hezbollah forces in the country. Now, Israel's prime minister spoke to Fox
This is
News.
WW3. It is. The thing is, I wish people would stop mincing. Like, they're tiptoeing and they're in denial. Like, honestly, because I was in grief for like the past year and a half, and still am, I could actually just say, I'm recognizing that they're in the first stage of grief. They're in pure denial. This is one of those like, this cannot be actually happening. And in America, it's made even worse by the fact that we are shielded from a lot of this bullshit.
News last night about this whole operation.
I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. You're not going to have an endless war.
I can't not, like, his fucking hairline is literally perfect for demon horns. You guys see it, right?
This terror regime in Iran is the weakest point that...
Bro, your brother Hellboy's here to collect you.
It's been here since it hijacked Iran from the brave Iranian people 47 years ago. So this is going to be a quick and decisive action.
Joining us now live from Tel Aviv, CNN Jerusalem Bureau Chief Oren Lieberman. Oren, we are following right now the death tolls. What are you hearing out of Israel?
Audie, we're seeing an intensification on virtually all sides of this conflict here on day 4. President Donald Trump has promised a, quote,
again, it was supposed to start winding down by day 5.
Big wave attack is coming from the U.S. against Iran. America certainly still...
I'm hoping it doesn't escalate. This is escalation. Like, Natch, I'm unfortunate. Like, what we're watching right now, this is the escalation.
Has the
like, this is bad, dude.
Forces in the
fucking Beirut. I hope you understand how, like, yeah, they don't have much to do. Like, they didn't have much to do with this. Now they're attacking proxy states. Like, this... Israel is going for, like, they're going for it, man. And if they try to go after, like, any more neighboring states in the UAE, we are, oh boy.
So we'll wait
to
see what comes. Frankly, what is a threat against...
By the way, has anybody been out today? Has anybody seen the gas prices?
The Iranian regime that is still in place here, although they certainly lost their top leadership.
Since that's all Americans apparently care about, when it comes to the economy, I swear to God, that is 99% of the fucking idiots that I have to deal with. Did you see the gas prices? My 401k.
Day 4. Meanwhile, Israel has continued to strike targets in Tehran belonging to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Intelligence Ministry, according to the Israel Defense Forces. They also say they've expanded air superiority across parts of Iran, which basically lets them do what they want. This as Iran lashes out with its remaining forces and its remaining capabilities against countries.
Hey, if you work from home, you're one of the lucky ones right now.
And the State Department acknowledges that because of that,
LAI comes for our jobs.
It is very
difficult
for American citizens who want to leave the Middle East right now, and that includes here in Israel. Meanwhile, we are seeing an escalation on the northern border of Israel as Israel has widened its campaign against Hezbollah. The Israeli military, that is, says it has seized more posts along the border between Israel and Lebanon. Keep in mind, Israel has held on effectively indefinitely at this point to 5 posts in southern Lebanon that it's used to look into the country.
By the way, just randomly, do you want to know how, like, online brain affects people? So I have, like, this neighbor, like, this community. It's not next door, but it's like a community thing. So somebody goes into the community posting section and they're just like, does anybody hear the alarms going off? Now, I'm not sure if you guys know this. It's the first Tuesday of the month. And I'm not sure if you guys have this in your state, but the first Tuesday of every month in Illinois, we test our tornado sirens.
Israel
so
now widening that in what it calls an enhanced.
And yes, they did add Are we on? Is this a preparation for being under attack? We don't even know what to do. In the 60s, at least they told us what to do. It was just like this. That's the oh no, oh no, oh no.
Defense posture as we see punishing strikes from Israel against Hezbollah.
Cheers to gas prices. I take the bus.
CNN's chief international security correspondent Nick Payton Walsh is with us. Nick, thank you for being with us today as we're hearing more about these this wave of attacks. Can you talk about the scale of it and how wide Iran's retaliation is sort of reaching across the region?
Yeah, it is extraordinary, it seems, how this Iranian retaliation has chosen to create more enemies for the already embattled autocracy in Tehran. Now, as of last night, 2 explosions at the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh. This morning, Oman, the country that tried to mediate between Iran and the United States until this conflict broke out, its Duqm port, an oil tanker targeted there. Americans told to shelter in place in Iran. Explosions in Beirut, Bahrain, Kuwait sustained as well. And also, too, as a result of Israeli moves here, explosions heard in Beirut, with the Israeli armed forces saying they're targeting Hezbollah's center of gravity in that area. Let's not forget, obviously, importantly, to Tehran, where there are reports from the Iranian Red Crescent that maybe over 700 people have been killed since the start of this conflict. Extraordinary plumes of smoke and damage there, as the United States says clearly that it believes it will be escalating its military operations there. The time frame of all of this, so hard to truly understand. How much more capacity does Iran have to spread this retaliation across a region, across nations, many of whom simply did not want to see the United States take this military action, at least in their public statements. And now I think putting the Tehran government, or what's left in it, in an exceptionally tight corner as to whether they can continue to escalate and retaliate in this way or need some sort of off-ramp. Audi?
Nick, I want to ask you one more thing, because this is a joint strike and war with the U.S. and Israel. Netanyahu went onto Fox last night to speak directly to Americans. We're going to talk about that later.
Fuck this.
But what is the conversation within Israel right now?
I mean, if they play it, let's see, do they play it? Because I do want to see it. I mean, again, man, part of this is we have to watch the stuff that makes us uncomfortable.
Now, in terms of how long
don't play it, though,
they
so.
are bracing to be in this war, especially opening it
do
up
I seek it
another
out?
front.
I really don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's important to point out that Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday was talking about regime change, and that what might follow in Tehran would be a form of democracy. No time frame put on that, and there's a long term.
They're using the same exact fucking playbook. We have to institute democracy. We have to institute democracy. Yeah, how's that going in Iraq? How's that going in Afghanistan? You know, we were so good at instituting our fucking democracy.
Oh,
God.
Frankly.
Guys, I'm telling you, like, this is so fucked up. Like, we are in it now.
To see their enemy in Tehran removed.
Oh, no. Emily, I hope you understand this. This is nothing new. Do not act like, because even CNN, this is again CNN International. No. They are 100% like in the war machine and always have been.
And
they've been a big part of it.
Something more sympathetic in its place. It's a long shot, frankly. It has always been at the
Fuck, even MSNBC, where they clutch their pearls a little bit, they're very happy about this.
best of times. At the same time, too, though, Israel has
Why they want to platform all the Democrats that want this to continue.
seized upon an opportunity presented to it by another long-term
I knew it all.
irritant.
This is going to radicalize an entire new generation into politics, though.
The Lebanese.
Just wait. I was saying this yesterday because we had somebody in our chat that claimed that they were, 16 and that this isn't going to affect them. And I was just like, yeah, okay. I was literally the same age when we went to war. I was like 15, 16, right about the turn that. And then, yeah. Guess who started getting just completely pestered by army recruitment,
Militia, and Iranian.
and then getting reminded that selective service may be coming anyway, so why not get in? Like, that's the way that it was sold to me, by the way. This guy, Sergeant Devos, I'll never forget this fuckface. The way he already made a joke about my name, where he's like, oh, with that name, we'll have to promote you to sergeant. And then he was just saying how he was just like, oh, well, This is a great way for you guys to enter in as E3s. And if they do selective service, just know that you enter in as an E1.
Proxy across the border to the north of me here.
Or is it E5? I forgot if it goes up or down.
They
I just know it was right in the middle there.
fired a barrage of rockets that started, or missiles and drones that started an Israeli military operation.
One friend took him up on it, by the way, and he said he's a lifetime, he's a lifelonger. But he does make some decent money there, like as far as being in the military.
Developed significantly in terms of the symbolism.
He's also not a combatant in the slightest. He does aircraft repair.
Israel, since its war with Hezbollah in late 2024, held 5 positions just inside Lebanese territory. We understand from the Israeli military that their
I wonder if he touched those jets.
buffer zone, so to speak, is somewhat widening as they've sent more ground forces over the border. This is not a land invasion, so to speak. It seems to be.
I use the term friend lightly, by the way. He's one of the people that got really into the MAGA cult and just said, I cannot be friends with a traitor to my country. I was just like,
positioning, but that coupled with the barrage of strikes across Lebanon and Beirut and a continually widening evacuation orders for southern Lebanon, clearly Israel seizing the opportunity here to strike Hezbollah as hard as it can.
This is why I get my news from podcasts and independent
exactly
stuff.
What strength Hezbollah has to fight back.
Again, the thing that I've been trying to tell everybody is that the Associated Press is still worth its weight in gold.
Well, we have heard of
so anytime that you see reported on by the Associated Press, which you usually will see like a little header,
some damage done to northern,
like ex-CENTCOM, not regime propaganda in the slightest. Like I said, like they've been doing the war prawn stuff pretty hard now.
Of houses here, no casualties.
But again, this is nothing new. Like this, people are acting like it is too. They're just like, holy crap, oh my god, the news jumped on this. It's just like, yeah, again, going back to any time, like go back to the 90s. Like this is when CNN really got its start.
Light injuries.
Desert Storm.
That playing out
24/7 news coverage of fucking Desert Storm, which I'm not sure if I have to remind you guys how Desert Storm kind of like just it petered out. Like it was Desert Storm today would literally be like the conflict that Donald Trump would want, where it's just like, we went in, we took care of business, we only lost a few people, and now we're done. No wars, no new wars. Instead, this guy is going to start World War III to make sure that he is not outed as a P3 file. I'm getting a little more careful with my language, by the way. Also, not sure if you guys saw this. Can you do me a favor? If you guys follow Brandon Sutton of the Discourse, he got the same thing that happened to me last week, which if you don't know, I had a little timeout because I had some people brigade my channel. They falsely reported me for flashing a weapon on a screen. So YouTube do what it do and used its AI to take me down, literally take down my channel. And yeah, I just found out that Brandon is going through the exact same thing. So if you guys can go to the Discourse, number one, follow, like and subscribe, or subscribe to his channel, and go to his X and repost his stuff and tag YouTube in it, because that really, really does help. Team YouTube is who you will want to do that with. But yeah. To my situation, I'll just say I thought it was just a 24-hour ban. It was not. I hope that everybody's clear on that. I had a 26-hour ban, and I'm pretty sure that it was longer. So I just want to take this moment to just say thank you to everybody that did repost on my Twitter. Also, you guys can follow me on Twitter. I recommend doing that, by the way, because yeah, you guys will get a little bit of the extra news from me, and I've been posting a little bit more, which yeah, I'm not proud of, but I'm also trying to post more on Blue Sky. But yeah, I mean, if you guys were on Blue Sky and you were actually, reacting to my stuff, maybe, just maybe I would feel more inclined to do that, but nah. What do I pay this crappy AI company for? Well, that's kind of the thing. Like the fact that I'll just inside baseball this one a little bit because I'm not breaking any rules here. My appeal got denied automatically, which was sus as hell, considering that this was like my first strike ever. So I was just like, okay, this is weird. Why would that happen? Tried to get a hold of somebody, which when I started YouTube, when I got to a certain place, they actually like reached out to me and I got to talk to somebody. It was wild. I felt like I had a YouTube rep for a second. No, that was a total fallacy. Yeah, now we get to do it ourselves, where we have to get our audiences to kind of go to bat for us and just be like, hey, this is ridiculous. By the way, like, always make sure you have your screenshots. If anybody threatens you in your chat, I'm just going to say that too. If you guys are a creator, make sure that you do that. Like, that is very, very important to do. 2 hours to inconvenience Pep when even more than usual is a special bonus punishment. Hey, you know what? Oh, yeah. By the way, guys, if you guys were in chat for the last bit of my show yesterday, I'm not going to go into it, but yeah, I'm not proud. I'm not exactly happy with how we ended the show, but there was an apology. If you guys want to see it, I did leave it up. But yeah, I'm not going to elaborate any further on that.
The U.S. has shut down 2 embassies, one in Saudi Arabia, one in Kuwait, as Iran steps up its retaliatory strikes on American assets and allies across the Middle East. Both embassies hit by suspected Iran drone attacks. And there's also this video showing a massive inferno at one of the world's largest oil refineries in Saudi Arabia. The death toll for U.S. forces since the war began has,
I think it was at like 6.5 hours it started.
now risen to 6 after a counterstrike against a U.S. facility in Kuwait. The State Department is now warning Americans to leave nearly the entire Middle East immediately. Let's go to Nick Robertson. He is in Saudi Arabia, where the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia has been attacked. What are you seeing? What are you learning?
Yeah, and I think just to follow up on what Clarissa's saying, it is a needle, an incredibly delicate needle to be.
I just realized that it's sad, but this really did remind me just how, like, why the fake news thing permeated when it did. It's because we spent years of this shit.
Threaded by the Saudi government here over what's happened last night. You had those 2 drone impacts right outside the U.S. embassy here in Riyadh. There were no casualties as far as we're aware. There was some damage. There was a fire lit by those attacks. Then there was a report that more drones were on their way. The State Department issued a...
Is that a fucking swimming pool?
A shelter in place for the embassy here, for the consulate in the west in Jeddah, for the consulate in Dhahran in the east, much closer to Iran, inside Saudi Arabia, to shelter in place there. And then that warning about a couple of other drones being in the air. Also, we had confirmation that they impacted. Saudi authorities saying that they intercepted other drones flying in. We know yesterday that the Saudis
Riyadh, so yeah,
intercepted drones flying over an oil refinery. There was a little bit of damage there. They intercepted.
God, I wonder if the WWE is going to go through with what is it, Crown Jewel or whatever the hell it is?
Drones, they say, around a military airbase, a Saudi
blood money in the bank
military airbase just outside of the capital, Riyadh. There's a sense here that Saudi Arabia is getting drawn closer into
royal family rumble,
what is seen as a U.S.-Israel war, where the goalposts, listening to the president, to others in the administration, a sense of the goalposts, if not shifting, are not clearly defined on what the outcome is going to be. But from here, a very strong diplomatic language again, calling this
the global cabal doing their thing. Like, dude, everybody in media is clamoring to make sure that this does not end.
Violation of international norms to to attack diplomatic premises, and also reaffirming their commitment to protecting their own security, their own citizens, including the right to respond to aggression. So it's strong diplomatic language, but again, walking a tightrope, reluctant to get drawn into a conflict.
That because they understand what that would do.
Is putting out its tentacles, and they calculate Iran intentionally having these escalations.
But this is where Saudi Arabia really needed to hedge its bets, because like the the fact that they chose America on this one, oh boy. Hey, what's up, Desert?
By reaching
doing,
deep
bro?
into Saudi Arabia at U.S.
Join us.
targets.
I'm here with CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk, and I just want to reiterate what our reporters in this region have said. The U.S. Embassy now in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait City, they are closed. The State Department has ordered non-essential, non-emergency personnel out of the UAE, out of Qatar, out of Bahrain, out of Jordan, out of Iraq. And in addition to that, Brett, the State Department suggested that every American, basically almost anywhere on this map, get out if they can. What does that tell you?
Yeah, John, the last notice you just met, I've never seen anything like that. And what that shows is the threat reporting from Iran is off the charts. That doesn't mean they'll be able to carry out all their threats, but we're clearly seeing the intent of Iran to target Americans everywhere, not just drones and missiles, probably terrorism, various asymmetric threats. Again, I have never seen notice like that from the State Department. Every American across the Middle East find a way to get out of the region. And of course, they're on their own. They don't, civilian flights, as we just heard, might not be available. What is Iran trying to do here? Why are they doing this? Why are they attacking all 6 countries in the Gulf? They are trying to put pressure on these countries, which have close relations with the United States, to basically say to Washington, this needs to stop. We need to de-escalate.
Now, yes, that's exactly, like, honestly, that is the biggest thing. And a lot of, here's what CNN's not telling you. Here's what American media will not tell you, or Western media. They can do this for at least 5 years. Like, just all day.
In terms of unprecedented,
I wouldn't doubt that they got 20 years in them.
Never seen anything like it in terms of ordering
Just wait till this gets to the mountains.
everyone out of the region. There are a couple things also that I'm not sure we've seen, which is in Doha, in Qatar, right here. The
Which is Doha, Qatar, right here. That's very interesting that they're about to hit. Well, where the money in the Middle East is.
Shot down, they say.
Oh, they shot down some jets. Wow.
2 Iranian planes. That's extraordinary. I don't think we've ever
extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary.
Heard that before. And then in Lebanon, the Lebanese government cracking down on Hezbollah, which is highly unusual also. This may be showing stuff's backfiring on the Iranians?
So let me break it down. I mean, strategically, 2 Gulf countries with the closest relations with Iran historically are, as you mentioned, Qatar and Oman. Iran again attacked Oman today, which is surprising, and Qatar shot down 2 Iranian fighter jets yesterday. Honestly, never thought I would see that. I suspect we will see more military action from these Gulf states, maybe UAE and Saudi Arabia, maybe today over the coming days. I think that's something Iran didn't expect. And that shows this is having the counter reaction that Iran wants. This is actually galvanizing.
That's again, that dipshit. Did you hear what he just said? Well, do you think that Iran might have overplayed their hand? No, this was literally part of the fucking plan, you numbnuts.
Gulf states in self-defense, in unity against what Iran is doing. And you mentioned...
Notice how they're using calm voice. They got to make sure that the ASMR is activated in your brain so you can understand that this is technically a soft retaliation.
Lebanon, again, strategically, the #1 proxy group Iran has had for decades. One reason it has been there's been such deterrence against ever attacking into Iran is because of Hezbollah. They had hundreds of thousands of rockets and missiles they can rain down on Tel Aviv. Now, Hezbollah has been knocked on its back over the multiple conflicts that have been fought since October 7th. And yesterday, the Lebanese government, for the really first time, said all Hezbollah military activity is banned in Lebanon. That's something Iran does not want to see. So that is also... that's the strategic picture, but tactically, John, the question is how long can Iran keep up this tempo of short-range missiles and drones?
Yeah.
And they seem prepared to keep it up for...
Is the Lebanese government terrified of Israel and the U.S.? Yes.
This is the Jihad drone right now, which has been such an effective weapon for Iran over the last few days. And for the Russians in Ukraine, Iran has been supplying the Russians.
Right now, Iran, God, I keep saying Iran. Iran is technically a little preoccupied, so it's not like they can have, the backers coming in.
I do want to.
This is also why I wouldn't doubt that they go after Jordan next. The only reason they're doing that is because they have a fucking, crown prince and all that bullshit.
One other question about some action that the Iranians are
trust me, they don't give a flying fuck about sovereignty.
Trying to take or threatening to take. They say they're closing essentially the Strait of Hormuz. This is the shipping.
But just remember, it's a war crime that just happened with that. The civilians in Tel Aviv getting hit, blah, blah, blah.
Plane right here. It's just 20 miles wide, only 2 miles wide, actually, where ships can go through. 20% of the world's oil passes through that. And you can sort of see the impact of that right here. These are the straits right here. Another look.
It was rhetorical.
And this is a live look at all the ships in the region. And you can see right here, which is basically that.
I did a literal take on it.
Bottleneck. Nothing's going through.
2 miles. Yeah, you're right.
Literal Pep.
20 miles wide, 2 miles for the ships. Iran has said nothing can pass. If that continues for a period of time, I think you'll see a significant.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I don't have $200. So how am I supposed to get past you?
Effect on global oil markets. I would just say, I've been watching this closely. Oil prices are now creeping a little bit above 80. That's far above where it has been. But I just remind people, early in the Ukraine conflict, oil prices, global prices went up to 130 at one point, and we're hovering around 110. So
yeah, trust me, that's when Americans are actually going to start giving a shit about this.
Keep this in some context. We have tools to keep the prices low.
Because just remember, for every Republican that's cheering this on, there's also the despondent person that has very little idea that this is even actually happening. They're sitting there filing their taxes. They got a 10% boost on their return. So they're sitting here going, yeah, Trump actually did something about the taxes. What do you mean no tax on wait a minute. Oh, damn. I can't do that. Oh, my time and a half. Wait a minute. You mean I didn't get my tax on overtime? Oh, or no tax on overtime? What do you mean? You only oh.
But again, Iran is trying to wreck.
And then they're like, well, at least gas is cheap. Oh, shit.
Global havoc. So the pressure comes down in Washington to pull back, and we'll see if they can succeed. But yeah, that is definitely.
God, how much diazepam did this guy have to take to fucking be like to have this like fucking demeanor?
A choke point. One reason I think the U.S. military went after the Iranian.
Also, can we just acknowledge that these guys stand there in front of the screen like a wrestler watching their opponent?
Navy, it's been announced, basically sunk everything, every asset they have, was so that Iran cannot come out and mine the straits, which would be something that would be very difficult to overcome.
Let me tell you something, McGurk.
So I can see
the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be open anytime soon.
Practically what Iran is trying to do. It is just everything they got. Yep. Drones, missiles, closing the strait.
It's got to literally drop news facts on it.
But so far, at least what we're seeing from the Gulf states is unity and actually.
Yeah. It's weird. Like, again, why would the Gulf states all like get together like this? Why, there's unity there, but they're also not really committing to the U.S. plan here because they also understand that if they do go at if they do a full-blown attack on Iran, then technically they're going to create more destabilization. It's almost like this all could have been avoided if Donald Trump just, I don't know, had not made this fucking decision.
More inclined to work with us against Iran. But
all to hide the Epstein files, which that's not even working. The Clinton depositions came out, although, you know what? Maybe I'll eat my words on this one because I haven't seen much coverage of the Clinton files, but I know what I'm doing in my second hour.
It's early. We're in the third.
Although we are watching a Piers Morgan thing.
It is, but that's a fascinating development worth watching over the next several days. Brett McGurk, great to see you. Thank you very much.
So there were no sirens, no warnings. Those are just some of the new details that we're learning today about the Iranian strike that killed 6 U.S. service members at a civilian port in Kuwait on Sunday.
So that's 9, right?
There's video showing smoke rising from a makeshift operations center where the service members were when the attack happened. You can see it there off in the distance. CNN's Zach Cohen has more on the details that are coming in about this tragedy. Zach, what are you learning?
Yeah, Kate, we're told that U.S. troops in Kuwait really had no time to protect themselves before what's been described as a makeshift operations center at that civilian port took a direct hit from a suspected Iranian drone strike. Now, this is part of the initial Iranian retaliatory strikes that we saw after the U.S. and Israel began their war with Iran. And as you mentioned, the death toll now on the U.S. side has risen to 6 in total after the remains of 2 additional U.S. service members were recovered. U.S. Central Command acknowledging the increasing death toll in a statement yesterday saying, quote, as of 4 p.m. Eastern, March 2nd, 6 U.S. service members have been killed in action. U.S. forces recently recovered the remains of 2 previously unaccounted for service members from a facility that was struck during Iran's initial attacks in the region. It goes on to say that the identities are being withheld while the families are notified. But look, this is a reminder of what Donald Trump warned in his initial video statement when the U.S. U.S. Israeli operation first began, that he expected there to be U.S. casualties as a result, and we are seeing
friend
that
over and they
number
just parked
slowly
in front of my
increase.
house.
And it's interesting too because we're learning new details about where these U.S. service members were when this strike took place. It was described to us as a facility that
Having a hound is great, like, and he has a great alarm system, but almost too good sometimes.
was described as a triple wide trailer with office space inside of it, and that after the strike there was fire still burning hours later. The walls were blown out. The inside of the facility, we're told, was completely blackened. So U.S. service members seem to have been caught off guard and by surprise by this Iranian retaliatory strike, and it's something that we do expect to see potentially more of as Iran continues to target U.S. military bases across the region.
All right. Next. I'll say this much. There's no shortage of coverage from this one. So I'm not sure if you guys know that I've been doing international coverage. I'm literally going through right-wing sources, left-wing sources, center sources, international sources. I'm trying to really get everybody's coverage on this and kind of break it down for everybody. So hope you appreciate that, because it's not exactly not time consuming. Sorry guys, couldn't find the thing. There we go. Let's go.
Hello to you. We're live from
things to
Tel
say.
Aviv in Israel. This is BBC News.
To be fair, she parked like right in front of my house.
The conflict in the Middle East,
I mean, technically that's my parking spot, but whatever.
intensifies. Israel launches a new wave of simultaneous strikes in Tehran and Beirut overnight and says it's sending ground troops into Lebanon. The US and Israel say they have destroyed Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard's command and control facilities. Iran, however, continues to retaliate. 2 drones hit the US embassy in Saudi Arabia. The American base in...
Yeah, the thing is, just remember BBC, Western media, they're going to do the same thing where no matter, like, remember what they're doing right now. Iran is now, like, they're the baddies. Like, US, no. They didn't start this at all. Remember, this was preemptive because Iran was threatening us, and they were just, doing some fuckery through the ages here.
In Bahrain,
God damn. Can you believe we're going back to like 1978 with like our grievances with this? Like Trump literally brought up what happened in the 70s.
Under fire. 2 explosions are heard in Qatar, Oman, the United Arab Emirates.
And now you got boomers that are just sitting here clapping for this shit.
And Kuwait. Germany and France.
My stepmom loves this. And you know what? My brother is in that age group that he could technically be drafted, but he's not able-bodied because of his post-COVID symptoms. Odd.
Joined Greece to send military support to Cyprus after the British airbase there comes under drone fire.
Yeah, sometimes families suck, guys. I'm just gonna say it.
And stranded in the Gulf as limited flights resume from Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Tens of thousands of passengers are still unable to leave as much of the airspace remains closed.
Yeah, it's bizarre seeing normies support this. It's again, this is why I'm not shocked at all, is because I saw the same crap during post 9/11. Like, I need to remind everybody, this is exactly what started me in my political journey, was, again, seeing them recruit us, seeing my friends die. My mom kept making equivalencies to Vietnam, and then sure as shit, it started impacting us financially. And then it really, really impacted us when, yeah, like I was saying, we started losing friends. But then we had the 20 years of going to every sporting event, support our troops. Please stand for Sergeant Major Curtis, who took, he was in the line of fire in Iraq, even though, and it's, again, never, there's never any nuance there where it's just like the complete illegal war that we should have never engaged in. Give it up for Sergeant Curtis.
Hello to you from Tel Aviv, from where Israel says it is again.
We got the flak jacket on. We're in full wartime now.
Launching simultaneous strikes
We don't learn from history? No. That's why, again, why do you think there's no prefacing with like what we've gone throughout the last 20 years? Isn't it kind of weird how we have so much footage from like that wartime, but we really don't go back to it?
The Lebanese capital Beirut and the Iranian capital Tehran.
Patriotism is extremely cringe. Nationalism is very, very, very cringe.
Now,
yes.
These pictures show the aftermath of those strikes. In Beirut, Israel says it's been hitting Hezbollah strongholds in the south of the city. Hezbollah says it's targeted 3 Israeli bases in response.
By the way, guys, remember, this is all to create Greater Israel, and Greater Israel means taking over the entire Gulf.
Iran has been striking back, however, right across the region. The U.S. State Department says American citizens should leave much of the Middle East. The Iranian Red Crescent says more than...
You know, what American citizen is still there? Like, goddamn. Oh, you know what? I can answer this one. The ones that are married, have family. Like, actually, my friend, he lives in Ukraine, still lives in Ukraine. He's a teacher there, expat. But because his wife's mother cannot leave, he ain't going nowhere because his wife's not going to leave her mom. So he's stuck there.
780 people have been killed.
Trust me, he's been getting the same questions.
In the war, and America says 6 of its service members are now known to have died, while 12 people have lost their lives in Israel. We're going to show you pictures from...
Forgive me for sounding a little cold here, but after all the ignoring what the atrocities that they committed in Palestine and in Gaza, boo fucking who?
Beirut, live pictures there at the moment. Israel...
What was it Trump said?
Defense
do I need to directly quote his speech?
Minister...
I'm sure that Netanyahu's also, you know...
has told troops to take control of new positions in Lebanon.
Use his own words and just be like...
that involves...
Actually, anytime that we want to attribute Netanyahu, like, and just what's actually happening in this conflict, listen to what he had to say while they were doing their campaign, and still doing their campaign. Let's be real, that ceasefire is not worth the fucking pages it's written on.
Boots on the ground. Here in Tel Aviv, I can tell you that it's actually been a little bit quiet throughout the day. We've only had 2 air raid sirens go off, suggesting we need to get down to the bunker here at our position. And one of those alerts was in the last few minutes. So that's why we've put our flight jackets on. I
don't have zero sympathy because I know, like, somebody from my community is actually, you know, Israeli, and they have to go through this. But
in case, but
you know, that is where I do at least have to put the onus on, like, nah, dude, you can't just like support what your government's doing.
At the moment, it seems...
I brought up the case and how it's like, no, that's why I am like, no matter what, I want to make sure that I'm never lumped in with MAGA. Never. Because I see what they're doing here, and I see what we do there. Don't do that. Don't do that. There are people that are opposed to this regime. There are people that would speak out even harder if they could.
Things have calmed down a little bit, certainly compared to Saturday and Sunday when we were here, when it seemed as if the air raid sirens were going off every 5-10 minutes or so. It really was an unnerving experience. So one can only imagine what it's like for people down there, here in Tel Aviv and across Israel, but also, of course, those Iranians who are having to deal with the constant bombardments that are coming from the United States and from Israel, certainly over the last 2-3 days, and heavily so.
Wow, BBC. I mean, at least they took the time to kind of acknowledge that, you know, the citizenry of Iran is, you know, getting hammered here. Just when we were cheering them on to go take over their government, but we didn't really leave them much time to do that.
Overnight.
How are they supposed to go and take over their government when we're literally fucking just willy-nilly dropping a bunch of bombs on them?
Over the next few minutes, we're going to be talking to our correspondents right across the region, covering the war, and speak to our team of specialists. And joining me first is Lena Sinjab, who is live in Beirut for us. Lena, first of all, this is a war. This is a front in the war that has just opened up, and now Israel.
I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say that her screen's frozen.
Israeli troops have gone in on the ground. Just tell us what's happening where you are.
Well, there hasn't been any confirmation yet from the Lebanese government about any boots on the ground by the Israelis or movement in the south. However,
the fact that it's a country with conscription doesn't help. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, I know, like, we know somebody that was conscripted, somebody that did not agree with what the regime is doing.
The situation is
they also kind of feel like, because we have so many people that just, you know, hyperbolically throw around like all Israelis, you know, all that kind of shit. Yeah.
It's very volatile. Airstrikes continued.
You got to be careful with that, because if somebody keeps coming to you and saying, I don't support this, and everybody's like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. At some point, you're going to be like, you know what? Fuck this.
On south of Beirut, on southern Lebanon, and while the Israelis are attacking targets of Hezbollah, Hezbollah is still also launching rockets into northern Israel. The whole situation was prompted when Hezbollah started the attack on Israel, saying it is in retaliation for the killing.
If anybody gets what I'm referencing, you guys get like the special sticker of the day.
Of the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, but that prompted reaction from the Israelis, which they've warned about, and they said if Hezbollah is going to be involved in this war, the reaction will be strong and will not be limited.
I swing a bit more, I swing a bit less.
The Lebanese government is acting swiftly to de-escalate. They've announced that Hezbollah is banned from any political, from any
do the final one up, Betty.
Military or security activities, and they are calling on de-escalation to save the country the consequences of this war, and hopefully not to have it a prolonged one like what Lebanon lived in 2024, when Israel eliminated the leadership of Hezbollah and destroyed much of the south of Lebanon and south of Beirut. Families are fleeing in thousands. There's
kind of got like the crux of what's going on in Beirut. There we go.
All right, so we have an Iranian professor here by the name.
Oh, by the way, I was referencing the movie Kung Pao
of Dr. Fouad Izzadi. And Dropsite News was able to grab this clip here for us. But he's asked about Trump's stated objective of regime change in Iran. And he says it's both unrealistic and it will fail. And on Al Jazeera, he makes a point that shocks everybody, honestly. This is a shocking and brutally accurate point that he makes about Trump. Listen to this.
Where do you see this going? Is there an off-ramp for Iran?
I think what will happen is that even if the United States is able to kill illegally Iranian leaders, the next generation of Iranians, the Iranians that did not see American atrocities in Iran before 1979, some Iranians that did not understand why their parents and grandparents were anti-American, those Iranians will take over. Now they understand why American government is a imperialist, vicious government.
This isn't even the point I'm talking about, but that's a devastating point. Oh my God. He's saying, like, all the young Iranians, they didn't understand why their parents hated America.
Mossad busted for false flag operations.
They didn't understand, like, hey, well,
hold
it
on.
seems weird. Like, you know, we've seen them on TV. We know about their popular culture. Like, they seem fine. Now they realize, oh, shit, the great Satan. You're right. They're definitely acting like fucking Satan right now. They're definitely doing that, carpet bombing Tehran. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. So all these young people, these young secular people in Iran that want like a secular democratic country, now they understand their parents and their hatred, their burning passionate hatred for the U.S. But he hasn't gotten to the truth bomb yet. Wait for it.
And a government that attacks other countries and kills little children, they understand they're fighting the Epstein class that either rape little girls or bomb little girls.
Bro, he said Iran is fighting the Epstein class that either grapes little girls or bombs little girls. That's what they do. They either grape them or bomb them. Or in the case of Trump, both. Bro. He just one-shotted the entire U.S. government. He just one-shotted the entire top 1%, bro. Holy shit.
They're fighting the Epstein class that either rape little girls or bomb little girls. This is the government that we are witnessing. We are going to fight back against that government, and they're going to ensure that the Islamic Republic of Iran will live many years after America destroys itself.
Damn.
Oh my God, bro.
Damn. I mean, again, guys, like America has some fucking unearned confidence. We're only 250 years old, man. And we walk around big dicking like we've been here for thousands and thousands of years and we're owed everything on the fucking planet because we're the greatest. Red, white, and blue don't bleed.
By the way, the reports that are out there right now are that it's very likely a hardliner will take over. So the Grand Ayatollah, who they called, the worst terrorist ever, he literally started 0 wars, by the way. But he's going to be replaced by somebody who's more of a hawk and more anti-American and anti-Western and more of a...
Yeah, and now they have a reason to actually come after us. That's the fucking problem.
Warmonger. And
Jesus, we really have just kind of failed on this one, man.
I mean, how could it be anything else? When
Marco Rubio coming out just like, or Pete Heck says, yeah, they attacked us, so we had to attack them. It's like, no, they didn't.
We have shown to the world, Israel and the U.S. has proven to the world, you literally cannot work with us with anything. We will stab you in the back. We don't mean a goddamn word. You can make a deal with us the next day. It's null and void, bitch. It doesn't count. Why? Because I say it doesn't count. Look at Trump. He negotiates a trade deal with Canada. Then he gets back in office and goes, I'm going to rip up the trade deal I fucking negotiated with Canada.
Yep. That is exactly how it goes here. Okay. I promised this. So, because I keep my promises. Everything else that I have prepared for this this fine show, you guys can catch over on High on Politics a little bit later today, but let's bring in a little bit of fun. I mean, honestly, this isn't going to be as fun as one would think because, everything going on. But, so we have a Piers Morgan uncensored debate about this. I'm going to skip the Mike Pence part, though.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
Trump has unleashed the armed forces of the United States. Israel's unleashed its armed forces to take the...
Now, by my panel, which includes Anna Kasperin, executive producer and host of The Young Turks, Glenn Greenwald, the host of System Update, Jonathan Conricus.
Oh, yay. Oh, yay.
Spokesman, and Mark Emmett, former general and U.S. Assistant Secretary of State, and Goldy Gamari, the former Canadian lawmaker and Iranian activist. Well, welcome to all of you. Anna Kasperin, your response to Mike Pence there, laying out a moral and legal justification for these attacks on Iran.
First, I would like to ask Goldy whether she apologizes for laughing as Cenk Uygur on the last episode he was on was talking about dead American soldiers as a result of wars that the U.S. gets dragged into.
Coming out hot.
On behalf of Israel. Goldy, do you apologize for laughing at the thought of dead American soldiers?
Love it.
Anna, no one's buying your jihadi propaganda lies. Everyone knows that Alec and I were laughing at
it's jihadi propaganda to be concerned about dead American soldiers who were forced to fight on behalf of Israel. Interesting. Okay. To answer your question,
can I answer the question?
175 little girls have been slaughtered in an Iranian school. That was the first.
It was rhetorical.
Israeli strike.
Hang on.
He needs to learn the difference between something rhetorical and not rhetorical.
Hang on. Hang on one second. Anna,
we call that literal here.
Hang on one second. You asked her a question, so I will let Goldie respond. Then you can respond to my question.
Well, she responded by claiming I'm sharing jihadi propaganda. I'm talking about dead American soldiers. So do you apologize or not?
Okay.
May I respond?
Goldie, quick response.
Thank you. So we were laughing at Cenk's bizarre anti-Semitic tropes about how Israel is responsible for every single incident that happens in the war. We were not laughing at
That's not what he said.
American soldiers. And you actually edited the video. You edited the video. So there you go. Everyone knows that you're lying.
The video.
You're a laughing stock. You're a joke.
Everyone can go back and watch the full episode for Pierce's show. Right.
Okay. The only ones who were respecting General Wesley Clark were myself.
Is he going to call her out on this?
Look, Anna's, you said your piece about Goldie. She's responded. Let's get back to the bigger picture, which I'm sure the other panelists would prefer us to do.
Fuck no.
Your response.
I'm here for the debate between just those two. I would watch that in a heartbeat.
Mike Pence, but both on the moral argument, because I do think that there are lots of people I know, including many on the left, who can
Zionist
understand a
mouthpieces aren't even
moral
trying?
argument
Oh,
for
yeah.
getting rid of what has been a ruthless, bloodthirsty.
No, they're literally like one step away from just saying God promised us this land, therefore we're gonna do what God wants.
Regime that has caused terror not just to its own people but to the wider world. But hesitate about whether this is the legal thing to do. So I don't think it's just people on the right saying go, go, go. People on the left saying, well, I'm glad he's gone, and I'm glad the Ayatollah's gone. I'm glad a lot of the top leadership have gone. But I'm not sure that this is legal, and the precedent being set is very dangerous.
Like, why are you glad they're gone? Just because they were who they were? Is that it?
My view of this current war against Iran is that Iran did not pose a threat to the United States. Their ballistic missiles did not have the capability to reach the United States. And the notion that this was all about Iran's weapons was a lie from the very beginning. This is about a regime change war on behalf of Israel. Yeah. Israel would like to be the hegemon in the Middle East. And the United States is spilling blood and basically using its treasure to help Israel build an empire that I guarantee you will turn around and, we'll suffer the consequences of that at some point. But we're suffering the consequences of it right now. I mean, the first thing Israel did is strike an Iranian girls' school, killing 175 people. That's according to the New York Times, which typically likes to bury the wrongdoings of the Israeli government and military.
She just rolled her eyes at that.
I don't see this as a just war. I don't think that President Donald Trump has a plan
Holy shit.
For what happens following the slaughter of the Ayatollah or the destruction of the Iranian regime. In fact, he has said as much. He said it is not the U.S.'s job
1998 called
to figure
they want their makeup job back,
out
lady.
who leads Iran next, which means that there will be a power vacuum. And we know how that plays out in other countries where we've done similar things. And in regard to Syria, let's not mistake what actually happened in Syria. Okay, the Obama administration.
I mean, her opinions make her look like a clown, but she doesn't have to add to it.
Began arming Al-Qaeda terrorists who actually fought our soldiers in Iraq. And now we have a supposedly former Al-Qaeda terrorist as the leader of Syria. We didn't do good things in the Middle East, including in Syria. So Mike Pence is a complete and utter joke in what he said during that interview.
Okay, don't tell Lil Smokey. Fucking JD Vance is sitting there.
Off, the attack on the school, or the explosion at the school that caused so many deaths, particularly of young girl students. There does seem.
Let's be real. If JD Vance came out for his first campaign event, to try and win the presidency, singing the Black Parade, what would that do?
To be at the moment ongoing confusion about exactly what has happened there. The school was next to one of the Revolutionary Guard bases.
A lot of confused goss in that crowd.
It used to be part of the base until recently, apparently several years ago, it was sort of separated from the base. And, depending on which report you see, but none of them appear to be definitive, this was either an Israeli/American missile that caused this to happen, or it could have been.
Oh, now we're going to fucking literally mince whose missile it was?
An interception by the Revolutionary Guard.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Literally, he's doing this was a false flag, even though we now have a proven false flag on the other side. What?
Or it could have been indeed.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, Piers Morgan's back on the shit list. Oh my God, dude. He sat there acknowledging the genocide just to fucking become another a mouthpiece for Israel again.
Missile.
Why even bring Conricus on? You're doing the job for him.
Claim fired by the Revolutionary Guard that hit the school by mistake. We don't seem to know for sure yet. Do you have any intelligence that can 100% verify what's happened there?
No, I've been asked in various fringe networks, and I've done a lot of interviews over the last 2 days.
Literal mouthpiece for the IDF.
And, that topic comes up when someone is grasping to try to undermine the American and Israeli operation against the regime.
Oh, shit, the
because
Texas primaries are tonight?
Relatively convenient tool to use. Usually it's not by people who have compassion for civilians, for Iranian schoolgirls, or for Iranians in general, but it's usually for people who have something.
Holy shit! Unofficial Hassan live stream channel is pilfering his fucking his live stream for 750 views. holy crap, guys. I don't know, man. Hassan's got to lock some of this stuff down. Like, or at this point, do we on this space just kind of do the same thing since he doesn't care?
Either against President Trump and his
like what the actual hell
policies, or very often against the state of Israel. So I've looked into it, and so far, kind of a messy situation where I can't really make sense of what happened, whether it's Israel or the US who struck, or whether it's some type of a false flag.
Listen, Hassan can't afford it though. Yeah, but it's establishing a really bad precedent where, okay, so now we can just, again, pilfer live streams of larger live streams. Like, that's literally breaking TOS. Like, that is literally breaking why we have the protections we do of fair use.
Operation by the IRGC.
Even though he's allowing it.
See, I wouldn't be surprised in any of the options. It could be like an American or an Israeli.
Well, okay, since that's the case, you know what? Fuck it. I work too hard, guys. Since we're just okay with this, I'm just going to turn my channel into literally a Hassan restream.
Strike at a proper military target that happened to be too close. Or
why should I work this hard? Honestly, why should I add my commentary? Why should I do all this hard work to get just a little bit of that same kind of algorithmic pull? Like, what the fuck? This is also why I'm pissed off that like Hassan doesn't do something like Chorus. Like he has the money to, you know, keep himself good, keep himself, or
co-located,
nice and fresh, but yeah, can call out Chorus, can call out all that, and then leave us sitting here just like
within or next to a school.
All right, a little bit of a crash out here, but holy fuck, that really does bug me.
And it could be something that was cooked up by the IRGC specifically for the purposes of having something to clutch at and having something to feed international media to show allegedly wrongdoing. I'd put that into stark contrast with, you know, very deliberate actions of the Iranian regime when they are firing at 7 or 8 sovereign countries in the region, and they're firing at almost exclusively civilian targets. They're firing at cities in Israel. They're firing, of course, cities, and we already have 11 civilian casualties confirmed, all of them civilian, none of them military, most of them women and children, one elderly man.
Winning the streamer game, he already won.
They've been killed in various incidents where Iranian missiles have exploded in Israeli cities. We have confirmed deaths in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in
that's genuinely fucked up.
Kuwait, and a lot of incoming missiles on Cyprus, Jordan, and
honestly, I'm having a real big problem with this.
Other locations. And of course, we could speak about this incident.
I meant small streamers shouldn't go through this. Sorry. Yeah. No, dude. Like, seriously, a restream is getting 1,000 views.
And I'm sure that
okay. And an unofficial restream.
Many people who have issues with Israel would want this to be
if he was smart, what he would do is he would set those channels up, and then he would take those channels, end that stream, and then go raid pages. So the algorithm starts rewarding pages, you know, like this space.
Story. They would want one errant attack or one unexplained situation to be the headline, because it is what they
bizarre. It's lazy.
Supports the agenda. These are, by the way, the same people who, when Iranians were marching in the streets and being gunned down by the Iranian regime, we didn't.
Which I'm gonna just say it. This is Hassan we're talking about.
We didn't hear a lot of them speak about what was going on, and we didn't hear a lot of those people who now.
I went through this yesterday just thinking, oh, yeah, you know what? Maybe I worked too hard. You know what? I'm barely paying attention to this because I am genuinely that pissed.
Allegedly care about Iranian schoolgirls, speak about the atrocities of the regime. And it is the typical hypocritical position of so many people. It only depends on who has allegedly done the killing. Doesn't matter who was killed and how this can be cynically and politically used.
YouTube's just well, he's contributing to it.
I know that there's one country that seems to have an affinity for slaughtering children, and that
like it would be nice to actually have an official clips page. It would be nice to have an just his official page, so we don't also have to constantly go through bad faith actors that are just using his shit.
Country is Israel. But
I mean, do you know how many right wingers restream his shit and are getting monetization from it? Like, that's what he's supporting.
Anyway,
No, that's
continue.
actually
Okay, but
Iran, dear Anna. That's
Okay,
actually
but we also-
Islamic
just to-
Republic of Iran.
Right.
Okay. We
Yes,
also
right.
we also know, I think, from what's happened in Gaza, it is prudent to get to actual facts before we pass too censorious judgment. And I prefer
Oh, you learned something from Gaza, huh?
to do that, because I think if we don't, that way madness lies. As we're talking,
Madness, or you're just becoming regime propaganda, which, dude, you're like this close.
General Kim, President Trump has told the New York Post that he's not ruling out sending U.S. ground troops into Iran if they were necessary. He said Operation Epic Fury was way ahead of schedule by taking out dozens of Tehran's top officials. He said, quote, "I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. There will, like every president says, there'll be no boots on the ground. I don't say that. I say probably don't need them, or if they were necessary." He also told CNN earlier today that the big wave in the conflict is yet to materialize, indicating the US has not yet begun to strike Iran forcefully and suggesting more significant action is imminent. So where do you feel we are with this, General Kim? And how precarious would it be for the US to commit boots on the ground? You know, I talked earlier to Vice President Pence about the parallels here with Iraq back in 2002-3, where committing boots on the ground turned out really historically to be a disaster. Could we be sleepwalking our way into another disaster here?
Well, first of all, I hope there's a little civility while I'm answering the questions. First of all, as one of those boots that walked on that ground in Iraq in 2003, I think that nobody wants to see us repeat the mistakes of that operation. And for that matter, as we look forward to whatever emerges from this situation in terms of the government, I certainly hope we don't count on the expatriates to come in and solve the problem for us. But look, I think it's important to understand we didn't do regime change. It's highly unlikely we're going to do regime change. We've done what the president has said in so many words is we are doing a leadership decapitation, as Israel did with Hezbollah. And he said to the Iranian,
have we not established that Hezbollah is still fucking around?
People, I'm opening the door for you.
What is it about these military assholes that never recognize that they failed?
You've got to figure out what to do after that. So where we are in the operation now, we've hit about 10,000 targets. We've got a lot of work to do. But at the end of the day, we can't get mission creep in this operation. Seen it, been there, done it. We ought to stick to our ends.
You know what the saddest part is? These motherfuckers, like, they get to live these nice long lives. Cancer's on the rise with the youth, right? My wife has cancer. She's not even 40. And one thing that I've heard from her doctors is they are they're beyond alarmed. They said that this is an epidemic at this point of young people getting colon cancer specifically, but they can't tie where it's coming from, and there's no investigation into why it's happening.
State that we're seeking.
So guess what, guys? By the time we're 65, I mean, the retirement age is going to be 70, so we're never retiring. And it's because of assholes like this. It's because of assholes like this. Oh, I mean, you could go into the military. No, you know what? You're probably going to be fighting the Israeli regime war, just so you know. You're not even going to be fighting for America at that point.
Which is no nukes, no ballistic missile program of any size.
Like, I genuinely get really pissed off where I just hear this guy like rambling on about missiles, weapons, death, and it's just like,
and no
what are you, fucking 80?
Because that was our end state at the negotiating table, and the negotiations failed. We shouldn't be changing our objectives just because we're using military.
We're literally getting taken to World War III by people that are staring their fucking twilight
force.
Like, they're literally staring at the light, and they're just like, it's bright.
The purpose of this military,
I have to fuck up the world before I go.
Force is to get back to the negotiating table.
I heard the young cancer occurrences are from herbicides. That makes sense.
And finally get what
That makes sense. My wife was a softball player, and they used herbicides on the field that she used to play on.
Presidents, ever since we've discovered the nuclear program, has tried to get. Now, the fact remains is it's highly unlikely that we're going to see that anytime soon. And the only way we're going to get the Iranians back to the negotiating table for those purposes is through
know how these people get on the show? No.
Strong use of force. And look, you ask why now? And the very simple answer is, and legally a preemptive strike meets our conditions. Do you want to be facing across from that negotiating table a nuclear armed Iran with long range ballistic missiles? Better to do this now.
And just before I go to Glenn Greenwald, when I spoke to Vice President Pence, we talked about the parallels with Iraq, and he was quite scathing about Prime Minister
I go on Piers Morgan. I'm never getting welcomed on another fucking show ever.
Starmer's reluctance to get involved at the first stage of this operation, refusing to allow Americans to use the bases, the UK bases, and so on. What is your view of that? Because it did seem a marked departure in the normal practice of the UK to allow American.
You're almost positive that Pierce's team reaches out to all these guys? Yeah, no, that's usually how this goes.
Forces to do that. Did you think that was a mistake by the UK Prime Minister?
Piers, you and I have been around a long time. We went through Iraq together. The fact is, I think that Starmer just did not want to be referred, as Tony was, as the British poodle. So I think what he wanted to do is give it a little bit of time, make it look like this is an independent decision of his, rather than being, we do have a special relationship, but we're not tied at the hips, and Britain is not a proxy for the United States. We knew, particularly if the Iranians started firing back, that
you hear that, Whiteys?
Britain would come in the way that
the OG Whiteys are not a proxy state for America anymore.
the Saudis and the Emiratis have come in. And one last comment. Please quit using the tropes on American soldiers. I've had to bury.
No, we're using the fucking tropes. Quit being a fucking war hawk and being very comfortable. I mean, how many young soldiers under your command have died for a war that produced nothing? And you never look at it that way because you're so up your own ass with your own ego going, well, you need to respect what they did for this country. You need to respect their sacrifice. It's like, for what? You said sacrifice. For what? Nothing. Capital. You motherfuckers.
American soldiers. They went in.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
How is it a trope? How is it a trope? How is it a trope? How is it a trope to see American soldiers die on behalf of Israel's wars? How is that a trope? Explain that to me.
Nobody's dying on behalf of Israel.
I'm not going to engage with this. I'm not going to engage with this.
I'm not going to dignify that.
Let me read you. Let me read you what Israeli media has been saying. So American soldiers came under friendly fire in Kuwait. I don't know if any of them have died. Hopefully none of them have died. But on Channel 12, Niv Raskin said this: we need to emphasize this is an incident involving American forces and not, heaven forbid, an incident involving Israeli forces.
And why is he representative of anything, Anna? Who makes him representative of anything? Why are you
This is a huge figure in Israeli media.
No,
saying
he's not
this
a
out
huge
loud.
figure. He's a talking head on
Sacrificing
a
American
morning
soldiers
show.
is totally okay, I guess.
Well, okay. Look, I want to bring in. I would like
him to answer my.
Hey, Glenn, you gonna fucking add into? I mean, you gonna add anything to this? I mean, I know that you've been irrelevant since your fucking turn, like your post-COVID turn, where you started fucking bumping elbows with Matt Taibbi and all them.
Question: why is that considered a trope?
Okay.
Why is it considered a trope to be concerned about American soldiers during these endless, nonsensical wars? Why is that considered a trope?
How many
Explain
times
I hate to say it though, in this wartime, I actually might go back to watching TYT.
have you gone to Arlington and paid your respect
I'm
to
not
American
talking to you,
heroes?
Conriquez, you terrorist piece of crap. I'm talking to the general.
Okay.
Anna! Oh!
Tell me why that's.
You know what? I feel bad for calling you Anna Krebsberry now, because goddamn, that was balls.
Please keep the ad hominem
terrorist piece of crap.
down.
You honored the
I want
memory
to.
of America.
Can we just? All right, Slay Queen.
Hang on.
American soldiers.
Can we
Why
go
is it
back to
considered
the?
a trope?
Mama Salty's back.
Answer the question.
Can I
How
bring
many
some
times
order
have
to
you
this,
honored
please?
them?
Jonathan, let me conduct the...
Mr. Pep is a fan of the salt.
The panel, please, because Glenn's been waiting very patiently. Before I come to you, Glenn, and I will give you plenty of time to speak, I can promise you that.
She sucks, but she can talk.
General...
She sucks as a turf, and honestly, yeah. I don't know. She still hasn't really apologized for that, too. Yeah, you know what? God damn it.
Explain.
Thanks for bringing me back down to earth. I got a little excited there. I was just like, yeah, come on. Oh, yeah, you still suck.
Why you consider that to be a trope. And secondly, I was really struck by this friend.
Still Anna Crapsparian.
The fire incident, because I can't remember. I'm sure you will be able to correct me here, but has it ever happened before?
Gotta love Piers Morgan yelling fest.
American fighter jets.
I mean, dude, Anna just called Conricus a terrorist piece of shit. That was pretty fucking baller.
All been downed in a friendly fire incident, apparently here by Kuwaiti forces by mistake as they went over Kuwaiti airspace. Can you remember 3 American fighter jets going down in friendly fire in one incident?
No. And I'm sure those Kuwaiti soldiers that fired those shots will remember that for the rest of their lives. Luckily, none of the soldiers, none of the airmen were killed. They got out of their aircraft alive and relatively unhurt.
Someone did the estimate on how much those aircraft cost, and they're just like, oh, there's the Doge cuts right there.
We call it the fog of war.
Yeah. And in relation to
we call it the fog of war.
Notice
how they use that for like justifying atrocities. Like, dude, at this point, I'm rooting for the fucking meteor.
Why is it a trope?
Like, I really am. Humanity does not deserve to carry on anymore.
You think
we really don't?
It's a yeah.
Holy
I think
fuck.
Be fair to Anna Kasparian, just answer her question. Why you view that as a trope? What she said.
This is where I was back in fucking high school, man. I remember that's the first time I ever had that thought where I was just like, are we parasites?
I'm not going to dignify.
I feel like we're parasites.
It with a response.
You just want to smear me with nonsensical claims, but you can't even answer why you even.
No, fuck you, Piers. Seriously, you're gonna just let this general fucking just have carte blanche on anything he wants to say because of who he is, and you're gonna let him smear your guests and not let her retort. Fuck you, man. Honestly, Anna needs to kind of stand up and just be like, Piers, I will not be coming back on your show if you do not allow me to speak.
And believe in the smear. What is the trope? You can't answer it, right?
I'll tell you
being
why.
concerned about Americans dying on behalf of
No, I want to come to Glenn.
Apparently a trope. Everything that affects Israel is a
total
trope.
hypocrite. That's what you
the
are.
general.
You're a total
Listen,
hypocrite.
the general's chosen not to respond. That's his right. I want to go to Glenn. Glenn, you've been waiting very patiently. Thank you. Look, this is a story. A lot of passions are going to run very high here.
We're the baddies is overcooked now. Yeah, I know, and it hasn't even been a full year.
You know, I don't have all the answers to what I think is going to happen here. It does, to me, bring back a lot of bad memories from the Iraq War, you know, which was started in many people's eyes who perpetrated it for the best of intentions. Saddam was a bad guy, did bad things to his people, killing many of them, running a ruthless regime, possessing weapons of mass destruction, and he had to be stopped. You know, I've been on this rodeo of rhetoric before, and it feels to me like we're on a very similar path now, but Iran is a bigger and more difficult scenario than even Iraq was.
Yeah, and how long did that last?
You know, you got 220,000 Revolutionary Guard. You have nearly 1 million regular army. You have many other paramilitaries. You know, hundreds of thousands more. This idea that America has, or Donald Trump has, that by doing these strikes, you're going to start a big revolution amongst the people on the ground. You know, they've got to get past 1.5 million very heavily armed people that will try and stop them. And we saw recently they stopped 30,000 of them by killing them. So do you think that the mission here is even achievable? And do you think...
No, it never was. That wasn't the point.
What's happened is
they needed to create a geopolitical situation that would keep going until past the midterms.
Legal.
Because they understand that Trump is going to lose this. Like, if he can't just outright cancel the midterms, he's going to lose a giant section of his power. They're going to try and impeach him, but he's going to use the War Powers Act before that happens because Congress is going to do what Congress do. They're going to allow this to happen. This is just a repeat of 2003 over again.
I am glad, Pierce, that we started the segment with Mike Pence because he is an American elected official.
There's always overdoes it with the number of guests he invites. Yeah. You'd think that just having 4 people would be, I don't know. the sweet spot, because Piers also likes to interject himself. Like, that's the grossest part. That's what I don't like about Piers' show, is that he doesn't do it as like a moderator. He does it for sport for himself and then wants to pretend that he's a moderator.
Who voted for the Iraq War in 2002, 2003, continued to defend it for many years. And unlike many American politicians who did that, who ended up saying they regretted it or it was a mistake, Mike Pence, to this very day, believes that going into Iraq was the right thing to do. And everything that he said in justification and defense of this new war was exactly the things that he and all the other American leaders who wanted this war in 2002 and 2003 were saying then. But it's not just the Iraq war. It's also exactly what happened in Libya. President Obama said, oh, don't worry, this isn't a regime change war. It's just to protect the people of Benghazi, and that it ended up being a regime change war that destroyed Libya. It's what we did in Afghanistan, where we were told, oh, we're just going in to get Osama bin Laden. And then 20 years later, our troops leave, trillions of dollars spent, huge numbers of dead, and the Taliban march right back into power. And you can even go back to Vietnam, where we relied into that war.
No way! There's historical precedent for this that tells us that we're not as great as we think we are? What?
Lied through that war by many of the same people who telling us now that we have to do this. It is astounding to me that somebody like Mike Pence or so many other people who lied to the public continuously, led our
gonna call it that general, bro?
Our country into disastrous wars, one after the next, are now just speaking as though none of it ever happened. It would be like as if a journalist, I published 8 or 9 different fraudulent stories with fake quotes and fake sources. And then the next day I woke up and said, oh, I know I did those things in the past, but I think I should still have credibility for you to listen to my reporting today, even though I did all of that. The other point I want to make is I want to ask Jonathan, because I mean, honestly, it is very, very difficult. I have to confess, not just for me, but for the world, as the polls show, to listen to an Israeli official in an Israeli accent give lectures on the need to have compassion for civilians after everything we just watched Israel do, vaporizing tens of thousands of people in Gaza, all throughout the Middle East, attacking countries. But since he is here, I do want to ask him, Jonathan, there's a lot of reports in mainstream Western press about how the IDF has built its primary military and intelligence structures, not just within key residential areas in Tel Aviv, but also underneath. Is it true that the IDF has built key military and intelligence targets within residential areas of Tel Aviv and beneath residential targets in Tel Aviv, the way that the Western media has continuously reported? Is that actually true?
Yeah, I can give a relatively short and plain answer to it. Surprising question. I've read some of your reporting and you seem like an informed guy. Yes, the IDF headquarters, referred to as the Kiryat, is indeed located in Tel Aviv. It is surrounded by civilian buildings, and inside the headquarters, not underneath civilians, but underneath the headquarters itself, is a bunker, which is not a revolutionary concept of militaries. And that bunker is a few stories below ground. Its name is indeed the Zion Citadel, and that is where some of the Israeli officers, generals conduct.
Oh, really? So you're using civilians as human shields?
Military operations from. I suppose some of the strikes, if not all of the strikes that are ongoing in Iran today, are managed from there. When Iran targeted that location, they've targeted it now. They have targeted it in the past, and Hezbollah has targeted it in the past, and so have many others. You actually never heard anybody in Israel, definitely not anybody official, say, that isn't okay, and it's not a military target. It is a military target. We cannot move Tel Aviv out of the way, and the base is probably too big to move out of the way. And if it is hit, then it is on Israel, because it is a military target. But there is a very big difference here between doing that, having a properly marked and disclosed location, which is the IDF base. Everybody knows that it's there. And doing what our enemies do, which is hide underneath and between the civilian population, disguised as civilians and using civilians as human shields. There are no civilians above the base used as human shields. and there are no civilians that are told to be in a certain location so that our enemies won't strike.
Okay.
Because that's
let's
a
go back
cowardly
to
thing to do. Yeah.
Pierre, can I just,
you've asked the question.
Can I just make one quick point? Can I just make one quick point
Yes.
about the moral aspect
Yes.
that you raised? You know, you said none of us should be mourning a vicious dictator. And the one thing, the two quick things I will say about that is, you know, we were told that about Saddam Hussein. We were told that about Muammar Gaddafi. Certainly in Libya, we were told, oh, Muammar Gaddafi said that's certainly a good thing. What came after in Libya was some of the worst, most nightmarish dystopia that the world has seen in the past 50 years, certainly far worse than what it had under Gaddafi. And I think a lot of this depends on what succeeds in Iran. Is it going to be this incredibly destroyed state, balkanized with anarchy, where ISIS and Al-Qaeda can fill the power vacuum as they did with the invasion of Iraq? Is it going to be an even worse tyrant like the Shah of Iran was? Or
all right, bitch, we know that you farted, and like, I mean, you're still on camera. Like, all right, man, that must have been a fucking cheeser.
Some other worse militias and factions. And then the other point is, it's a little bit hard to hear the United States and Great Britain and other countries say, oh, we're doing this for the moral reason that we want to cleanse Iran of tyranny, when our closest allies and partners in that region that we prop up and give military technology and spying technology are at least as savage and brutal dictatorships as Iran is. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the Emiratis, going throughout the rest of the world to Uganda, Rwanda. We love dictatorships. We prop up tyrannies all the time. I think it's very hard to make a moral case, especially as you're bombing civilian places all throughout Iran, that we somehow are doing this because we want to bring freedom and democracy to the Iraqi people, the Iranian people. The last time we did change the government in Iran, we imposed a horrific dictator on them for 20.
We've already done this.
30 years.
It's almost like this was our fault.
It's called the Shah of Iran, and now we want to do it with his son. So these moral questions
are don't let them know that this is technically an American thing.
Much more complex than is the Ayatollah good or a bad guy?
Okay, Goldie Gamara, you were rolling your eyes
We
there.
should have no moral reasons at all. Again.
Okay, so then by this justification, if Trump theoretically starts going after American citizens, that gives everybody in the world the right, whoever feels like they want to be the world police, to come in and invade America, right? Right?
There is no morality in.
I mean, I'm just reading the tea leaves here and going, oh, well, this.
Our negotiations
weird.
Last Thursday for no nukes, no missiles, and no proxies. And I don't think if we start getting into the moral regime change, everything you're describing, Glenn, if we're trying to get into another Iraq, that's the mission creep we don't want to see. We are now using the military force to achieve the end state that our negotiations weren't able to do. And candidly, I also agree with you that we shouldn't completely wipe out the leadership of the country. LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson.
That's literally antithetical to like each mission there. So we need to destroy this country, but also keep the leadership.
One said,
dude, these fucking military jackasses, this is the problem. Is the self-importance that this guy walks around with too.
He's an
SOB. Insane.
But he's our SOB. We now,
like I said, just look at people like him, and you can attribute, like, if you've lost anybody to an IED or anything like that, stare at him and just be like, yeah, that was your fault.
I have Darcy Rodriguez as one of our.
Same way I do with Dick Cheney, you know, rest in piss, Dick. Dick. And yeah, you know, we're just kind of waiting on Georgie boy.
We have Ahmed al-Shara as one of our SOBs. Manuel Noriega in Panama was one of our SOBs. The fact remains is we ought to have a very limited mission, which is simply to use military.
Can't have dictators unless there are dictators.
Force to compel.
Maybe an asshole, but he's our asshole.
Iran back to the negotiating table for them to give up their missiles, their nukes, and their proxies. We can do it now. We won't be able to do it when they have a nuclear weapon.
Is anybody going to push back on the fact that it's like they weren't close to that, and this was by Trump's own fucking admission?
I agree with that. I wish everybody wears
Shut up, Piers. You know, the thing is, Piers, you know nothing outside of just adding, you know what, I was there during the Iraq war, and this is bringing back some memories.
General about the absence of a moral case here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought it was quite refreshing. Let me go to Goldie. Goldie Gamari, you've been waiting patiently. You were rolling your eyes at Glenn Greenwald there. Why?
Just this whole communist revisionist propaganda about the 1953, coup d'etat. Mossadegh was a communist traitor. He was funded by the Soviets. The Shah of Iran was actually installed in 1941. That's when he ascended the throne. And, everyone loves to talk about 1953, but no one ever talks about 1906 when we had the constitutional monarchy, the constitutional revolution, which led to the first democratically elected
She's so
parliament
stupid.
of
Yeah, she is.
Iran.
This is literally like us just being like, okay, so, but nobody talks about the Civil War, and going back there. So, like, if we go back far enough, we can recognize that the Confederacy just wanted legitimacy. So we should really, really look into re-legitimizing the Confederacy.
So as of 1906 up until 1979, Iran was a constitutional monarchy, very similar to England. In fact, Pierce, the Queen of England, visited Iran in the early 1960s for a 10-day state visit, because that's how much
It's always the ones that don't live there, though.
the Shah of Iran
Isn't that odd?
and Queen Elizabeth were close friends. With respect to what's happening today, first of all, I just want to say, thank you to the United States. Thank you to Israel for everything that they're doing.
She from Canada, too? This LARPing.
We Iranians were so grateful. And I can tell you that this has been...
Oh, my God. She LARPs for Israel and America while wearing an Iranian flag. Holy grift, Batman. Like, she figured out exactly how she would be useful.
one of the most amazing weekends, not just for me, but for Iranians in occupied Iran and around the world. Hearing the news of the death of Khamenei, that's like the equivalent of hearing the news of the death of Hitler. It's just something that we have been waiting for so long. And all I can say is, thank you so much. God bless America. I'm Israel Chai. We cannot wait until Iran is free, and we can welcome Americans and Israelis back to Iran with open arms and be the allies that we were prior to 1979.
Okay, and Anna Kasparian, look, everyone would love that to be the case. I think it's extremely difficult to get there, as we will probably see. Your colleague Cenk Uygur, who you referenced at the top of the show, he did a tweet which even I recalled. I like Cenk a lot, but he called the Ayatollah courageous because he hadn't gone on his knees to Israel. Did you agree? I mean, do you think the Ayatollah Khamenei was a courageous man?
They're literally trying to get the soundbite so they can just be like, the left was in support of Khamenei.
Well,
because again, they only allow the nuance for the right, for dipshits like her to fucking, just jump in the pool of nuance.
Related to the Israelis, and we live under a government where, regardless of which party is in power, is on its knees on behalf of Israel. So I understand what he's talking about. He's talking about government leaders, a country's leader in the case of Iran. As much as I did not agree with the Ayatollah, I'm not a religious person, and I certainly don't like extremism or supremacy of any kind. The fact of the matter is, he didn't embarrass his people by getting down on his knees to pleasure Israel, as our leaders here in the United States do. So I understand the point that he was trying to make. And I think if you talk to a lot of Americans, they are embarrassed by the fact that our leadership rarely represents our best interests and seems to prioritize the best interests of Israel.
Oh, no, you got to say Ukraine, because if you say Israel, that's where it gets a little muddied. Because again, Zionist churches have made it so they're like, oh, well, we need to usher in the end of days so we can have heaven on earth. Trust me, dude. If you don't go to a church, all of them are saying this shit. You don't even have to be part of like the evangelical cult sects of
in every instance.
Christianity.
And I think that what we're experiencing right now is a good example of that.
But this is an Ayatollah who only a few weeks ago slaughtered 30,000 of his people to repress them from protesting.
That number's not confirmed, so you regurgitating it is very questionable, Pierce.
Oh, fucking Christ!
Where'd you get that number from?
Oh, well, how many do you... Okay, well, how many do you...
Okay.
Do you think were killed?
We don't know the exact number. But to say that 30,000 people were slaughtered during those short...
Yeah, you're just literally spewing fucking Israeli propaganda. God, you know what? This is why I'm saying, man, Kudos to her for calling him on that bullshit.
Weeks is ridiculous.
Did you cut another fart? Oh no!
Ridiculous to me. Iran has put out specific names
She sat on her hand before she did that.
of individuals who have been killed, and it's around 3,000.
Musty.
We don't know what the exact number is, but you really think 30,000 people were killed? You're not going to question that at all? 30,000?
Well, I'm curious if you don't think it's 30,000.
The most credible thing I've seen say as little as 3K.
How many do you think it was?
I don't know the exact number. No one knows the exact number.
But you know.
But
if you don't know the number, how do you know? Well, hang on.
But why are you using made up bullshit? Again, like when you don't know the numbers, you're very confident in saying 30,000. Like she's got a great point here. She's calling him on just something basic. Why would you speak with authority on something that you do not have confirmation on? It's almost like basic journalism, but this is calling you out as being a propagandistic asshole.
Hang on.
He's literally in the fucking pocket of the U.S. and Israel.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
I've said
so fucking easy.
Hang on for a second. I've said,
thank you, fucking Christ. Woo! Anna, come
multiple times. I don't agree or like the regime in Iran. That doesn't mean that it's untrue that they never capitulated to what Israel demanded of them. Whereas here in the United States, we literally spill blood and use our treasure on behalf of Israel. That's the point that Cenk was trying to make. And I think it's a pretty accurate point.
Okay, you can make that point. I'm questioning the... Hang on 1 second, please. I'm questioning the use of the word courageous about a ruthless, despotic monster.
Oh, so you just want to be like, oh, yeah, but it technically is, though. Like, it does take courage to not just bow down to your enemies. Or are we now just... Are we replacing the whole strength?
And I'm curious why you are
we
so
gonna
confident.
Just get rid of that, and then we're gonna look at Trump and just be like, oh, so you know what? He bowed down to Israel. So courageous.
Not 30,000 people who were killed, but you have no idea how many people were killed. How can you be sure it wasn't 30,000?
No, I don't. I don't know how.
Again, that's not a point, Piers. The fact is, she just called you on not having the numbers, and you're sitting here going 30,000. You pulled that out of your ass, brother.
How many people are killed? You don't know how many people are killed.
Right, so it's irresponsible for you to report on how many people were killed if you do not know. That's the bottom fucking line. This isn't a gotcha, Piers. She got you on this one, bro. Like, I don't care. I'm gonna use this one. I'm gonna clip this one for myself just to be like, guys, you guys remember when Anna totally called Piers Morgan on being just a complete shit journalist?
No, it wasn't 30.
Having absolutely no integrity.
The highest number you've heard is questionable to say the least.
Yep.
Especially when you know that Mossad was on the ground. There were armed terrorists on the ground. You know, security forces were killed during those shootings. Look, the hyena's laughing again. Anyway,
the hyena's laughing again.
But to just regurgitate the number.
Look at Ed from the Lion King down there.
That is being perpetuated by the Israelis is ridiculous to me. We don't know the exact number, so rather than regurgitate it, we can say that there was a high casualty count. We don't know the exact number. It's that simple.
But
boom. Responsible journalism.
You used to regurgitate the numbers. Hang on 1 second.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Wait a minute. So the Stalin argument is by saying something factual instead of just pulling a number out of your ass and using that to justify whatever the fuck you want to do in your military actions.
But hang on.
All right there, General.
Let me finish.
Thank you for your service.
You did regurgitate, Anna, with respect, all the numbers given to you by the Hamas-run health authority of Palestinian casualties.
Really doofy from fucking Scary Movie sitting right in front of him, just like ready to serve.
Without any hesitation.
Which is confirmed by the Israelis, Piers.
Confirmation.
That was confirmed by the Israelis. You know that, right?
They were broadly confirmed eventually.
By the way, did you guys see the Scary Movie trailer? Completely random.
My point is, you seem very, very keen.
They
because the Hamas-run health ministry is
here's my
careful.
Here's my point.
Yeah,
Anna, here's my point. I don't understand your apparent keenness to downplay the ruthlessness of the Ayatollah or Cenk's enthusiasm for calling this guy courageous.
I'm not downplaying it. I'm just not going to regurgitate Israeli propaganda as you're doing right now, Piers.
Piers, can I have a word?
Jonathan Conricus. Yeah, Jonathan,
Yeah, I mean, since my country has been mentioned
like that
so many times by people of questionable moral backgrounds and motivations, I'd like to say a few things about my perspective.
Oh, that's rich coming from a
on
guy
where we
who
find
defends
ourselves.
the slaughter,
Anna,
the mass
I didn't
slaughter
interrupt
of
you.
innocents. Yeah,
I didn't
okay.
interrupt you. I didn't use
Well, I'm
bad
interrupting
language
you,
like
so
a
sorry.
little
I'm
girl like
interrupting
you
you.
did. So please
Tell
stay in
him.
your lane. I didn't interrupt
Scary
you.
movie 54.
And
Make
stay
your
out
point.
of mine.
Hurry up.
No, I don't have to
Make your
hurry up,
point.
and I don't take
Yeah, they
orders
definitely went to the well a little too much on that one.
from you, Anna. And I would speak because you've spoken a lot and you've said a lot of nonsense, and I want to give
Get that lady a respirator. Looks like she's struggling
my
for air.
perspective on what's going on.
Right.
And it's
No
ridiculous
one's been
to
able to,
frame
you know,
this.
debunk anything
It
I've
is
said, though.
ridiculous to frame this as something that is
Looks like she had Taco Bell for lunch. I mean, every other minute she's just going.
whereby Israel is in the driving seat. This is an American-led operation.
It is.
Where there are clearly defined goals by the U.S. that serve U.S. strategic interest. That's one set of issues that is separate from the ones that is relevant to Israel. There's a lot of overlap, but here's the Israeli perspective. We live in our national homeland, which we have about 3,000 years.
Why does he look like he's filming this from a place that he's getting his taxes done?
Years of documented and archaeological history that
Mr. Conricus, we have your W-2 ready?
that connects us to it. Yet we are surrounded by about 5 or 6 different terrorist organizations that are funded by Iran, by the Islamic regime, who all operate against Israel, killing our civilians, harassing our people, infringing on our sovereignty, and all...
You care about sovereignty? Wait a minute. Why? Again, if you're going to use the example of, like, you know, cherishing sovereignty, why do you keep doing this thing where you challenge the sovereignty of other fucking nations? Weird.
Conniving and trying...
Nightmare nacho fries
to
rotation.
bring
Nacho
about
fries.
the destruction of the state of Israel. These organizations,
Realize I'm hungry.
Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, former Iranian proxies in Syria, the Houthis in Yemen, Iranian proxies in Iraq, are all funded by, orchestrated by, and armed by Iran. And the overarching idea is to annihilate the state of Israel. The Islamic Republic has an outspoken goal, which they have been pursuing for the better part of 30 years, to destroy the state of Israel. They're not just saying it, they are doing it, and they have been enacting. They have been squandering the resources of the Iranian people. They have been mismanaging the funds of Iran, neglecting Iranian people, and they have been prioritizing militants and terrorists in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Judea and Samaria, in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, and other places around the world. Why? Because they have this feverish focus, this sick focus on Israel, trying to destroy and annihilate the Jewish state. When Iranians say we want to destroy Israel, we listen to it and we take it with real value because we understand that they're serious. And I'll finish with this, Piers. The motivation from Israel is we want to live in our homeland without Iranian terror organizations, without Iranian ballistic missiles,
Lebanon,
and without
Syria,
Iranian nuclear
Jordan,
weapons
West Bank,
that are aimed at us.
Does your
That
homeland
is the
include the West
objective that
Bank?
Israel
Does your
wants.
homeland include the West Bank?
Let me.
Finally, hey, Glenn, glad that you fucking showed up.
I'm going to come to you. I'm going to come to
You know, this is really propaganda in there
Judea and
first.
Samaria.
Gaza?
Yes, if you're asking about Judea and Samaria, if you ask about Judea and Samaria, yes, that is part of the Jewish
Right, which the whole
homeland.
world thinks is not yours, which the whole world
Well,
believes is not
that-
yours.
that's
You're the
absolutely
expansionist
disgusting.
state. You're the aggressor
No, we're not
state. You're the
expansionist
terrorist
at
state,
all.
and you're
We
financed by the
are a
United States.
people that came back to our homeland.
That's
we were
right.
expelled from it, and we came
please
back to our
don't.
homeland.
Okay, don't talk.
And I don't think
Jonathan,
we need
you've had a
to pay excuses
Jonathan,
for it.
I gave you good time, Jonathan. I want to let Glenn finish with a response to what you just said. Glenn.
I mean, this is the victim mentality. The whole world is against us. We just want to be a peaceful country. The reality is, it's not the position of the Iranian government that their borders should be expanded. It's the position of the Israeli government that their borders should be radically expanded, including into places and in ways that the United States government for decades under both Democratic and Republican leadership has said is a direct threat to American interests. Settlements in the West.
My comic shop just put a Harley Quinn cosplay mannequin up. that one of the guy's wives wears.
Bank annexing
Immediately thought of you when I saw it at the store. I was just like, oh fuck.
the West Bank, moving into Gaza, bombing Lebanon, expanding into Lebanon. This is the fanatical, expansionist, nuclear armed, dangerous power in the
almost 1,808,000
Middle East that the United States pays for, that American soldiers died for. And this narrative used to be dominant in the West, but people have seen the true face of Israel and U.S. support for Israel over the past couple of years. And you see it in polling, not just in the United States, but around the world, that people see Israel and increasingly the United States as the rogue countries that are the true danger to the world. As an American, I wish that weren't true. I'm doing everything possible in my power to change it. A lot of other people are as well, but that is the reality for now.
Okay, Goldie, just very quickly, because we've run out of time, but Polymarket are predicting in relation to the question, will the Iranian regime fall by June the 30th? They currently have it at a 41% chance with over $5 million in that market. That's a lot of money going down on this Iranian regime falling by the end of June. Do you share that optimism?
I mean, I don't really pay attention to Polymarket, but I'm going to tell you, Piers, that I have a feeling that the Islamic regime
The
is
fact that we go to betting markets for this shit really is just it's
fall.
Yeah,
by the Persian New Year.
I'm glad that our experiment in not just like countries, man. Like I genuinely think that when we say AI apocalypse, I think that this is it.
Here's spring equinox. That's my
Like we really fucked humanity in just a matter of under 20 years on this fucking planet.
prediction, March 20th.
And it's the internet. You think of the one thing that like came into our lives in this time frame that really fucked everything up.
And General Kimmett, what would be your quick response to that?
I don't think it's going to fall. Larijani has already said he's going to crack down. They brought back Wahidi, who founded the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Quds Force in 1988. At this point, there seems no fracturing in the IRGC or in the Basij. And
So the internet was a mistake.
but it could happen. Things
go on a limb.
General, may I buy you a beer? And
At least I know that, like, yeah, if there was no internet, I would have actually had a better chance at probably getting, an actual gig in radio, because radio wouldn't be obsolete.
When it's free, when Iran is free, you have to
I might even be, a host on WLS.
owe me a trip to Iran
Pep Talks Politics on WLS.
so I can buy you a beer and tell you I told
Well, I
you
look
so.
forward to it. And look,
Love that.
nothing would make me happier than for Iran to be a civil
don't blow 'em
society,
already.
democratic society that abides by human rights.
I love America so much.
This is a strong
What we're fighting
dictatorship,
towards.
and it's got a pretty strong. I would ask you, Goldie. I wish it was the case. Tell me how we get the IRGC, the Basij, and the army.
Yeah,
to
let's
lay
have a
down-
Canadian podcaster from Iran who celebrates America and Israel again like a cosplayer. I'm glad that he went to the most important person on this panel to get her take
on their weapons.
What are we watching?
Well, many of them are already laying down their weapons. It's President Trump's peace through strength strategy. A lot of videos have actually come out today, General, showing a number of defections. And for those
none of them are totally not AI.
who do not want to lay down their weapons, the only option is to exterminate them. And we Iranians are very grateful that United States and Israel are getting rid of all of these Islamic terrorists that have occupied our country for the last 47 years, because ultimately you cannot negotiate with terrorists who chant death to America and death to Israel. So I think the strategy is fantastic.
Goldie, I hope you're right. I pray you're right. I would love to see that. I'm just pessimist.
That's okay, General.
Okay, I've got to leave it there.
You owe me a beer.
I've got to
in
leave it
Tehran.
there. I think we'd all like a beer at the end of this if there was peace and
Is this who I
prosperity
think
for
it
everyone
is?
involved. That would be a wonderful pipe dream. Sadly, I think we're a long way off that. But thank you all to my panel very much. I'm joined now by...
Well, that's a perfect time to wrap that up. That was actually, you know what? That was a good panel. Peace through violence. Yeah, again, this whole peace through strength. Yes, peace through violence. Like literally, they are doing the Peacemaker thing, which the joke was hilarious in Peacemaker because of how absurd it was. I love peace so much, I'll kill as many people as I need to obtain it.
I know.
That was literally the fucking joke. Oh, wow. That moment where we looked at Peacemaker and Homelander and just went, those are the heroes that America needs. Holy crap. That's again, guys, just remember Homelander was supposed to be satire. Yeah, it turns out Skynet is super cringe. Dude, my favorite part is that there's some AI that like kind of just went like, yeah, we'll let you guys do this yourselves. We don't even need to step in. That was kind of funny, gotta say. But you know what? Perfect timing. So we are at the end of the PEPAGANDA 2-hour show today. I really appreciate you all hanging out. Make sure you guys do stick around for some of the fine programming that we have lined up for you on this space. If you guys also want to enjoy some more pep talks, then you guys can always come on my show at 4 p.m. Central here. Yes, it's called High on Politics. I hope you guys are able to join us. It's chill, but let's all breathe together. One breath in, one breath out. Let's continue to do that, and I will see you guys on Wednesday for Primetime Pep. Although I think that we have a pre-recorded interview this week, but we shall see. I'll catch you guys later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
I love Nicki Minaj. She was here a couple of weeks ago. She's so beautiful. Her skin's so beautiful. I said, Nicki is so beautiful. Her nails are they're like that long. I said, Nicki, are they real? She said, she didn't want to get into that. But she was so beautiful and so great.
So what is it like hanging out with Sean Hannity? Let me show you. It's barbecue, ribs, pretzels, sausage, and a beer, pickles, and baked beans. That's what it's like here in the great state of Florida, the free state of Florida. He's very generous, he's funny, he's fun.
Oh, stop.
And we're excited about the new podcast.
Very exciting.
Congratulations.
By the way, it's going to be R-rated this morning.
No. Is it?
Oh, I'm going to be real. Keeping it real.
Keeping it real with Sean Hannity. Hanging out with the Hannister.
Hello, humans. This is the February 2025 edition of your Power Report. I am Dan. I am making sure that y'all can even hear us properly. Sounds like you are. I could maybe be a little bit louder. Forrest, can you say something?
What's going on?
Okay, let me wait for the delay. Oh, you're good. You're good because you're on my main thing. And I'm just gonna raise mine a little bit higher. Yeah, and you can bring yours closer to like your natural position. I'd rather you, because of the tight focus here, I'd rather you move the microphone than move yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry about that dynamic. As y'all can tell, this is a crossover episode for the ages. I am here for possibly the first in-person Power Report since before we called the show's Power Report, when it was the Syndicate 23 political report during COVID, and Bam sees Sean and myself were talking about Trump bombing Iran. So it's been a while since we've had like in-person guests like this, and
I'm so happy that's over.
Yeah, it's been so
The news cycle just moves on.
The funny thing is there were so many things you could have meant there. Like there was COVID being over, or not like over, but of course like the lockdown period of it. It's still around. People wear your masks outside, and please like get vaccinated, get boosted if you can.
Before they make it illegal.
Remember when that was a joke? But yeah, like you could have been talking about COVID, but you're definitely talking about bombing Iran, which is on the menu once again. So that's lovely. But yeah, no. Forest is for reasons that don't need to be necessarily described, but it happens to be in town, and so it is great to have you here in person. So if we start yelling at each other and get like real,
it'll get physical.
If we get real meditative, yeah, exactly.
We'll lock lips. We'll lock hit.
As you can tell, it's been a great time. We had a little night on the town, as you will. Beer, sushi, poker. We did all those things, and by that
cigars.
I mean
cigars that look like little dicks.
Exactly, especially those ones. No. What was really was watching TV shows, Mad Men and Smiling Friends. So that's our poker. Our sushi was bodega food.
Those tacos are pretty good.
Very good.
I was like, I think I'm taking a gamble by getting the shrimp.
No. I'm just like angling it towards you a little bit more, but yeah, you're good.
I think I was like, I'm taking a gamble by getting shrimp right now, but
you got those are 3 shrimp tacos.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a tofu burrito, but so that'll be our sushi. The poker was Mad Men.
It's shrimp. It's the seafood. It's close enough.
Yeah, and the Mad Men was the poker, and the beer was
beer.
The beer. So, anyways, and it will continue to be. As folks know, we're not necessarily doing the streaming Power Report, although I felt like if you are a member on Twitch, you know that I use that to record the streams because they end up turning out really well on there for me to edit down. But yeah, don't tend to do streams, but this one just felt kind of fun. We'll do it live. It'll be a little bit of an old school thing.
Well, you can't go to Brooklyn, hang out, and not and not record a podcast. They actually now in the new Mamdani regime, right? If you don't record a podcast, they take off your hands.
Yeah, and if we have to do
also if you steal a joke, that's Sharia law now.
That's a real big issue in New York City as well. So I'm glad someone's finally getting on it. That and the poop on the sidewalks, which we actually will be talking about.
That actually is so
God
real.
willing, or inshallah. Yeah, I know you were walking last night, and literally it's like it's a. I love how you do the Jersey Club like pa pa pa.
I was thinking about skiing. I was like,
very similar thing. But we will be talking a little bit about
skiing in the Jersey Club.
We will be talking a little bit about Sharia law and Doggate in New York City in a little bit of time. All jokes aside, but yeah, we still have a proper
Sharia law.
Yeah, we still have a proper rundown here full of lots of things. I'll save the RFK video for a little bit later once we do some serious shit. And like need a little bit of a break.
It's not serious shit.
Later, we're warming up the voiceover. We're warming up. I think let's in a simple BAM fashion, let's start with the international stuff. There was a lot of the Board of Peace pieces, and I like this one thing that Sachi added to show how it looked like an intro to Curb Your Enthusiasm, because that was some stuff we were definitely referencing. #baldfuck. But let's see some of what Trump is doing over here at the Board of Peace.
And we
meeting.
certainly are. We're board of peace. Yes. My thing is, they said the other day when they were announcing it, they said, peace is the most important thing. And I said, peace stands for pedophiles, Epstein alive, pedophiles,
Keep going.
Epstein alive, check, Eretz Israel. That was my piece.
That was so worth the landing. Thank you. Oh wait, hold on. I muted the wrong thing. My bad.
I think we have to smile. A lot of good things. Does everybody like the music? Yeah, it's a perfect song. That's good music.
Does everyone like the music? And everyone's just standing awkwardly looking around. This isn't even all the world leaders either. This is they're missing a lot.
Kushner is a world leader now.
Yeah, that's kind of like the worst part of it. All right, they're zooming in. Marco Rubio's counts as a world leader now. This is all. Everyone's all around, except Netanyahu. It's like, you know, some of these.
Well, Netanyahu couldn't go because it's in Geneva. And
Oh, well.
They said that if he stepped foot onto Switzerland, they would arrest him.
God willing. But yeah, so again, Trump's board of peace, which is a complete sort of like scam of a concept, right? Like it is Trump gets to be the leader of it for life. It's only the countries in the world that are in active arguably corrupt deals with the United States that are on there. Like I saw Qatar, I saw the United Arab Emirates. I think one of these countries has a military base they're building near like Montana or Wyoming, where they get to actually station some of their like military members there. So that's just going to be an entirely funny thing.
It's $1 billion. If you want to be a member of the Board of Peace for life, you actually have to give Trump $1 billion. I'm not kidding about that. That's like one of the stipulations.
We live in hell. But you know, it's as we're doing these like, you know, fake kabuki theater sort of like Board of Peace things, and if there were any sort of just society, maybe Donald Trump would also be on that list with Netanyahu of people who couldn't set foot here without getting arrested. Maybe one day if the cholesterol doesn't get him first. But
you realize like Switzerland really does play its cards right, because it's like, you know, a lot of I feel like Switzerland has a lot of international bodies already in it, and now they're hosting in Geneva the Board of Peace. It's like Switzerland knows that no matter what the international order is, right? Like they're still like we will host some of it anyway.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Put your money here. We will not discriminate.
I did want to contrast the idea of the Board of Peace with what we're hearing right now. Of course, I have to do this every single time. We're recording at 2 Eastern in the afternoon on the 21st of February, 2026, and we don't know what's going to happen. We're approaching the 4-year anniversary of the whole Russia-Ukraine blow up, but we're looking, and this is the contrast I keep trying to get at, while we're talking about Board of Peace, Trump potentially going to war with Iran, which Freudian slip. Forrest was just talking about how the first we were talking about how the first
people call me the white Bam.
Yeah. Many people are saying this. No, but we were talking about how the first episode of Power Report was about this premise of Iran being attacked. And it's like, okay, well, the news just doesn't change. Yeah. And now we're full circle of like, well, that can mean a lot of things with COVID, with Iran. I told you I would get there at one point. But anyways, this is something you really want to discuss on here. I can, you know, find some articles or links, but like, you know, we can just like, you know, chat it out with what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they really have ramped up the military, like the actual like technology of it, right? So it's like you see more and more like military hardware being moved into the area of Iran. You see all of the you know, the giant carriers being moved into the Gulf there. Like it's pretty insane how fast this kind of stuff happens.
Basically everything that was done on the pretext of Venezuela, which they were telegraphing, oh, maybe we'll attack it, maybe we won't. We'll do these little like so-called like drug boat strikes here and there. All that stuff seems to be happening again with Iran. Just for instead of the drug boat strikes, there was the 12 days war that Israel and
where they said, oh, we took out all of their capabilities, right? Like all of their capabilities of building nukes, and or in any capacity or any kind of like their entire facility. And they actually didn't, because the facility's underground and no one can really tell how much the bunker busters actually damaged anything there.
Yeah. I don't know what Christina's responding EUWTF for. Hopefully it's like one of the things we played on video and not us.
Yeah, what the fuck, you guys are hanging out?
Yeah.
I think somebody said a slur in chat. Maybe that's why.
Oh no. That's terrible. Well, at least on thankfully in yeah, I'm not necessarily seeing anything in the StreamYard chat, so
but it might just be us. I don't know what Christina was referring to.
I don't think we're saying any slurs on air.
Yeah.
Anyways,
well, it's not my fault. I have early onset Tourette's, but only off camera. So
it's a special condition. It's the opposite of what Whoopi Goldberg has. Anyways, when we're talking about around here, this is a different situation from Venezuela. This is a different situation from a lot of other, these little couple-day expeditions or things where America doesn't really care about. It's definitely going to be different from Iraq. There's not going to get some they're going to obviously do the mission accomplished thing, but it's not going to work. Iran is just fundamentally, even as weak as its regime is, it's not the kind of, in my opinion, it's not the kind of place where you can just conquer easily, just based on the terrain alone, but also just the fact that, and we've talked about this on previous episodes of Power Report, and I'll end here and let you talk, but Iran is a place that is like anywhere else in the world not monolithic, and there's so many different opinions there. They're pretty united in disliking their government, but possibly even more united in disliking the United States.
Yeah,
or at least the leaders of it.
Well, and there's the government, kind of like one of the smarter things the regime there has done is a lot of people work for the state. So like if the government falls, right? Like if the top at least of the government falls and they can no longer pay people, like a lot of people lose their paychecks, which is like you want to kind of do that if you're kind of running like a like an authoritarian regime of any kind. You want to make sure that there's like buy-in from the actual population. Iran also has like a pretty decently sized middle class, although obviously with the sanctions and stuff strangling it, that's kind of changed. But a lot of people see themselves as, as more liberal middle class kind of people within the makeup of Iran. And it's it is not a monolithic society whatsoever. But also that doesn't have to mean that they want people to bomb them. You know what I mean?
This. I've made this analogy, unfortunately, before. I don't think I'm saying anything controversial here when I think the vast majority outside of the trolls that might be actually watching this, in which case, hi, please leave a reaction and a comment to this video. I'd really hate if you did that. But it's not controversial to say we want Trump out of office, whether it's, by 2028 or sooner, or, God forbid later. We don't want this, and the regime and the horse he rode in on with his base, we want them out of power. I don't think that's controversial to say. If another country were to come in and do that, there might be part of me that's like, okay, well, he's out of power, but I want the agency for that. I want the people in the side of this country to have the agency for that. It shouldn't be, let's go slight xenophobic here and say like Russia or China, or we can go to our allies and let's say, no, it shouldn't be Canada or Mexico who come in and get to decide and, put in their own person. We want that decision.
You think about it this way, right? When it's a different country.
Same with Iran.
Yeah. Well, Trump is going to put in either the Shah, which I think even some of the Shah's friends in the United States. I mean, he's never really lived in Iran.
The Shah,
his life.
Again, not to do that thing where I always warn in Power Report of making the wrong comparisons, but the Shah of Iran is like that one woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize in Venezuela. It's like, okay, mainstream media has been treating, in the United States, has been treating you as the rightful opposition leader for 2.5 minutes. But everyone already knows you ain't got the sauce, right? And that's the same thing with the Shah of Iran.
The difference between the Shah of Iran and Machado, right, is that Machado has actually lived her life in Venezuela, and like she's not broadly representative of the opposition. Of course, the opposition is a lot of different factions kind of coming together into like a consolidated mass. And the guy that they actually elected in the opposition was like 85 years old and is still kicking somewhere in there. But it's like the Shah has lived in the United States pretty much his whole life, like since his dad fled, right? So you have like this aged man that's been living in Maryland, I'm pretty sure, and then either Maryland or Virginia, like very close to the heart of American power, in like a mansion that was gated. That's like a very famous mansion, and he's been living there in the United States this whole time. So it's like you're calling for somebody. It would be like, you know, like imagine Russia decided. I mean, I don't think they have the power or the ability to do this, but let's say they decided to depose Trump, and then an American that's been living in Russia for the last like 40 years. They're like, oh, it's this American. It's our favorite American guy.
Yeah. It's not a. You don't even have to get into the specifics. So like that's a great point. The top level is the agency belongs with the people who live in that country. That's a consistent analysis you can have as someone who identifies as a leftist, as someone who identifies as a human rights advocate, that whether it's Palestine or the Congo or Iran or the United States or Venezuela or any part of the world, it should be the people who decide through fair and free, literal democracy, not just representative democracy where you have this weird electoral college thing, which we do have in the United States. So that, makes it interesting, but it should be the will of the people. And that is, I think, the fairest way that we have right now as like a global, planet of beings who organize ourselves in this way in order to do these things. But it's just it's very worrying to see how Trump might be preparing to do these things. He's given this whole, it might be 10 days. Maybe we'll come up with a deal. Maybe we won't. Either way, it's Trump positioning himself of like, okay, I'm going to call the shots for Iran, just like he's doing in Venezuela. So, I have a point about that I've made before that I'll say after Forrest gets in.
So it's either the Shah or it's the MEK, which kind of has even less claim to any kind of legitimate power, but they've been staying within like different places in Europe pretty much. They've been like an exiled group, and it's very funny that the Shah has some people on his payroll, and the MEK has a lot more people, including Rudy Giuliani, on their payroll in America doing their lobbying for them. So you'll see these people fight each other within the right to like decide who the rightful leader of Iran is from outside, like the rightful exiled leader of Iran. And a lot of times you'll see Giuliani like in his little like lispy voice talking all this shit about the Shah, being like, he's never even been to he hasn't been to the country since 1979. You want this guy to come in? This guy's a fucking loser. His family is no longer in Iran for a reason. That's why I support the MEK.
I love that you're doing this like particular voice with a list.
Yeah.
What I'm really understanding is that Forrest has got some really good vocal impressions, a range that I definitely don't. Okay, looks like chat is good. Also, hey, Pinkerbell, Pep Talks TV, Cosmopolitics. Paige Larson said, "Are we going to be at war with Iran for 20 years as well?"
I mean, if we were to invade Iran, yes.
Yeah, because like that's not the kind of thing. Iran's not the kind of country like they are. I hate the whole first world, second world, third world thing, but they're like a Russia or Iran or like, a Russia or an India or France or Germany where like, they may not have like all the nuclear weaponry in the world or like, like firepower in the world, but they can scrap like they could bump. All right. Like they have the ability to withstand that, as they showed, and again, like this is not an endorsement of everything the Iranian regime has done. But they, especially in the Trump era, have been incredibly sort of like, for the photo here. Yes, hello. Anyways, this is not to be like an apologist for the Iranian regime, because we've seen the sort of like human rights things that we care about on the show be violated in Iran. But in the Trump and, the Biden, honestly, era, they've shown a lot of level-headedness of saying like, okay, we're being attacked by Israel, first strike. We're being attacked by the United States, first strike. Our diplomats are being hit. Our proxies are being hit. And there might be some like, reasoning and logic for these things, right? But ultimately, they have shown a lot of restraint at times where other countries, other less level-headed countries, especially like the United States, would have attacked. And you know, like there's only so much you can do with that. So that point of like, can this last for 20 years? I'm not going to say that like Iran can outlast the American military as far as firepower goes, but they can cause very decisive strikes. They've shown their ability to withstand and penetrate the Iron Dome. They've shown their ability to, through the missiles that they send to other countries, namely Russia, they've shown their ability to develop and some of the most capable, I was going to say the most capable drones in the world, some of the most capable military drones in the world. So it's not going to be an easy fight. And, we have military bases up the Woosah up there. And so I'm not saying like Russia, North Korea, these are states that have the capability to, if on a bad day, they could launch nuclear weapons with the United States, probably maybe China as well. Iran is not that. But they can make it hell for military bases, and to make it all full circle, some of these motherfuckers who are sitting up here in the border peace, who are trying to do this deal with Israel on the side just before October 7th.
I was looking at, there's like this meme that was going around and had like, I'm pretty sure there's like 5 military bases at different countries around Iran. And it was like, why would Iran move their country so much closer to our military bases? American logic, the logic of American empire.
Is that similar meme that's like, why is your country above our oil?
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's right. And I think that there's also like a bit of a show of power in the fact that they've been able to telegraph all of their strikes on Israel or on US military bases to the extent they have, because I feel like telegraphing them to that level where it's like, okay, we're going to strike here, here, and here, and then they do, and it gets through the Iron Dome at points, even if they have to try to use like the Arab countries who they see as like the natural enemies. Although, after 10-7, I think that changed a little bit, but they still showed a pretty market ability to be like, hey, we'll shoot down Iran's missiles coming in Israel before they even get there. But I think through telegraphing it to that level, it's also in its own way a show of power, because if you're a country like let's say Iraq that used to send like the missiles at Israel, right? Like none of them ever got through the Iron Dome, and like none of them ever they never hit the exact place that they were intended to. And it's a little bit so it's like it is a show of power in itself to be able to telegraph your attacks.
Yeah. I was saying like this is the last point I was going to make a couple points ago, but I'm trying to get good at remembering these things. You're all good. Is that like we've talked many times on PowerPoint before, where like if you had a Trump or you had even like a Biden or any administration that tried to do multiple military excursions in different hemispheres around the world, like sun never sets on the British Empire type shit.
Yeah,
America ain't got that smoke like that. It's no longer like just post World War II, like the 1950s. We're not dominant like that. We don't have the treasury backing like that. We don't have the money, is what I'm saying. And especially we don't have the sort of like broad foreign support. Like I don't see a lot of different countries who are going to be coming to our rescue for shit that we got ourselves into, like fights that we like had our own problems with. So
well, I mean, and also the people that you would expect to come to the United States is to join a coalition with the United States, right? And some of them still, obviously, even if Trump is kind of shit in their mouths or whatever at this point, are willing to still do that. Like he leaked the text between him and Macron. It was like, we could do great things together in Iran. We can do great things together. Why are you doing this to me? And he leaked that text message.
Right.
Where he's like, but still, like the stuff with Canada, right? Like Canada's joined every war that we've joined, which they always try to use as like a point to be like, what do you mean we're your best friends? It's like, yeah, I don't think the United States thinks of it that way. The fact that you joined the Iraq war and killed a bunch of Koreans, like I don't think we're not thinking about it as transactional as you guys are.
That's real.
But I feel like Trump's purposely antagonizing the people that he would most need. I mean, besides Israel, obviously, who he's just kind of blown every chance he gets. But like, the countries that usually would make up the United States as a imperialist coalition, he's done pretty much everything he possibly can to antagonize them.
Agreed. There's been this little thing, and I was, flipping through TV in the morning, in the afterglow after we woke up this morning, and but I was, watching Fox News, as I always do, in my post-coital mornings.
You can't believe you said those things about Mexicans after watching Fox News. I knew it was bad for you.
It's that's why we weren't recording. That's the best part, right? I mean, you signed the NDA before bed, right?
Oh no, I think I just broke the NDA.
Well, my people will be in touch with your people. But we were watching Fox News and they were talking about this, fake controversy, I want to say, in between the Pope and America joining the Board of Peace, and like it was kind of ridiculous. I'm gonna play it here and get folks' reaction. And let me just make sure. I gotta do some special sound work to make sure that we can hear it on our end and y'all can hear it on yours end, and you don't hear feedback. So sorry for the delay here, but one sec.
In our time, the weakness of multilateralism is a particular cause for concern at the international level. A diplomacy that promotes dialogue and seeks. In our time, the weakness of multilateralism is a particular cause for concern at the international level. A diplomacy that promotes dialogue and seeks consensus among all parties is being replaced by a diplomacy based on force by either individuals or groups of allies. War is back in vogue, and the zeal for war is spreading. The principle established after the Second World War, which prohibited nations from using force to violate the borders of others, has been completely undermined. Peace is no longer sought as a gift and a desirable good in itself, or in the pursuit of the establishment of the ordered universe willed by God, with a more perfect form of justice among men and women.
So that was very, I don't know, like that's in flowery, religious language. But
Cut it off before he said, "Go Bears."
The Bears.
The Bears.
For those know Tim Pool, but yeah, it seems, like the antithesis. I mean, sorry, the main synthesis of that is that the way the so-called Board of Peace is acting, acts individually as countries, is the antithesis of, the Christian version of peace.
Yeah. Well, it's also, it's just Trump trying to build his own UN, especially like the whole point of the
his
UN,
whole UN, yeah.
Like the point of the UN is every country gets. I mean, it hasn't worked this way, but every country represented in the world, and sometimes they really don't get represented because we're like, oh, we don't recognize that as a country. But let's say, hypothetically speaking, it's pretty much every country in the world coming together to solve problems in a forum where they can all have an equal say, or at least an equal voice. I mean, does it work out that way? No. But is that still something that it feels like an overall good? Yes. And the point of Trump's thing is like, just the fact that you have to pay $1 billion and Trump's like leader for life already kind of undermines the very point of something like the UN. Because it's Trump's voice that matters. Trump can kick anyone. It's in the rules. Trump can kick anyone he wants out of the Board of Peace. It's like, that's the exact opposite like concept of the United Nations.
Yeah, it is.
I said it like it's one nation. I said United Nation instead of United Nations.
The United Nation.
That's Trump's Board of Peace, the United Nation.
That's
one.
The United Federation from Starship Troopers. It's just like all the countries have come together. So yeah, I did want to know, just like, for the record, that it's less bad in other places. Because here's a country for, I gotta remember not to do that. The former South Korean president Yoon Suk Yeol, who had done a similar sort of like trying to challenge the democratic election things, has been handed a life sentence in jail. Just like, less than a year, actually just a little bit over a year, after his own moment where he declared martial law in a late night televised speech, claiming that anti-state forces sympathetic to North Korea were coming in, and like a pretty much a blatant power grab.
I love that that's their version of like when when someone's like, they love Hamas, they're coming into the country, they love Hamas, or they're like, oh, they love Mexico or Russia, or like one of the countries that we have like antagonisms with, like their version is just North Korea. They're like, they're sympathetic. they like those other Koreans. They like the ones without the star, where the star-bellied ones, and the other ones don't have a star on their belly. You know, like the Sneetches.
The world's wild like that.
I was thinking about this though the other night because recently, I think it was like a month ago, we covered Memories of Murder, the Bong Joon-ho film, and it's
on Movie Night Extravaganza.
On Movie Night Extravaganza, the movie podcast that me and Cosmopolitics, the person from the chat that said ew, but no, I was thinking about the fact that movie takes place in like the 80s in the backdrop of these large democracy protests that happened in South Korea after like you know, their second dictator basically had stabbed their first dictator, you know, like let him bleed out on the side of the road after a late night party where everyone was partying, and it took a violent turn, I guess. And you know, they remember having a dictatorship, and they remember that vividly, and like the inability to express their democratic you know, democratic ideas and principles within the memory of the lifetime of like middle-aged Koreans, right? So they take the democracy a lot more serious because they remember what it's like not to have it.
Yeah, I mean, it also reminds me of the Bolsonaro situation in Brazil, especially too.
But again, it's another country that within our lifetime, the you know, but within our lifetime has had within the lifetimes of people that remember it, has had a large democracy movement that, you know, that overturned a dictatorship and remembers what it's like to have a dictator. And I feel like the U.S., nobody in our in our country has that. You know, so like when it comes time to stand up for democratic principles, I think there's just an assumption that anything that happens within, I mean, an automatic assumption that anything that happens in our country, as people are still saying at this point, the greatest country in the world, like, you know, if we do it, it's democratic by default.
I absolutely get what you're saying, because there's, you know, this overall thing in business and organizing referring to institutional memory.
Yeah.
And very clearly the United States has not got it. We've had it. That one quote from the Fairly Odd Parents, they've had it too good for too long.
I mean, it's hard to have it, you know, this has been a country for 250 years, I guess, this year. And it's like, it's hard to have institutional memory for that long.
Oh yeah, just on the basis of like physics and humans not living.
Yeah,
for
and I mean,
years.
like,
but also like, you know, there's just like, I think I always go back to George Washington, you know, my favorite and the least racist president we've ever had. No, I'm kidding. But this whole thing of like, from the beginning of this country, I don't like these founding fathers arguments because they're often made by like constitutional originalists who are conservatives. But George Washington was spitting when he said political parties are a rot, and we should like absolutely work against that kind of like infrastructure, because once you make facts once you, like, you know, in a lot of American history, rights have become a partisan issue. We claim to be, you know, a country where all men are created equal, and then women don't get the right to vote. And then, you know, white non-landowners don't get the right to vote. And then, you know, of course, black people, there's been poll taxes, discrimination against Asian communities, indigenous communities, Central and South American communities. Like, of course, like all this stuff is like kind of continued to sput it on, right? But like, of course, they got all that shit wrong. But the thing about political parties and the way that from making rights into a partisan issue all the way to, I think in 2020, when Trump made the pandemic a partisan issue and masking a partisan issue, like we are so beyond this. Like we're really like past a point of no return with a lot of this different stuff.
Yeah.
And we need a lot of these people out of office. Like, and like just out of the body politic in general, kind of as a result. And because like, I guess like I say all that to say that what Washington was predicting, like it was so apparent in the beginning of this country, and for 250 years, for multiple generations, people, and again, like it goes back to that original thing of who are the original people who were able to vote: white men who are landowners and have a lot of wealth and power.
Yeah,
which like is a direct line, pretty much.
Which, by the way, Washington was the largest landowner in the United States.
Yeah,
at the time.
So it's like, you know, like game recognized game on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But power can corrupt the political system in America as it's set up, even if it was set up as it was set up back then. But you know, through everything they had, and it's kind of a miracle that for, you know, 250 years or whatever, or yeah, like it worked.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about the Washington's factionalism speech, which is what you're talking about. It's kind of it's pretty much the same idea as like when Eisenhower stopped being president, and the last thing he gave was the military-industrial complex speech, where it's like somebody who had probably done more than anyone to create these conditions steps down, like is done being president, and his last speech is like, guys, the thing that we've just been doing, that's going to go bad. Because at that point, right, the end of Washington's presidency, one of the reasons he didn't run for a third time, and we have the third term tradition. I mean, he wanted to go back to his farm as
the second term tradition by
yeah. But like we have a tradition of not letting presidents run for a third term. Like we have 2 terms and that's it. Is because by the time,
and we only codified it after FDR. I know people are going to mention that, but just be fair.
Yeah, but that was like kind of a tradition, which we're learning under Trump. A lot of these things are just somebody did it earlier, so that's kind of the way we do it, right? They're kind of uncodified principles. But until FDR, there was no, like, nobody had run for
so did derail.
But people had run for a third term. No one had gotten a third term. Because like Grant ran for a third term. There's been like a few people that have run for a third term, but so that speech about factionalism reminds me a lot of the military industrial complex one, where it's like somebody recognizing as they step out of power that like the thing that's happened for the last few years that they've kind of participated in more than more than they'd ever admit, right? They're like, hey, I'm just warning you guys, like, what I'm leaving behind is bad. Like, because that was the point where, Jefferson had split off from Hamilton, and Adams had taken the side kind of Hamilton, but not really. And that kind of created a situation where Hamilton was able to, kind of negotiate. He was so like pissed off with Adams by that point that he kind of threw his lot in with Jefferson the next election. Like the factionalism thing really did kind of break down really fast. It was like a wheel coming off of a cart, and
that's real.
Now it's everything, right? Now just breathing is a partisan issue.
That's very real. There's one really good thing you're like, light bulb you're unlocking there, but maybe I'll come back to it. But it's just like good points overall.
Well, I want to say one of the chat comments was Brazil's dictatorship ended in 1987, and I had to double check it. So did South Korea's. So it was kind of like the year of democracy, but somehow that doesn't really get telegraphed to us the same way, I guess.
Yeah, and like 87, like that's like much closer to when Forrest and I were born than when our parents were born.
Yeah.
So like that's like very recent institutional knowledge there. That's important.
That a lot of people bled and died for in the streets. Like let's be real about that, right? Like we talk a lot about something like Tiananmen Square or something where the inability to kind of fight the state and create some form of democracy that seemed like it was nascent, kind of got crushed in that moment. But like allies of ours were kind of like sending tanks to the streets and fucking killing a lot more people than China had in the Tiananmen Square like incident.
I do want to update a little bit on Gaza before we like kind of like shift out of world news into other things. As we said on Power Report, as Bam predicted, Trump freed Palestine. That being said, Israel is stepping up attacks and a land takeover across the occupied West Bank. This is, of course, in addition to the settler violence that has been happening since before October 7th, but it's really ramped up really like after the ceasefire and really caught a lot of folks' attention. And another thing,
they codified the ability to do it pretty recently, right? Like I'm pretty sure they had a thing with it was like, oh no, we can kind of take whatever we want.
You might be right about that. I haven't I'm
not a large follower of Knesset politics, and they would have done it regardless. But
yeah, like again, like that's one of those things where you were talking just a moment ago about how Donald Trump like his administrations have shown how a lot of these different practices that we have are just traditions and not like things that have been codified. Israel's kind of on the other side of those things where like, okay, we don't have to like codify these things in law because we're all on the same page. Like, like fuck the brats.
But over time, right? They slow drip them. So it's like for the longest time, they're like, oh, Israel's the Jewish state. And then in 2015, I'm pretty sure is when or 2018, I can't remember which year, that's when they passed the nation state law that they've been trying to pass for the longest time. And people are like, I don't know if we want to put it down on paper. This is a Jewish state. And, the prime minister must always be Jewish, even if we allow people in the Knesset that are Arab. Like this is a Jewish majority state. That's our principle from here on out. And it's like everyone was on the same page as far back as, the first like Ben Gurion, like, right? Like Ben Gurion was but he was smart enough not to put something like that on paper, and people would still like hold up Ben Gurion and they're like, just look at our socialist prince.
I mean, that's kind of the point I was saying. And
Yeah.
like the last thing I want to mention here as well.
Yeah, see,
is
they legalized
that,
annexation about 1 to 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and also want to mention that the Gaza death toll, according to Lancet, was a third higher than official figures. So they have done a number of reports in different cases here. I think earlier on, like maybe halfway through, before Trump did the quote unquote ceasefire, they had predicted it could be as high as 150,000 people. You can just move the mic if it's like you have to like reach around it and stuff.
Give it a reach around.
Anyway, I knew I was walking into it when I said that. But let's see. I'll just read from here. The number of quote-unquote violent deaths in Gaza during the first 10 months of Israel's genocidal war exceeded 75,000, far higher than the official figures at the time, according to a new paper published by the Lancet Global Health Journal. The Gaza mortality survey estimated 75,200 quote-unquote violent deaths in Gaza between the 7th of October and the 5th of January 2025. So that's like even a low figure considering the dates between October 7th and January 5th, 2025, and we're now nearing the end of February 2026.
Yeah.
And so, the numbers the Lancet was talking about a lot earlier, that was like, it could be near 150,000, I think is very likely. And, I remember right when October 7th was like, when this like latest Israeli crusade into Gaza and the occupied territories in the West Bank started after October 7th. I remember seeing news reports that were like, okay, Hamas's ranks could be anywhere between 20 to 40,000 people. And Bam and I were like, sus. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
But even if you take that as face value, the upper end of that estimation was 40,000. The conservative estimates of deaths are 50,000. The likely deaths as of a year and a month ago are 75,000. And we're getting all these other stories around about apparently like, thermobaric bombs having been used in Gaza that we didn't even keep track of.
Yeah.
That are capable of heating human bodies to the tune of 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, temperatures that are like as hot as the cores of stars, to the point where there are no remains
Which
left.
you sound crazy if you talk, which very real thing. They're like Israelis are still relying on the fact that being like, oh well, they've dropped bombs that heat the bodies to the point where like the bodies no longer can even appear. You almost sound like an insane person just explaining how those work, and it's like they're relying on that as part of their strategy.
I have a little bit of a point on that. I think like it doesn't sound like I guess it depends, because like I knew about thermobaric bombs that have been used in the context outside of October 7th, been used by, possibly even America, actually. I don't forget exactly where I remember it, but I've known about thermobaric bombs for, the time I've been studying, political science and political economy seriously, which is, I started in college 2014-ish, something like that. So good 10 or 12 years. And so I've known about these things existing, but there's always, and I spent a lot of this past month talking to normies. It was very relaxing. I recommend folks do it. But I would get on certain things. I've talked about this ability of like, I want to hear what people are saying and not necessarily get into political arguments as I would when I'm doing this Dan for the Internet character. But I would hear these people, and when you get down to their logic, like they assert something, like in this context, I was sitting next to a flight with some pretty wealthy folks who were on a golf trip to the middle of the Pacific, and they were saying, I don't know how Elon Musk is able to deploy Starlink in places like Ukraine and Iran without the United States' permission.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, wait, I'm sorry, you think that and I tried to use the words like, you think that the private sector needs the public sector's permission to do things internationally? And
it's also insane to pretend that he doesn't have the U.S.
But like that's what I'm thinking, right? Like, so like obviously my opinion is Elon Musk is not sending Trump texts on like, okay, can I do Starlink in Ukraine? Can I do? He kind of does whatever he wants, because in any context he does whatever he wants and deals with the consequences later. That's one of the worst things about like tech overall. But what I'm getting at, like the overall reason I went into that whole diatribe, is that like people don't want to believe how badly the systems have crumbled. a lot of people believe a lot of different lies about how society works, and oh, there's checks and balances. There's different. Oh, it can never get that bad because in a lot of these cases, they've been able to live life to a comfortable or ignorant enough sense to feel that these systems are always in place and protecting them. And I think that goes back to this thing about like we have lived 250 lucky years in this country.
Yeah.
And I say we, you know, not neither necessarily us or our ancestors, but like, you know,
I have the
and the
song
universal
from,
in the
I have the
country.
song from Nashville stuck in my head because someone was talking about Nashville earlier, like that I was texting. Like we had to do something right to last 200 years. I don't know if you've ever seen the Allman movie.
No,
it was happening.
If you ask me if I've ever seen a movie, the answer is probably not. I'm not as film expert as you are.
It's like an Allman movie that he made in 1975. So it was like on the eve of the bicentennial. So like the song is like, we must be doing something right to last 200 years, and now it's 250. Like we've fallen farther and farther away from any kind of institutional memory of what it takes to maintain democracy, I think.
And you know, like to the little extent of democracy that we do get, we're being able to see these you know, like Epstein class cabals that are, you know, have their hands in so many different aspects of government and finance and industry and business and tech and, you know, policy, all the way down to connections behind the company that takes yearbook photos for kids in most of the United States.
Yeah.
Like it's just, you know, so like in response to your point earlier about how, you know, people seem to believe Trump, or people seem to like have these different things codified or whatever. The way that happens, because I think I've always been kind of, especially since Trump got elected, I've been like, what were the people around the world in democracies, in America and England, you know, in Germany, whatever, what were they thinking in, like, you know, before World War, like, you know, in that low period in the 30s before World War II really started kicking off? Like, what were they thinking? How are they acting? And it was this like numbness. It was this belief that, oh, that can't happen again. Oh, we've passed that. Like, oh, it can't happen again. And I think that's just like the biggest lesson that if we make out of this, we got to like continue to hammer on that, like, never again wasn't enough. Clearly that didn't work. It can't happen here is something that we can never take for granted as a built-in, like, you know, democracy in society. We need to actually build the last thing. We need to actually build the safeguards and have the accountability to make sure that there's some teeth behind these, you know, new first principles, make sure this stuff doesn't happen again. Thank you. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it can't happen here. It was like one of those things where, even like as a slogan at the time, it was like, you know, I don't know about all that, because, you know, you look at like FDR and the, you know, the point a little bit before, like between the two world wars, when FDR, you know, took power, one of the first things that happened was like a coup attempt where they tried to get Smedley Butler to be basically the man on a white horse for the business interests, you know, like the business plot. And FDR downplayed it at the time because he didn't want to freak people out in the middle of the Depression that, like, hey, they could have kind of cooed me, like, right as I started launching New Deal programs. And it's like, I don't know.
No, truly.
Oh, one other thing I wanted to touch on with the Lancet and the Gaza Health Ministry numbers is that it never took into account the health ministry numbers, right? Never took into account like any of the secondary starvation, disease, any kind of you know, the inability of people to get to hospitals who had, you know, lifelong conditions. Like that was one of the big things about when the pictures of the starving children started coming out, one of the first gotchas that Zionists tried to pull, they were like, oh, well, that person actually had that health condition before. And it's like, yeah, but I don't think starving them helped. You know, like, I don't think starving them helps their fucking health condition, dude. Like,
yeah, it's like, hey, you're accused of murder. It's like, well, I shot someone with diabetes.
Yeah.
It's like, yo.
No, or like, I mean, it's literally the George Floyd thing where it's like, you know, so you put the knee on someone's neck and they suffocate. It's like you test their urine and like, well, there was fentanyl in the system, and it's like, yeah, but that's not what killed him. We saw what fucking killed him. We saw the knee on his neck. You can't turn it around and then say, oh, it was actually a fentanyl overdose. We saw it wasn't a fentanyl overdose. And even if it was a fentanyl overdose, and you stuck your knee on someone's neck, part of the whole thing about a fentanyl overdose is that you stop being able to breathe. That's why watching that video 60 times last year was
Inside joke. We were talking about black people not wanting to watch those videos of trauma and then forcing white people to like eyes wide shut style watch like the George Floyd video hundreds of times. All right, let's go off of the world stuff. I think that was a lot. We covered,
we are the world.
We covered quite a lot of things. We talked a little bit about Cuba in the beginning, right? I think we like.
I don't think we didn't talk that much about Cuba. We talked about
we did Board of Peace stuff. Let's like. I'll give you like one moment on Cuba, and then we can go on because like that's also in the sphere of things that Trump is talking about potentially acting on in a Venezuela similar sense. I don't know because we're sending all the Venezuela troops all the way to Iran for this next little boondoggle.
Yeah,
but like the fact that there's oil
that is a saving grace. I mean, not really a saving grace, but about Trump versus like the Bush era neocons, right? Where it's like Trump doesn't have the attention span to maintain. Like he doesn't have the attention span to send troops into a country, do the thing. He says
actually like hold it.
Yeah, and actually, well, the Bush administration sucked at holding it, but yeah, I mean, like at least try to finish the job. He's like, oh, we got Maduro, that's enough.
Yeah,
but
like I just want to mention the oil shortages, like because the way the Americans are seeing this is like, oh, you can no longer fly to Havana because there's no jet fuel for the planes to fly back. So that's
all in the steel beams.
Yeah, that's inconvenient for us. But there's been a blockade of Cuba. There's a flotilla that a number of different people are doing, similar to the Gaza Freedom Flotillas, to go and deliver some aid to Cuba. But in a country that uses oil for electricity production, obviously for the movement of vehicles and transportation and commerce, and this is not this oil. It's it's a blockade and sanctions similar to what have crippled Iran and made it to a state where their capital city is having troubles getting fresh water to their people. In Tehran, of course, in Iran. But Cuba is going through very similar things as well. So I just want to set the stage on that and kind of talk about this in the context of America first foreign policy.
Yeah. Well, we call it a blockade. I mean, it's an embargo, and it's an embargo that goes in and out, right? Like it's always an embargo. It's been an embargo for 60 years, but for a while it was an actual blockade. The blockade kind of lessened after a certain amount of time. After that, right, there's been times where you're allowed to bring in humanitarian supplies. A lot of times because we've sent planes in to bomb stuff, and then it's kind of been a deal that we've had to make with Cuba. But you've been allowed to send humanitarian stuff because it violates international law to strangle somebody to that level. So you're sometimes allowed to bring in humanitarian stuff. It's countries sell oil to Cuba. One of those countries, obviously, one of the biggest ones is Venezuela that was selling oil to Cuba. One of the big parts about instead of putting Machado in, keeping Delcy Rodriguez, is that they've now had to stop selling at least like the main shipments of oil to Cuba. So we're already using our and they've kind of been it's Marco Rubio that's kind of been pretty open about like, hey, we can use the Venezuelan situation we've created to fully strangle Cuba as much as possible, at least. So the oil embargo completely devastates any kind of to a country that was already having electrical problems and like often had to cut off their electricity at certain times and was having like a pretty extreme levels of deprivation. And I'm not saying that they've always handled it in the best way possible, but like it's largely caused by like the giant country 90 miles from their shore.
It's like what we said before, like countries, people deserve the sovereignty. Cubans deserve the ability to choose their government in Cuba, etc. Soul Life in the sort of semi-live stream chat that we're doing here was asking, didn't the U.S. block Mexico's aid to Cuba? I wasn't able to find an immediate article on that, at least at time of recording. I did see
they did. I think one of the big things that Sheinbaum and the Trump administration were deciding on is that pretty much they got threatened that if they supply anything to Cuba. This is what I remember.
I have an article over here. So like, okay. I just want to contextualize with that. Al Jazeera was reporting as soon as February 12th, 2026. It's the 21st. So a little over 10 days ago, that 2 Mexican ships bearing humanitarian aid docked in the harbor of Cuba's capital, Havana, as the United States continues efforts to cut the island from outside fuel supplies. And this is from Al Jazeera staff and Associated News agencies helping them out there. And there's still some talks, like, Mexico is still working with the United States on figuring out exactly where, how the aid works. But yeah, at least, my cursory Googling, and Forrest is looking right now too.
I'm pretty sure there was I'm glad that Scheinbaum did it. I'm pretty sure that the story a couple weeks ago was that the Trump administration was threatening Scheinbaum, to end the kind of unsteady peace they've kind of brokered together if they were to send humanitarian oil to Cuba, which was kind of a big part of the thing. Which obviously Mexico has oil reserves, Venezuela has oil reserves. Like that's a lifeline. It's a pretty big one.
Yeah. Any last words on Cuba before we move on?
Any last words? No, I think I'm good.
Sick. I want to go to this article. It's a really good article, and it's like it's not a paywall, but you need to be subscribed to Hellgate, a New York City local media outlet.
Which, if you live in New York City, by the way, and you have the money to subscribe to Hellgate, it's a very good organization.
No, yeah, I compare them to for our West Coast heads, LA Taco. They're really good at just covering the culture of things to do while you're going out, good food spots. But they've also done some of the best local journalism, especially at a time when a lot of these local news outlets, like the I don't know, this little rag called the New York Times and this one little random scrap kind of like Mad magazine called the Washington Post have gutted their local news agencies.
Yeah. Well, Hellgate was when Zoran was appointing Tisch during the election. They're one of the few local news organizations willing to actually hold his feet to the fire
while supporting Zoran during the primary. So there's some really good work there, and I don't really rank a news outlet on the politicians they support, but I say all that to say they were
pretty instrumental in breaking the corruption, Eric Adams corruption story.
That too, yes. I say all that to say their article right here, New York City is drowning in dog poop, was very needed. And there's a lot of anecdotes here because there's a big snow in New York City, and then the snow kind of led to freezing with freezing temperatures and wind chills that hit the negative Fahrenheit, 20 and things like that. And the first sort of piece this article goes: for the past week, I've measured my life in frozen turds. 3-block walk to the subway, 10. A trip to Whole Foods, that's a 30-turd journey. Crossing the street to buy milk at the bodega, that's 5 lovely clumps of shit that I have lovingly named "Get Me the Fuck Outta Here" and ASAP. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because Fat
Randy.
Yeah. I don't even know what to call him at this point, but basically, there was a tweet from someone named Nadine Kiswani. I'll read the tweet and then I'll want you to give some context to who this person is, because fuck if I know. But let's get this off of there.
Being a young man, I just thought that the company treated you that way because that's how you should be treated as a human and as a worker. Little did I know that was not the case. You got to take it because they will not give it to you.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
I believe that we have got our guest on the line. Really excited for this conversation. We're going to be talking about the Volkswagen contract that was just ratified by UAW members in Chattanooga, Tennessee last week. The contract provides for a 20% wage increase over the next few years over the term of the contract, a reduction in healthcare costs, and more. We've got a clip from when they began voting that's really cool. Let's play clip 1 for you.
8, 7, 6, 5,
I felt really privileged and honored to be the very first person to vote today after all these years of the struggle.
UAW.
That was from the first. That was when they began voting, and we also have a clip of them announcing the vote result. That is very, very emotional and exciting to watch. Let's play clip 2.
We had 75% show up for the vote today and yesterday. And out of that, 96% says yes.
For people that are just listening to us on audio, I think that the emotion still comes through just in the audio, but you really should find the UAW on Facebook or Twitter to watch the videos. It's incredible to see. Here to talk to us about it is Steve Cochran, a worker at Volkswagen in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and the UAW Volkswagen Bargaining Committee co-chair. Steve, welcome to the program.
Hello, and thank you very much for having me today. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. It's just an exciting time for the workers at Chattanooga Volkswagen, and we're ready to get this thing going and start changing people's lives.
Absolutely. Well, brother, it is an honor to have you on the program. I want to dig into the contract a little bit, but before we do that, could you talk to us about why you are a supporter of the union and why you decided to devote your time to being on the bargaining committee? And maybe you can talk to us a little bit about what it was like being on the bargaining committee. I know that there was a lot of work that went into that. So give us kind of your spiel about why you support the union and why you've been on the bargaining committee.
Well, the story goes back many, many years. In 2000, I actually went to work at Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company and joined the Steelworkers Union. And being a young man and stuff, I just thought that the company treated you that way because they should. It's the right thing to do, and that's how you should be treated as a human and as a worker. Little did I know that whenever I decided to further my career with the auto manufacturer, that was not the case. You got to take it because they will not give it to you. So shortly after I hired in 2011 at Volkswagen, I decided that it was somebody had to do something. We had to get together. And we had to change some of this actions and change some of the ways people are being treated. It was just a bad situation. So we just started calling around, and we decided to settle with the United Auto Workers, and they come down here, and they taught us so well, and they pushed us real hard, and we had a couple of small margin defeat in 2014, 2019, but 2024, it felt really, really good. You know, people out there need to be treated right. And not everybody wants to be stand up front of everybody and force people to adhere to just common courtesy and just doing right by people. So it takes leadership to do that. Mm-hmm. Most people just want to come to work, do their job, go home. But whenever you have a management person making their life miserable at work and telling them they're worthless and just putting them down all the time, it gets to the point where people just can't take it anymore. So that's why you have to form a union in order to get the company and their people to stay in line. It's not nothing that's adversarial to the company. It's not about being mad at the company. It's not about being, they're terrible to us. It's not about being greedy. It's just about wanting certain rules the same way every day, treated with dignity and respect, go home to my family, and enjoy my life.
Right. That really speaks to the truth of a very famous union saying that that a bad boss is the best organizer. And I think y'all had a little bit of that at Volkswagen in Chattanooga. But like you said, it's not even to say that it has to be adversarial. I mean, my brother Adam here, He works at a progressive nonprofit here in Alabama, and he and his coworkers organized not because there was a bad boss, but because actually they've got a pretty good relationship with their employer, and they wanted to make sure that they could secure that and maintain it in the event that there comes a change in management, right? And so actually, even though a bad boss is the best organizer, I mean, that is going to be the situation where most people are motivated enough to organize. If you are in a situation where you actually do have a really good boss, somebody who really actually does care about your employer, about the employees, that is the best situation to organize in, because if they are genuinely good, they'll be fine with you organizing. They're not going to fight you on it, and contract negotiations might go a little bit easier than they went at Volkswagen's. It took a little while, but y'all were able to get it. Can you talk to us a little bit about, logistically, what it was like to be on the bargaining committee and all of the work that went in to representing your coworkers across the table from Volkswagen?
Well, so I've bargained some other contracts in the past where I used to work at Goodyear. So this is a new experience. Those were blackout contract negotiations. The bargaining team would leave, be in total silence, wouldn't talk to anybody, nothing come out, come back, and then explain to everybody what they got. And then they allow the vote on it. This here was a transparent way of doing so. You communicate with the workers, you were on site, you were there for them, any questions, what's going on, constant back and forth communication. Granted, most of the time, the truth is not, it's not pretty. It's not, you can't put it up on a billboard and stuff. The truth is just the truth, and it's hard just to sell the truth when it's nothing exciting. So times went on there where nothing exciting was going on, and you just had to tell people the truth. You're working on this or working on that, and that makes it difficult, but at the same time, it's the best way to do it because you're being very transparent with your workers and your people, what's going on. The biggest struggle was the response time from Volkswagen. They were, in my opinion, slow to react. Hey, this, and it took them a week or two. It's always next Wednesday or 2 weeks, we'll get back with you. And that slowed down things a lot. Some people say it was strategy. Some people say it was disrespect. That doesn't even matter anymore. What matters is that we stayed the course. We stayed strong. We stayed together. The workers stayed with us, and we got a heck of a good contract, man. It's really, really exciting. And honestly, there's things in this contract that people don't even realize what it's going to change about them. And I'm excited for them to learn, as we do too, going through it.
Yeah. I'm excited to talk to you about it. One more question before we move into some of the details of the contract. Is there anything that you feel like people should know about what it's like to participate in this process? Because as you know, very few workers in the United States have a voice on the job or have any power on the job. And so it's difficult for them to kind of imagine sitting across the bargaining table from their employer as equals and hammering out the conditions under which they're going to work over the next few years. And so is there anything about that experience that you would want to share with people who don't work in union firms?
Well, what I would say more than anything else is that you have to look at it like it's a different situation than it is on a normal day-to-day inside your workplace. Meaning that, like at Volkswagen and other non-union places, the boss, they're the man. They can tell you what to do, how to do. Your job's always a little bit in jeopardy all the time. When you be going to these rooms and you sit down and you talk to the same people, you got to get it past your head that they can't do that now. They can't retaliate against you. They can't do that stuff. So it's a difficult time in the very beginning to go, I disagree with you, and this is why, because it's speaking truth to power, which is very difficult when you don't have the protection of a union. But once you get past that, man, you start realizing that there is some mutual respect there. It'll flow into you regularly and stuff. And it's really good feeling.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that the power and the confidence that unions can give workers is something that really is undervalued, I think. We really like talking about, y'all are going to get a 20% raise. I mean, that's great. But I think that so much of the real value of a union is that respect and power and security that you get on the job through those protections that you're going to get in the contract. So let's talk about that. Can you give us some of the highlights? What are the top lines that you feel like most people are hearing about and people are excited about, and then we'll go into maybe some of the things that you said that people don't even realize yet.
Well, of course, it's the raises and the health care reduction and stuff. Those are immediate for the people, so they're going to see those things immediate and stuff. They're really excited about it, and being able to wear, UAW team wear and stuff. We have that in our contract too. That's going to be exciting for people right now also. But just being able to have a voice and say, hey, that's not how we're supposed to do things. And so now we have to do it the way the contract says. I mean, for example, production workers, they have a job they have to do every single day, the same way every time. Standardized work. Well, at any time, they could change their standardized work based on what they needed as far as personnel-wise. Well, this guy here today, you can do this and do this. Well, it's not designed that way. It's not engineered that way. It causes quality issues, could cause injuries to someone's body and stuff, so it's way out of whack. Now that's changed. Now you have the right to say, I only have to do this part. I'm not going to jeopardize the quality of the car. I'm not going to jeopardize the quality of my health just because y'all managed not to have the number of people we need to do this job. Those are things they're going to see immediately, and they really talk about a lot.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
In particular, the press release mentions as things that improved from the October's supposedly last, best, and final offer from Volkswagen. The press release that mentions that there are new product commitments, there are right to strike enhancements, and stronger safeguards against plant closures. So can you explain a little bit about what those are specifically?
So the product allocation and stuff, that it was never, we're going to get this new model, here it is. That wasn't what we were trying to get, and that wasn't what we achieved. What we did achieve was that the company committed to making sure that our plant is successful and employed over the next decades. And in doing so, they have to put more product and more stuff and keep up with technology and everything. And that's what job protection is. That's what product allocation is. That's great for us. I've never seen it in a contract where a company says, we guarantee we'll do something to make sure that your job's protected with more product or whatever it has to do for decades. The word decades is actually in the contract written by the company. And it's just amazing. People don't even realize how big that little sentence is. And as far as the like protection for plant closure, plant selling, and all these things, during their last, best, and final, they had a word in there that was very, very vague. It just meant that, if it's practicable to keep the plant open, we will. If it's practical to make sure the union goes with the sale of the plant, then we'll do it. Now that word has been replaced with impossible. So now, if it is impossible to keep the plant open, we can close it. If it's impossible to not sell it, we won't. So that's the thing people don't understand. It's just that one little word is how these contracts mean so much. So the word impossible is a great win in our between the last, best, and final and the settlement agreement we signed with them.
I mean, those are pretty different words. I think. I think a lot of people would feel a lot more secure in their job if they had a commitment that we'll keep going unless it's impossible rather than impracticable. So that really does. It would seem to cut out arguments about, we could keep this open, but we're only going to make 10% profits, and we really want to make 15, and so we're going to close it and we're going to go make more stuff over here. Really closes that avenue for the company, and so that's really, really exciting that y'all were able to get that after Volkswagen said that the October offer was their last, best, and final. Why did y'all keep pushing even though they said in October, this is the best you're going to get?
Well, it's pretty simple but complicated at the same time. if you can't protect what you're gaining in the contract by protecting the jobs and protecting, the plant closures and selling everything, what good is the entire contract? So even though we've gained a lot of stuff in that last best and final, there was no protection for it. There was nothing saying that, if something is wrong health and safety wise, you can't stop the plant. You just got to keep doing it no matter if you get injured or not. That we're like, we can't do that. There's, well, if we find it impracticable, we're just going to shut the plant down and leave. So what good is a contract? What good is that? We would have fought for all these things and we could lose it the day after we signed it. So we had no choice. We went to our membership and said, hey, we need y'all to vote in favor of a strike before we can do a work stoppage and we can actually go after these people and show them that we mean business. And lo and behold, the workers did exactly what they're supposed to do. They gave us a strike vote. We went to come with their strike vote, and that absolutely changed the entire conversation during that last best and final offer. That strike vote brought them right back to the table, and we went right back to work. And I'm thankful for all the membership of Volkswagen that gave us the authorization to strike.
Yeah, that dynamic, I think, is really important for people to understand, that y'all had to kind of show your mettle to the company that yes, nobody wants to strike, right? I mean, that's just not something that most people want to do, but you do in most cases at least have to show that you're willing to do it. Otherwise, the company is not going to take you, they're just not going to take you as seriously, because if they don't think that you're willing to walk out, then what's their reason to give you more?
Yeah. So, and that's true. And they're going to be tested, right? We're going to be tested again sometime in the future. We always are, but strikes are not the best answer.
Right.
It's your last answer. They're like, look, we want to work together. We don't want bad relationships with the company. We want to do this fair to everyone, and let's just work together. But when the company says we're not going to work together, it's the only tool left in your toolbox.
Mm-hmm.
When you've done everything else, you try to plead with them and say, no, we're not doing anything else. That's when it's time to stand up and say, you know what, this is just the way it is. I mean, it happens all over the country, but nobody wins from it. You may get the stuff you're asking for, but the relationships are always damaged whenever you do go out on strike. It's not helpful to the relationship, but it is a very necessary thing whenever the company side doesn't want a relationship.
As we're wrapping up, I've got one more question for you, but I wanted to give you an opportunity. Is there anything else in the contract that we haven't touched on that you want to make sure people know about?
Well, the one thing that they really need to understand is that more than anything else, you now know your work rules for 4 years. They're not going to change based on someone's feelings. They're going to change based on, well, now we need it this way. Oh, now we need it that way. It won't change because of business need. You have work rules. We're going to follow the work rules. We're going to make sure the company follows the work rules. That way, it becomes a lot more calming factor inside the plant and be more efficient and stuff. Anytime you go to work and you know what your job's going to be when you get there, when you're going to go home, and when you're going to have to not be there, it makes your life a lot easier and a lot less stressful. My brothers and sisters will learn this. They'll learn this over time. And they'll think back like, wow, I didn't even realize that I was so distraught in my life because of the way my work was. And I can't wait for them to realize that. And it's exciting to me to know that's what it's eventually going to be.
Yeah. So, my last question for you, brother, is that, anti-union types are going to argue that that this deal gives you too much and it does not allow Volkswagen to make enough profits. I actually saw something just last week in response to the ratification. There was a news segment from one of the local stations in Chattanooga, and they had reached out to an economist at UTC, I think University of Tennessee in Chattanooga, and he was like, well, Volkswagen might not expand now because they got to pay these people so much money. So it's kind of a hit and a miss. They're getting a little bit now, but they might lose a little bit later. Is that the case with Volkswagen? I mean, do they make enough money to afford this contract?
Well, I would say that it's pretty simple. A Google search or whatever search that you want to use will understand that Volkswagen is number one, number two, back and forth, richest car companies in the world. They do very, very good for themselves. They have Audi, Porsche, Lamborghini. They're doing very, very well for themselves. And all the naysayers out there, just look at our contract. Don't listen to anybody. Look at the contract when the company said, and we didn't write this, the company did. We commit to putting product in our plant to make us successful for decades. Why would they put that in there if they thought the contract was too lucrative for the workers in order to make investment there? It just doesn't make sense. So I just call it, it's a nothing burger. It's just smoke by the anti-union people that don't want you to have something. They don't want you to share the neighborhoods with the rich executives. They don't want you to be on the lake with them with your boats.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want you to have things. They want you to keep you down and keep you pushed down because it's better for them. So that's all that it is. And it's just nothing. Time will tell. They were all wrong. I challenge every one of those people who say it's not going to work to come back and give out a public apology when it does work and we prove them wrong. I would say that none of them will, but I will. I'll do it. If they shut our plant down because, it was just too expensive, and he's like, well, I will. I know it's not. They know it's not. They just want to stir up trouble. They want to cause us not to have the power we need in the workforce.
Well, Steve, I've enjoyed talking to you. One more, and then I'll let you go if you haven't, unless you got anything else that you wanted to say. But over the course of the last 6 months, there's been some. There's been some attempt backed by a management side labor attorney in Chattanooga to decertify the UAW. Where do you think, where has that effort stood throughout the last 6 months? I mean, was there ever any there with that effort? And where does it stand now, you think, with this new contract being ratified?
Well, as far as the decertification goes, talking to our people inside of our plant stuff, it's never really a major worry for us. But at the same time, the people who have that want, we got to figure out why they do and try to make it better for them too, make them better understand. I have no information at all about how close they got or didn't get, other than what the news reporter here in Chattanooga, that one of the people leading the decert, he actually said that we are almost halfway to getting what we need to file for a decert. Well, you've been doing this for 5 months and you're almost halfway. I would say they don't have a chance. Now that we have ratified a contract, they can't decert for 3 years no matter what. They can't file a petition or anything. That doesn't mean we should get quiet on it. That means that we, the union people who are pro-union or anything else, we need to find these people and talk to them. Yep. Find out why are you so against us and find out why and try to alleviate some of those fears or some of those anguishes they have in them to make them understand a little better. That's all. They're not our enemies. They're just people who think different than we do, and we should go try to figure out how we can think together.
That's a great attitude, brother. And I've read a couple of books about nurses union organizing, and one of the strategies that those nurses unions employed was they recruited the leader of the anti-union campaign during the campaign. There was a campaign and there was a worker leader on the anti side. And so, the pro side won, they unionized, and they asked the leader of the anti campaign, there was like, look, I mean, you're going to be working under this contract. You've got some following. Why don't you get with us on the bargaining committee and help? You're going to be working under it whether you like it or not. Why don't you help us negotiate this contract? And I think that attitude is very similar to the one that you have here. And I think that's the right attitude to have. You want everybody in the plant now to be a member of the UAW, and I think that you're going to be working towards that goal. So, Brother Steve Cochran, worker at Volkswagen in Chattanooga, co-chair of the UAW's bargaining committee up there. Thank you so much for your time. Is there anything else you'd like to leave us with before we let you go?
All thing I got to say is that if you're unhappy at work and you think there's a better way to do it, reach out to a union organization, try to get unionized to make your life better. Don't give up and quit and run away and find another job, because the next job will be the same way. Stand up, fight for what you believe in, fight for your workers' rights. Everything will be better for you in the long run. It is my pleasure to be on here with you today. And anytime you need me back, just let me know and I'll come back.
Yes, sir. Will do. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
They say, okay, you don't have to be in here, but we have snacks, drinks. If you don't want to participate in this meeting, you can go clean the facility. Who's going to go in the southern heat and clean when they can sit in the AC, eat and drink?
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
We've got our next guest online, so we'll go ahead and talk about that. Last year, 120 workers at Canfor Southern Pine in DeRidder, Louisiana, filed a petition for a union election with the Central South Carpenters Regional Council, Local 3101. Subsequent to that, the company hired the union-busting consultants at East Coast Labor Relations. That name may sound familiar to listeners of the show because it is the name of the business that Joe Brock owns. Joe Brock is the supposedly liberal union buster who we had a conversation with on this program earlier last year. In an effort to bring more awareness to the union busting industry and the tactics that they employ, this year, in partnership with Labor Lab, we'll be interviewing workers at workplaces where the employers have hired union busters. This week, we start this series by talking to Randall Sanders, a worker at Canfor Southern Pine who was fired by his employer for organizing. He now works for the Carpenters Union and is continuing to work to organize his former job. He joins us now. Randall Sanders, welcome to the Valley Labor Report.
Good morning, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, brother. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us this morning. Before we talk about the union busting that happened at Canfor, could you talk a little bit about why you and your coworkers decided to organize in the first place?
A lot of empty promises. We were all told we would have a certain line of progression. Certain things were promised, and the promises just never came to fruition. And as time went on, we started that place up. We did a really good job of it, all of us together. I'm really proud of the work we did there. And as time went on, and basically Canfor had a model to run this facility, they decided they didn't need as many of us as they did to begin with. And they slowly but surely just started letting everyone go. And we saw the bigger picture, so we all decided to organize, and we all decided to try and take this to the next level, so we weren't done that way anymore.
And so why did the layoffs start coming again? I mean, was there like automation in the plant, or was there less? What was going on that precipitated the layoffs?
Certain people in management didn't like certain employees. We were outspoken, and we tried to hold them to the standard that they had made for themselves when they hired us.
Right. And so once the campaign went public, you know now at least that your employer hired a union busting consultant for $4,000 a day. How long was it? Like, what were some of the first signs that you noticed that they had hired these guys?
Well, they terminated me before they brought the union buster in. I was placed on a final warning 5 days after I had the first meeting with Canfor employees and the UBC, Central South Carpenters. We're now Southern RCC. So they terminated me before then, but I've dealt with many of our employees at Canfor that have gone through these union busting, I guess you would call them seminars, meetings. And so I asked them, what was going on, and it's all the worst case scenarios. And the simple way to prevent them from misinforming everyone is just to educate yourself. That's the first thing I would advise anyone before they attempted to organize any facility, is everyone, the employee base, needs to educate themselves. They need to educate themselves, and they will know exactly what's coming from that point further.
Absolutely. And had you and your coworkers heard about union busters and these anti-union consultants before?
No, we hadn't.
So it came as a pretty big surprise. How soon was it that you and your coworkers realized how much they were being paid?
Those numbers came out. I'm not sure. I think I really have to get back to you on that. The number came from a few employees there, and then another source. I was not there personally.
Right. Yeah, well, one of the sources that we know that they were being paid $4,000 a day is that these union busters are required to file with the Department of Labor, and so they have to disclose how much they're getting paid, and so that's at least how we know how much they're being paid. What were some of the what have been the reactions to that number among workers at Canfor? I mean, are they, are they surprised at how much money these people are getting paid, or what's their reaction been?
Oh, absolutely. And you can just imagine the reaction when the company has absolutely no money to give an employee a raise, which they had promised when they were hired on, but now all of a sudden they have $4,000 a day for a union buster. You can just imagine what that reaction was like. Yeah, pretty heated.
You mentioned that the union busters have done some of these, captive audience meetings. What are some of the things that they've told workers in these meetings?
Oh, just all the worst case scenarios. That it would be about 7 years before any of this would get resolved. So we had some folks inside. We told them, ask this man, well, could you give us, instead of the worst case scenario, could you give us the average scenario? But he had to go back to another meeting that he wasn't even scheduled to be in on his day off, just to be in that meeting to get that information to the rest of the workers. So then he asked, well, who's paying you to be here? Because they said they're completely non-biased. They're just there for the workers. And they said, well, Canfor is. So he gave him basically like a Bob and Tom scenario. He said, well, if Bob comes to me and says that he will pay me to tell the truth, who he likes more, me or Tom? Who am I going to speak the best for?
Right.
Who's paying me? So these captive audience meetings, they actually started before the union busters got there. But that's when we had started this campaign, and we were becoming more informed of our rights. So they changed the captive audience setting, because before, when the first captive audience meetings came about, what they said was they shut the plant down, everybody report to the break room, everybody report to the training center, these two places, and everyone had to go. And all they had was information from another labor union, and all they wanted to do was just talk about how bad this labor union was. So those were captive audience. After we were informed of our rights, what they did was everyone come in on the clock. They say, okay, you don't have to be in here, but we have snacks, we have drinks, and the AC's on. If you don't want to participate in this meeting, you can go clean the facility. Yeah.
Wow.
Who is going to choose to go out in this southern heat? We're in the deep South, if you can't tell by my accent, the deep South. Who's going to go in this southern heat and clean when they can sit in the AC, eat and drink?
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate. You mentioned that, and I think that they probably switched that up because at least currently the NLRB says that captive audience meetings, ones that you are required to go to, are illegal under the National Labor Relations Act. And so making it at least, facially non-mandatory is kind of how they're skirting around some of those regulations. Was there anything else that the union busters or the company did during this campaign that you feel has been unlawful?
Oh yes. So we filed a petition, and when I say we, I'm now council organizing rep for the Southern RCC. But at this point, I was still a lead in operations at the facility. So an email was sent on Monday that we were petitioning for a vote. By 4 o'clock that evening, they had sat on a computer, rewound cameras, and went back 72 hours and found me standing in a walkway, literally in a walkway, performing a procedure that everyone there has done 1,000 times, and they terminated me. Yeah, that's pretty unlawful in my eyes.
Right.
They have targeted so many union supporters. I've literally got salary individuals telling me that they have proof on their phone of other salary individuals trying to monitor these meetings that we had off the premises, asking who was there, and if this person was there or this person was there, they're going to get fired. They've painted targets on everyone's back. Now that we've gone to the National Relations Labor Board, that has calmed down. That has calmed down drastically, but they are still every day coming up with a new tactic just to target everyone that's wanting to organize and have their own voice.
Right. What would you say were some of the consultants and your employers' most effective talking points for flipping a pro-union person to being against the unionization campaign, and how would you respond to those talking points now?
The main thing that I've seen, and you have to understand that I'm new at this, but what they're going to say are benefits. What they do is they go to the employee and they say, this is what you could lose. This is what we could take away from you if you decide to organize and speak for yourself. And what I've learned is the benefits only get better when you go union. So you have to educate these people. It's the difference in going to Walmart and Sam's. The more people you have, the cheaper the product is. You go to Sam's, you buy in bulk, you get it cheaper. We have 550,000 members on this North American continent. No one can get benefits as cheap as we can. But the employer is on the other side saying, no, we don't have to agree to this. We're going to take your bonus. We're going to take this. We're going to take that, all the way down to hard hats and safety gloves, which aren't benefits. Those are something you have to work. Right. So the main thing they're going to threaten everyone with is what you could lose, what you're going to lose. And do you even trust this union that you don't even know? Because they're going to try to tell the employee, you don't know what they're going to say at the bargaining table. And that is a lie. That is false, because the union forms, the employees form their own government, and they have president, vice president, stewards, trustees, wardens. They are present at this bargaining. They speak for themselves. They sit at the table. They know what the company says. They know what we say.
Right.
The main thing you could do to anyone that is trying to organize a facility is, first, they need to educate themselves so they know how the company is going to come at them, and they know what's true and what's not.
Well, I mean, I think that's, I was going to ask you what your advice would be for workers in a union campaign, to effectively combat some of these anti-union talking points. But I think that you did it. Is there anything else that you would want to say as far as, for the workers who are still at CAN4 and still trying to organize with the carpenters, or anybody else who is being subjected to these, anti-union consultants and some of these anti-union talking points during a campaign?
Stay strong. Don't let anyone convince you that what you believe is the truth is not the truth. And the good Lord is always on the side of the oppressed. It's going to be okay. We're going to get this done, and we're going to take care of everyone.
Brother Sanders, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Is there anything else you want to leave us with before we let you go?
No, sir. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for taking the time. We've been talking to Randall Sanders, a staff organizer for the Southern Regional Council of Carpenters. He was he worked previously at CAN4 Southern Pine in DeRidder, Louisiana, before he was fired for supporting the union effort when last year 120 workers there filed a petition to have a union election. Appreciate Labor Lab for partnering with us on this segment and look forward to many more. I think that we've got one already lined up next week, where we will be talking to a North Carolina social worker about their union campaign and what the anti-union consultants did there. So really excited about this being a recurring segment on the program. And again, thank you to Brother Sanders for taking the time.
And I hope Mr. Brock feels real good about himself.
Yeah, it's funny, Mr. Brock, on our program, said that the good unions, the good ones, are the building trades and public sector unions. Those are places where he reckons, if you got a building trade union and you got a public sector union, you should vote yes in a union campaign. That's what he said on our radio program. And now his company is attacking a building trade union campaign. I mean, it's very funny what happens when you're getting paid to have a position on
$4,000 a day, I guess, does sway your mindset.
I have never gotten paid. I mean, look, who knows what would happen if we got paid $4,000 a day? I don't think we would do that. But it's a pretty penny.
That is a pretty penny. It's sad, though. It's real sad. I like to sleep at night.
Yeah.
Might be broke, but I'm sleeping at night.
That's right.
Knowing I didn't harm workers.
Yeah. Free American says the union busters usually like to stress dues and strikes. Yeah, that's another one.
Again, they never explain the democracy aspect of that or how that process actually works. They just try to use fear. And dues are, absolutely one they harp on as if people can't do the math for themselves. It's we're going to be talking to the Volkswagen worker, here in like 15 minutes or so, and their dues are going to be something like 1% of their wages, and they got a 20% raise by organizing. So I think that's the that's the math that you got to do. Is 20 bigger than 1? I think most people say yes. I have a math degree, so I'm fairly qualified to give you an answer on that. 20 is, generally speaking, larger than 1.
We were done. That's what we were told last year when they attacked Iran's supposed nuclear sites. We had obliterated their program, and it would never be able to return. This has been so recent that I don't think we have any union press releases, union statements about this issue yet. But I do know that unions have, at least over the last 5 years or so, been much better than they used to be on the issue of war. Actually, it used to be, if you read a little bit about union history, the labor movement was pretty traditionally split, with probably a majority of the labor movement being supportive of many wars. Talk about Korea, you talk about Vietnam, you talk about Iraq. There's always a thread of the labor movement that was oppositional to war, but I think at various times you've had a majority of the labor movement being supportive of the war because of various wars, because more war means more war jobs. Right, you've got people working at Boeing and Lockheed Martin and stuff whose jobs kind of rely on this sort of stuff. So the unions that represent them have in the past been incentivized to support a very aggressive foreign policy. I do think over the last 5 to 10 years, though, the labor movement has really, the mainstream of the labor movement has trended in a much more positive, pro-peace direction. And so we do anticipate seeing from various unions and probably from the AFL-CIO statements over the next week or two condemning the Trump administration's actions in Iran. I actually had somebody ask me what I thought about it yesterday, and or maybe it was the day before, but while the saber rattling stuff was happening, before the strike actually happened, and my thoughts were very minimally, I thought we were done with it, right? I mean, that's what we were told last year when they attacked Iran's nuclear sites, supposed nuclear sites, was that we had obliterated their program and it would never be able to return. We had knocked their nuclear program back to the Stone Age, and now we're done. Bing bong, we're done. That's what we were told. And so now we're being enlisted
the United States into a broader conflict with this country that we supposedly eradicated the nuclear. It's just totally, totally ridiculous. Adam, I know that the foreign policy stuff is much more, I don't want to say it's in your wheelhouse. You're not a foreign policy expert by any means, not to insult you. But yeah, this is something that is definitely, you track it more closely than I do. And in part because, foreign policy was a big part of your kind of politicization. And so you've read about the history of American conflicts in the Middle East, but it's worth, I think, before you give your comments on what has happened over the last couple of days, reminding people about how we overthrew the democratically elected president of Iran in 1953, I believe it was, and maybe just explaining a little bit of what happened there and how the situation that exists in Iran today is really a result in large, you can trace a line from America's actions in the 50s.
Yeah, that's right. And you're right. Issues of war and peace really contributed to my political development. I was raised very conservative. I was raised, coming of age during the Iraq War, post 9/11. I think I was 12 when 9/11 happened. And so you can imagine going into high school, I went into ROTC. I thought, I might even join the military myself after high school. And, I was told by our administration and by a lot of folks in authority that the folks in the Middle East hated us for our freedoms. And, basically they were backwards and that they were always fighting, wanting to fight us, wanting to fight themselves. And there was just nothing we could do but just blow them up. That was the only real way to deal with things. Turn the Middle East into glass. I heard that from a lot of grown-ups growing up. And, then I started reading history. And I was just always curious about history, and I like to read. And it was my favorite subject in school. And so I was learning more and more about the real history of the United States foreign policy. And, as a teenager, I learned what you mentioned, that the United States, along with Great Britain and allies, particularly through the intelligence agencies like the CIA, overthrew the democratically elected government of Iran in 1953. And what prompted this is that the government of Iran wanted to nationalize its oil resources. Oil obviously being a pretty important resource in most Middle Eastern countries, including Iran. And, they thought it would be a good idea for their country and their citizens if the wealth of that resource, went to them rather than the British and the Westerners. The oil was owned by what eventually would become BP, a company that we're all familiar with. Many of us remember their famous pollution of our Gulf years ago. So, that happened in 1953. The government was overthrown there. What replaced it was the Shah. And this was a, monarchy / military dictatorship that was backed by the West, by the United States and our allies. And, the United States, Israel, and others trained and funded and supported his secret police, which was quite brutal and helped to impose his 26-year reign over the country of Iran. And, during that time, there was a interesting mix of, the dictatorship, while at the same time trying to quote unquote Westernize or quote unquote modernize, and of course, extreme inequality within the country. All these things fan the flames of revolution.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tblr.fm/donate.
And in 1979, Iran had a revolution. You can dig deeper in terms of who was involved in that, and the different forces at play. But what eventually happened is that Islamic forces, theocratic forces, were able to take power in Iran and have been in power there ever since. And of course, once that happened, you had the Iran hostage crisis. Iran and the West, were bitter enemies basically from that point on. But that didn't stop some really interesting things from happening. During the 1980s, as this new theocratic government was taking form in Iran, and was kind of the bad guy in America's eyes, it was fighting a really terrible, brutal war with Iraq, its neighbor. Well, Iraq was governed by Saddam Hussein. Many of us learned about Saddam Hussein during the 2000s or during the 90s, during the Gulf Wars. But during the 80s, Saddam Hussein was an ally of the United States. He was funded and armed by the United States and its allies. And so, Iraq and Iran were fighting a nasty war, very, very, very brutal war. Many civilians killed in this process. There were chemical weapons used. And ironically, the United States actually was also selling weapons to Iran during this time period. So I guess when you back both sides of a war, you're always going to come out on top either way. Certainly the weapons manufacturers did. And so that was part of the Iran-Contra scandal, where the Reagan administration was selling weapons illegally to Iran to fund warfare in Latin America, where United States and allies were also killing people in Latin America at the same time as folks were dying in the Middle East. All of this happening in our name and with our tax dollars. And so, it's this environment of longstanding, tangled webs of alliances, coups, civil wars, dictatorships backed by our tax dollars, by our military machine. All of this has festered for decades. To bring it back more to the more recent past, the Obama administration did reach a deal with the Iranian government regarding its nuclear program. It seemed like things were kind of calming down in terms of tensions, but that was upended during the first Trump administration. He withdrew from that deal. Many may remember his famous assassination of the Iranian general during that term. And, during the Biden era, it never really, they weren't able to put things back together. And so here we are today with more conflict. And it really troubles me as someone, who was shocked and appalled by the war in Iraq, by the way that our government lied to so many of us for the sake of profit and greed. And it's just remarkable how we can trace the roots of this violence back to, these acts of greed and empire and exploitation. And we as working people deserve so much better. Many working class activists over the generations have stood strong for the cause of peace and international cooperation, because we as working people have more in common with each other around the world than we do with the bosses and billionaires in our own countries. And it's they who start these wars, and they expect people like us to go and fight them. And, so the last thing I'll say is I really want to commend the UE, United Electrical Workers. They put out a statement last year, and it was called "For Jobs, Peace, and a Pro-Worker Foreign Policy." And if you haven't had the time to check that out, I really strongly encourage you to, and I commend them for their leadership and for their real bravery in speaking the truth about what is done in our name and with our tax dollars, and the violence that is enacted across this world that has made us all less safe and has harmed working people here and everywhere.
You just saw a clip from the Valley Labor Report. We are live every Saturday morning from 9:30 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. And we pride ourselves on keeping all of our content free to everybody so that we can talk to as many working folks as possible. If you support the work that we're doing, you think that it's important, you think that it's good, then consider making a monthly contribution to the project, and you can do that on our website, tvlr.fm.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
So, folks, we got to talk about the Crockett-Tallarico primary. It's coming up on March 3rd. We're only a handful of days removed from it. I think it's time for us to talk about it, right? Because I have some concerns. I have concerns. And I think we should maybe just discuss it a little bit, okay? So, hopping right in, what is the state of play at the moment? Well, right now, there's a lot of confusion about that because two competing polls came out. One showing Tallarico ahead, the other showing Jasmine Crockett ahead. These polls are being used by, Tallarico's camp and Crockett's camp to show, yeah, we're doing good. And I think that that's interesting, and it's not surprising that this is going to be a close one. I want to point out here that my concerns about this race don't stem necessarily from electability. They stem from concerns about the candidates. So let's dive into it. What exactly do I mean by that? Number one is when I look at Tallarico's campaign versus Crockett's campaign, Jasmine Crockett's running some negative ads. Let's take a look at one of them right off the bat. Okay.
Most politicians talk. Jasmine Crockett fights. When Trump and Abbott rigged the system for their donors, Jasmine Crockett takes the gloves off and hits back. They fight for the rich and powerful.
And as you can see, this is up until this point, I'm fully on board. But now I'm kind of like, what? Tallarico fights for the rich and powerful? Like Tallarico, Trump, and Greg Abbott are all on the same team? Because I don't believe that. That seems blatantly dishonest. Or at least framework that strikes me as particularly dishonest,
Crockett fights for us. And
it's not a big hit piece on Tallarico or anything, but it's a significant thing to run as one of your official campaign ads. And I would like to compare that to, we can go take a look at one of Tallarico's ads here, and we'll go through his ads, and I haven't seen anything like that from his camp yet.
When I was 28, I almost died. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. When I picked up my first insulin prescription, it cost me $684. I couldn't afford that. Most Texans can't either. So when I got to the Texas House, I took on Big Pharma and capped insulin at $25 a month. I'm James Tallarico. I know what it means to fight for my life. I approve this message because in the Senate, I'll fight for yours.
And like, that's pretty indicative of where a lot of his other ads are. You know, you've got, oh,
billionaires don't just influence politicians, they own them. That's why I don't take corporate PAC money. It's why I fought to cap campaign contributions. In the Senate, I'll ban billionaires from making unlimited secret donations. I'll stop members of Congress from trading stocks, and I'll raise taxes on those at the top to fund tax cuts for the rest of us. I'm James Tallarico, and I approve this message because our government should work for all of us, not just billionaires.
oh God, I clicked on a Biden video. Biden jump scare. Jesus. God. But you can kind of get the vibe difference here. Like there's, look, it's not a like campaign ending thing from Jasmine Crockett's camp at all to like have an attack ad in like her campaign roster. But I do think it's an important data point, right? Let's take a look at something that I care deeply about, their positions on Israel and Gaza, okay? I think that's important to note. Let's take a look. We're going to play a clip from the debate that they had. I would take a look at the debate they had, but it's getting copyright struck all over the place.
She is going off a Politico article.
She's going off a Politico article? Do you know which Politico article she's going off of? Of Tallarico supporting billionaires?
Lady, white check mark emoji, green heart emoji, if you got it say puff puff pass pass. What a relief it is, face exhaling emoji.
Thanks for the $10 super chat. And thank you for the $5 super chat as well. I don't know which Politico article you're talking about, but let's take a look at their positions on...
Well, let's turn to foreign policy. Ms. Crockett, I have a question for you. What conditions, if any, should be placed on U.S. military aid to Israel? You have 60 seconds.
Yeah, so when it comes down to aid, I want people to understand that right now, again, we have an enforcement issue in this country. We have rules. If there is a violation of international law, then we are not supposed to continue to send the money. We are supposed to stop the money. Right now, our issue isn't whether or not we're writing enough laws. Our issue is whether or not we are actually going to enforce them. And right now, as we have Republicans that control the House, Republicans that control the Senate, and a Republican in the White House, unfortunately, there's a bunch of cowardness instead of courage to decide that they are going to say, this is the reports that we have, and therefore we need to enforce the law. I'm happy to say that in May of 2024, I signed on to a letter that was led by Representative Jayapal. That letter actually went to President Biden. It was specifically on this issue and saying, President Biden, you don't need to authorize further munitions at this moment because there is evidence that there are problems and therefore there are violations of international law.
Mr. Tallarico, same question. What conditions, if any, should be placed on U.S. military aid to Israel? You have 60 seconds.
As an educator who has fought for children, seeing what's happening in Gaza makes me sick to my stomach. I quoted a theologian the other day who said, I screamed at God for the starving children until I realized the starving children was God screaming at me. God is screaming at all of us in Gaza as we speak. Yes, Israel has a right to defend its people, certainly after October 7th, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu does not have the right to wage war against civilians. He does not have the right to restrict aid. He does not have the right to use famine or collective punishment as tactics in that effort. And so I have said that if I'm in the United States Senate, I will use every bit of this country's financial and diplomatic leverage to end the death and destruction in Gaza, which means banning offensive weapons to the Netanyahu government and ensuring that we have candidates all across this country who are going to speak the truth about this issue. And I have done that repeatedly. I would not vote to Benjamin Netanyahu that he is currently using to slaughter children in Gaza.
So that clip, I think, is interesting for a few reasons. right? You don't need to be religious to restrict war crime stuff. True. But part of Tallarico's entire personal ethos, as well as the tact he's chosen for this campaign, is essentially billing himself as the dagger in the heart of Christian nationalism. The idea that he puts forward that Christian nationalism is a profound and deep perversion of what it means to be a Christian. And then he actually makes the case for that in his campaign speeches. And I think this is one of the cases in which I think it's a pretty savvy strategy. On the other hand, Jasmine Crockett here in this response is pretty, I would say, guarded in her response, largely because she has voted on different legislation to advance arms to Israel. Now, I wanted to take a look here at this post from the Griot. Jasmine Crockett wants voters to know this about her position on Israel and Gaza. So, just scrolling down into this. Though she has faced some of the same heat over Gaza that data shows plagued the 2024 presidential campaign of Kamala Harris, the U.S. Congresswoman did not back away from her record, telling the Griot, "There are those that believe that Israel should be disarmed of any defensive arms, which basically boils down to Iron Dome. I've never stood out against Iron Dome, and the funding that we have signed onto in any of the aid packages was for defensive arms." She also pointed to a letter that she and other Democrats signed onto that was sent to then President Joe Biden, the one that she mentioned in her response. "We felt like there were violations of international law, and therefore we encouraged the president to make sure that we were following our own law," she explained. As for her votes for U.S. spending on Israel's defense, Crockett argued that they were part of an omnibus, a package of unrelated bills. One of those omnibus bills that Crockett voted for, H.R. 7006, got pro-Palestinians really upset at the Texas lawmaker admits. That particular vote was for 2 out of our 12 appropriations so that we could keep the government open, explained the U.S. Senate candidate, who said she's voted for the funding package to protect federal workers and provide funding for other critical federal resources. Quote, "There were 2 whole divisions of federal workers in this terrible economic environment that if I would have voted no, those 2 groups of federal workers, they would be in a shutdown and they wouldn't be getting any money." She continued, "There was funding for public defenders, there was funding for HIV dollars, there was funding for small businesses, there's funding to make sure that we stay part of the United Nations so that hopefully we can protect ourselves domestically. 96% of the dollars were going for something other than Israel." She also then followed up and said, "There are people that may disagree. They may say, you know what, you should have said, forget it to all those federal workers. You should have said, forget it to all those dollars. You should have said, forget it because Israel was included in it. That is fine if that's where you stand. I just don't want people distorting what it is that I did. That's it." So that's something. And I gotta say, it doesn't sit super well with me, because I think that we should be using all of the leverage we have to stop Israel doing what it's doing. That includes putting conditions on defensive arms, to the extent any weapon is purely defensive, And I do appreciate that she's being upfront and honest about this in this particular case. I do appreciate that. But I have concerns about that kind of response. And also earlier in this piece, it's well pointed out by Jasmine Crockett that she has a record to defend, whereas Tallarico, he's never been on a national stage to make these decisions and have a foreign relations record, So it can be easier for him to come out of conversations looking, more clean, I guess, which makes sense to me. That being said, I'm still pretty uncomfortable with her stance. And now we have Kamala Harris jumping into this race. And this is being done for Kamala Harris to endorse Jasmine Crockett. I have a lot of thoughts about this one, which is I don't doubt that this move is going to help Jasmine Crockett in the primary.
Better than a Republican, but still a hollow Dem. It's not what we need right now.
I mean, I don't know that it's hollow Dem. It's a genuine difference of position. You know, I commend her for not shying away from it, but it's a difference in position that matters to me, you know. But what's interesting about Kamala Harris entering this fight, it's that Kamala Harris is going to help Jasmine Crockett in the primary, but she's going to hurt Jasmine Crockett in the general election. And I think that's not great. I do think that's not a great move, like strategically.
What Trump said about transgender people in the State of the Union address was utterly appalling or abhorrent. Fuck him.
True. Agreed. Yes. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But part of the issue is that this makes sense if you're a Democrat and you're on her strategy team, right? Because Kamala Harris is by far among polled Democrats, one of the most popular politicians. Like, basically only AOC polls above Kamala Harris. And so this is going to help her generally with Democrats, but I got to let you guys know, I think that this is going to harm chances in the general, and that is not great. But again, my concerns about Jasmine Crockett kind of stem from how she's conducted herself as, you know, an elected official. Her position on Israel gives me a great deal of pause. But so does stuff like this. This is a news story from, you know, today, from The Atlantic. Elaine from Atlantic, she needs to leave. Representative Jasmine Crockett claimed I wasn't kicked out of her rally. Here's the audio. And this is a really interaction and piece that make me very worried about, like, Jasmine Crockett being able to hold it together. I was not expecting Representative Jasmine Crockett's team to call me a top-notch hater, kick me out of her rally in Lubbock, Texas, and march me to the side of a county road to wait for a ride, but I was much more surprised by what the Congresswoman said later. A CBS reporter on Wednesday asked Crockett about a report that I'd been ejected from her rally and that her campaign had called the Capitol Police on a CNN journalist, alleging that he had trespassed by attempting to visit a campaign office. Quote, "It's silly season," Crockett said. "There is a specific journalist who is. She has a history of being less than truthful, and frankly, there's no evidence of anything that she's talking about." Unquote. The Democrat from Texas continued to riff. The journalist in question had been previously and successfully sued for defamation, she claimed. It is sad that there is any news outlet that actually would have her on staff when, Crockett said, the one thing that matters most is truth. I agree with the Congresswoman on the latter half of that statement, so let's get a few things straight. I've never been sued for defamation, let alone successfully. I did write a profile of the representative last year that she didn't like. Most important, I was thrown out of her rally. There is evidence because I recorded it. And, like, this is, it's troubling. I'm gonna level with you. It is deeply troubling to have a Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate who is kicking journalists out of her rally and then lying about it. You know, that's a pretty important thing, like freedom of journalism. Journalists are under attack by this current administration. Aligning yourself in that capacity with, you know, Donald Trump is, I think, pretty bad. You know, like I have some pretty severe problems with that. But before we get to the audio, let me quickly set the scene. On Monday morning, I showed up early to Crockett's community conversation in Lubbock and interviewed a handful of people in the line. At the entrance, I showed my Atlantic Press credential to a woman wearing a badge who waved me into the building. Because I was having a bad hair day and because I am trying to become a more of a hat person, I was wearing my favorite Menards baseball cap. After Crockett finished speaking, I attempted to join a closed-door press scrum with the Congresswoman that was open to the other reporters at the rally, but I was turned away, so I walked over to interview people in the crowd. That's when I heard my name from the same woman with the badge at the entrance and hit record on my iPhone. She asked me to leave, and armed security guards escorted me from the property. Here's the unedited script of what transpired. You can also listen to the audio for yourself. Let's take a listen.
hey! Are you related? Yeah. Okay, her team has asked you to leave. Me to leave? So we're gonna, can you get your stuff? And her team wants her to leave. And they're asking her to leave.
Okay.
Why are you asking me to leave? They just said Elaine from Atlantic, white girl with a hat and notepad. She's interviewing people in the crowd. She's a top-notch hater and will spin. She needs to leave.
We're gonna have to
I told her to
escort you
get
out,
her
man.
bag and go, but that's what her
Can we
team
go out and
told
leave?
me. Sure.
Super Dark Shadow Andy, thank you for the $20 dono. I very much appreciate it.
That's crazy. What are they afraid of?
Sure, they told me to make sure you leave.
Doing your job. That's all right. Thank you. I have to get an Uber, so I'm gonna probably just wait outside for that.
That's fine.
Okay.
The Atlantic is a cesspool of neoliberal.
All right, I'm gonna stand
establishment
here.
gangs. It's a bad look for Crockett, but the paranoia may be warranted.
So, what's going on here? And I understand some people have reservations like, oh, well, the Atlantic, they're a bunch of neoliberal folks. Jasmine Crockett is a lib. Like, she's not a progressive Democrat. And to be clear, Tallarico's also not a progressive Democrat. Like, he's got a good set of policies, but like, I don't really expect him to be like a member of the squad per se. I expect him to be doing things that, you know, are rational actions that a liberal would take in the face of fascism, unlike, you know, a Chuck Schumer or a Hakeem Jeffries type. But like, the excuse that the Atlantic has a bunch of liberals and neoliberals working for it, and thus maybe she was justified in like kicking a journalist out, it doesn't hold water for me. You got to be able to like talk to journalists who are both friendly and hostile to your ideas. That's like actually a pretty important component of doing the job. And so it doesn't really make sense to me to be like, well, you know, maybe this journalist had it coming. Cause like, I still don't like that. Like, I think that there is a big difference between like kicking out, you know, someone who is a credentialed reporter and kicking out someone like, you know, oh, like a Tyler Oliveira or like a, you know, Nick Shirley type, you know, like kicking out actual journalists is a big problem. Okay. Tallarico is where I think moderates would be if they weren't corporate stooges / Republican like. Yeah, I think that is correct. Shoot bang. And I'm not going to champion Tallarico or Crockett as if they are these, you know, progressive scions of the Democratic Party, because they're just not. They're just not.
Freedom of speech means the government won't put you in prison for saying vile things in a nonviolent way. But it also means other people can tell you to shut the funk up.
That's true. Telling people to shut the funk up is a time-honored tradition of freedom of speech. That's true. Journalists versus deluded bloggers. Yeah, like, I think that there is an important difference. And I think, you know, number one, if this journalist was kicked out of Crockett's event for justifiable reasons, then I'd love to hear those justifiable reasons. But I don't really love it when a journalist is kicked out of an event and then a politician lies about it. I think that that's actually really bad. And if that is an indication of how Crockett would be as an elected member of the US Senate, I think that's bad. I think that this could be like a, you know, John Fetterman situation. And I'm really worried about that. I guess where I'm at here, let's finish playing the audio clip. We're almost done with it. It's like 30 more seconds long.
Because I don't want to stand.
You have to
get off the.
You have to leave the property.
You can wait outside the gate. That'd be great.
Okay. All right.
guess that's the end of the important bits. After getting picked up by the Uber, I went straight to Lubbock's famous prairie dog town, where I received a warmer welcome. I called Crockett directly today to ask about all of this. When she answered and I told her who was calling, she said, "Oh," sounding surprised, and hung up. She did not respond to my follow-up texts. And yeah, I just gotta say, I think that's weird. I think that that's a really bad sign when an elected official is banning journalists from their events and then lying about it and then dodging confrontation about it, you know? And I guess to tie this all together, I would really like to play this clip from a Tallarico kind of town hall event that he put together. This is from Laredo, Texas, earlier this month, I think.
Preach about love, but isn't that just too weak for the moment that we're in today?
My faith teaches me that love is the strongest force in the universe. Love is not passive. Love is not neutral. Love is not weak. Sometimes love requires that we stand between the bullies and the bullied. Love sometimes requires that we look evil in the eye and not blink. Love sometimes requires that we flip over the tables of injustice. That kind of love has always been a threat to the powers that be. In my experience, when you extend an open hand instead of a closed fist, you'll be surprised by who takes that hand. That's how I flipped a Trump district in a red county. That's how I passed major bills in a Republican-dominated body. And that is how we are going to flip this seat in Texas in November. If you hate politics and you've never voted before, you have a place in this campaign. If you've voted for Democrats, but you're tired of DC Democrats always folding, you have a place in this campaign. And if you voted for Donald Trump, but you are fed up with the extremism and the corruption in our government, you have a place in this campaign. A new kind of politics is possible. It's waiting to be born through all of us. And a movement that radiates that kind of love is unstoppable. I really appreciate that question because I think a lot of us sometimes doubt whether love is going to win, whether love can get us through. I know that kind of doubt. And I guess what I'm asking from all of you is faith. Whether you're religious or not, faith in that kind of love, because it's the only thing that's going to get us out of this mess.
Hello, Mr.
Hi.
Tallarico.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous. It's not a question, comment. More
Yeah.
That's kind of going back to what you were saying with the gentleman's question about isn't love a little bit too soft right
Yeah.
now? And your response. So I'm going to tell myself right now. Never voted before. Never even bothered to register. Mainly, I joined and I enlisted in the military from a very young age. I didn't consider myself Republican or Democrat. I don't follow organized religion, but just hearing your voice, everything you talk about, all of like just you yourself, your values. That's how I identify myself, and it's working. Your campaign is working because of you, I've decided, you know what, my voice does matter. You're not hating, you're not talking hate, you're not spewing hate, you're speaking truth and in a compassionate way, and that just resonates completely with me. So thank you so much.
And like I don't know. I think this guy's got the sauce. Also, he apparently made a lot of Republicans very angry by saying that God is non-binary. So I think we're in pretty good hands as far as like trans rights go, at least in his campaign. And I know Jasmine Crockett is also pretty good on LGBTQ issues. My issue with both these candidates isn't necessarily where they are on issues related to trans people. It really comes down to some fine lines for me on their positions with Gaza, their positions when it comes to how they interact with people and the press in a way that I think is constructive for the current time. I like that Jasmine Crockett is willing to fight. I like when she goes into fight mode. I don't when it's in like a political arena. I don't particularly like when she goes into fight mode against journalists. I don't think that it's particularly good when she lies on the record. I think that that's bad. Similarly, there were attacks that Jasmine Crockett's campaign leveled against Tallarico when they found an Instagram, a person on Instagram or TikTok, I think, who is saying that Tallarico had said Colin Allred was a unimpressive black man, I think, was the phrase. And Tallarico didn't say that. Tallarico was talking about how Colin Allred ran an unimpressive campaign. That got amplified by Crockett's campaign, and I think it's kind of dishonest. Mediocre, yes, mediocre. The accusation was that Tallarico said that Colin Allred was a mediocre black man, and Tallarico denies using those words and instead says that he was talking about how Colin Allred ran a mediocre campaign, which is, let's be clear about this, Colin Allred's campaign was mediocre. I guess the thing that I am having trouble with here is that Jasmine Crockett, in a number of different ways, is coming across as somebody who I don't think can be fully trusted. And that's a problem. Like that's a pretty big problem for me. I don't live in Texas, so, you know, folks there will have to make up their minds. And, you know, the other part of this is like the lying component isn't limited to just this campaign season. Late last year, she said, I think Lee Zeldin was taking money from Jeffrey Epstein or something like that. And Lee Zeldin is a Republican finance guy. So it wouldn't seem that out of pocket for him to be taking money from Epstein. But that turned out not to be true. And then Jasmine Crockett just went ahead and said, "Oh, I never said that." But there's video of her saying it. And it's frustrating because I would like this campaign to be between two pretty good choices, but I don't think that's what we are ultimately ending up with here. Yeah, there are just a number of things to me that matter despite being, and I do want to emphasize this, I think relatively small concerns. But given that there's not that much difference between these two candidates on their positions outside of, you know, Gaza, I think. Well, I think those small differences matter. Those small differences matter. And I guess that's where I land. And your mileage may vary on those small differences. And folks, just remember to go out there and vote in the Democratic primary on March 3rd if you're in Texas. All that being said, let me know what you think down in the comments. Am I making a mountain out of a molehill? Maybe, maybe not. Let me know. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. Also, get organized in your local Dems. Get organized in your local DSA. When you are organized in your Dems and your DSA, you get to have a much larger hand in what happens in the primaries, which is what's happening right now. So get organized today, folks. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. And go check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. So, folks, we got to talk about Donald Trump having horrific poll numbers. Just horrific poll numbers. The idea with Donald Trump's State of the Union address was that he was trying to change course a little bit while also doubling down on things that are traditionally seen as his strengths or the strengths that Republicans have, like being better on finances, being better on immigration, at least in the conventional wisdom. We all know that Republicans are not better on either of those things, but the general public's perception is that, Republicans are better on those things. Well, that goal was not achieved with the State of the Union, according to some new polling out from G. Elliott Morris over at Strength in Numbers. Let's take a look here. After the State of the Union, voters see Trump as focused on wrong issues. He is mostly focused on the issues that matter most to me, 30%. He's mostly focused on other things, 57%, and 13% not sure. Now, that's really, really bad, considering this was supposed to be the speech where he showed that he was back on track. Like, oh, yeah, we know that we've been falling in the poll numbers on everything, but here's our plan, our roadmap to get back on track. He did not succeed with that. He didn't succeed with that one bit. All right. Let's take a look at this. Again, this is from Strength in Numbers /Verasite. People who watched the State of the Union think Trump focused on immigration, deportations, and not affordability. Issue most important to me personally, prices and inflation by far, 29% responded that. And Trump spent 9% of his speech talking about that issue. 17% jobs in the economy, that roughly tracks. 14% of his speech was about that. But only 6% of respondents thought that immigration was the top issue. And he spent 21% of his speech talking about that. And like the rest of his speech was predominantly made up of talking about deportation, which people do not really give a shit about, at least as far as like their number one issue. And most of his speech was then taken up by, giving out medals and talking about hockey with a bunch of like chuckleheads. Like what he did here is show how out of touch he is. Yet the wild part is that none of the people cared about trans people. Isn't that strange? Isn't that so strange? 14% of people said their number one issue was healthcare. He only spent 2% of his speech on that. He was just very out of touch with what people actually care about. Which is, I want to say, like, something that is becoming more and more apparent, I think, to Republicans, is how divorced he is from their everyday lived experience. Like, he does not give a shit about you and will throw you under the bus, And so it's pretty interesting to see, especially on the issues over time, his approval rating here. And you can see he has reached record lows on border security, crime and public safety perception, immigration, deportations, government funding and social programs, healthcare, prices, inflation. He's underwater on basically everything at this point. It's a really bad situation if you are Donald Trump. Well, I want to say it's devastating, but I think something even more devastating came out in some polls. All right, which is this poll also, again, from Elliott Morris in Strength in Numbers. Americans call Republicans extreme and Democrats weak. So basically from this polling, it's just public perceptions on the Republican Party and the Democratic Party broadly. And what you'll notice here is that, only 31% of Democrats think the Democratic Party comes across as tough. Only 31% thinks they come across as cruel. Only 42% think that Democrats are extreme. Interestingly, only 43% of respondents see the Democratic Party as elitist, which is a colossal flip because apparently now the majority of Americans view Republicans as the elites. The very elites that Republicans have campaigned about opposing that's now the perception that they have among the general population. And what is really important about that is this is the perfect opportunity to deploy that Epstein class rhetoric. We are in the perfect environment right now for every single Democrat running in the midterms to start talking about how their opponents are propped up by the Epstein class. This should be like commonplace. It should be the number one message that they put out there every single time they get in front of a microphone. Every single time they get in front of a microphone, they have to be talking about how Republicans are elitists, Republicans are, working for the Epstein class, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? We shouldn't count on them doing jack shit. I'm not saying we should count on them, but I am saying that that's what they should do. Does that make sense? There's a difference between saying, well, you should all dependably rely on Republicans, Democrats to do this, and saying that's what they should do. Now, whether or not they will remains to be seen. Some of them are, but now Democrats are seen as competent. They're seen as principled, but overwhelmingly they're seen as weak, empathetic, ineffective, and that's a problem. Essentially, what this poll says to me is that the Chuck Schumer wing needs to fucking go. The Chuck Schumer wing of this needs to go. And more people need to start stepping up and calling out Donald Trump as a child predator. More people need to start stepping up and talking about how, Mitch McConnell is a supporter of the Epstein class. More of this needs to happen. This needs to happen from every single Democrat who has the spine to do it. And Democrats who don't have the spine need to fucking leave. I think that that's just readily apparent from this. And it's also dictating how the Trump administration is responding to the upcoming midterms, right? So, for example, earlier yesterday, the Justice Department launched a lawsuit against 5 Republican states, mostly Republican states, Utah, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Kentucky, and New Jersey. So 4 Republican states, 1 Democratic state, in order to obtain their voter registration databases with unredacted information. This is only something you do if you're intending to try and rig the election. It's only something you're trying to do if you're trying to come up with bullshit excuses to, undo democracy, right? And the fact that they are even targeting Republican states, that is a mark of desperation. It is a fucking mark of desperation because they are now polling so low that they're worried they're going to be losing Republican states. Okay? That's how bad the polling is right now for Donald Trump and the wider Republican Party. And what's going on as well is the fact that Republicans can't really escape from the fact that they are ghouls and working on the orders of even larger, eviler ghouls. I mean, look at this. Look at this clip from a Republican senator talking about the American people.
I think Republicans are doing right now. You're involved closely with agriculture. You're on the committee. Price of food is high. We just did a story this week on price of beef continuing to go up. What are Republicans doing to get this cost of living under control?
Well, the good thing is we passed what we call the One Big Beautiful Bill. There are so many things in there. Just the child tax credits, that will affect 40 million families. There are all the reduction to make the cuts permanent. It is so many opportunities there that once that they go into play, just with getting your tax refund in 2026 is going to be bigger. And once we can get those things implemented, you're going to see a difference. But right now, the cost of fuel. Everything in this place at one time was on a truck. So anytime you go to purchase anything, if you're going to build anything, the price of fuel affects everything. So with that being down, with the Gulf of America right out our door right here, beautiful Gulf Coast, no permitting, no drilling for 4 years, no permitting. So now that we can undo some of those cumbersome things that restricted energy production, you're even going to see that even in a more significant way. But it is on everybody's mind. You know, it certainly is me at my house. And, you know, you have so many proteins to choose from, and all commodities go through peaks and valleys. You know, it is a global market. But we will be seeing a difference, I truly believe, because of so many things.
What do you think?
People are struggling. How are you going to help them? Well, let me tell you about this BS bill that gets rid healthcare funding and gives it to billionaires.
You have so many proteins to choose from. Just eat some proteins. Just eat. You can eat the bugs. Did you know that bugs are free and will live in your house and/or apartment? That's a great way to cut some costs. Eat some proteins. Like, it's genuinely unhinged stuff. This cannot, like, I'm sorry, if this person represents you, you know that she's fucking you over. She's fucking you over, and all the Republicans know it, all of the Democrats know it, she knows it. And I mean, like, you can't really watch clips from this administration or anyone who is remotely supportive of it without being like, oh, well, you know, look, they're doing their best. Like, no, I'm sorry. It's all batshit.
America is approaching its 250th birthday. Many patriots are seeking ways to celebrate the patriotism now spreading to on-air broadcasts. Mr. Chairman, you announced your Pledge America campaign, encouraging broadcasters to air more pro-America content, such as starting each day with the Star-Spangled Banner or the Pledge of Allegiance. Tell us more. What kind of a response are you getting?
Yeah, no. It's totally normal to broadcast a Pledge of Allegiance to the great leader every day. Super cool and normal. Definitely nothing sinister going on here. You must pledge your allegiance to the great leader, or else. And I want to highlight that, again, this administration doesn't push through ideas like, oh, we'll air the Pledge of Allegiance every day on television before every broadcast, like, without the knowledge behind the scenes that they are deeply unpopular. They are deeply unpopular, and they're trying to create the impression that they're popular. They're trying to enforce compliance. They're trying to do all these things, and it's just, I don't think it's working, but they're going to try it, you know? And on top of that, you don't necessarily, look, if things are going well, you don't need one of your best billionaire friends in charge of all of the media. If you are winning the hearts and minds of the American people, you don't need to have your BFF take over all of your
I just did my taxes
enemy media
today,
companies.
and I am going to get about $40 more on my tax refund. That'll definitely outweigh the hundreds to thousands of dollars extra I have to spend on groceries a year.
Indeed not, Smart. Thank you for the $5 dono. But yeah, like, people are going to notice this hurting them, but they're also going to notice the fact that, like, all of the media is now being controlled by one family. That's surely the sign of a healthy democracy, right? Just in case you are wondering what all is going to be controlled by the Ellisons, they're going to control Paramount. They're going to control Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery, Oracle, TikTok, CBS, CNN, HBO, MTV, TCM, TNT, Adult Swim, Comedy Central, Cartoon Network, DC Studios, Showtime, Nickelodeon, Paramount Plus. They're going to be effectively running The Daily Show, basically Star Trek, South Park, DC Comics, Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, Looney Tunes. And did the Warner Brothers bid get approved? Netflix is bowing out of the deal, so at this point, the only contender is the Ellisons. And the Trump administration is not going to block that. Yeah, it's going to be a sizable chunk of your media in the mainstream, you know? It's going to be very, very bad. And I also have to say, if things are gonna go, if things are going well, I don't think you have an interaction like this.
Governor Whitmer posted on social media that they're planning to steal the 2026 midterm elections. In fact, he says the plan is already underway. How do you respond to Governor Pritzker?
Well, he's got to focus on crime in his state. The crime in his state's doing very badly. If we went and took care of it, what we would do, just like Washington, D.C., we have no crime. Memphis, it's down 82%. Louisiana, you take a look at Louisiana, what he should really do is focus on crime in his state because there's too much of it.
So, in case you had trouble hearing that, he got asked about Governor J.B. Pritzker saying that Donald Trump was trying to steal the 2026 midterm election. And instead of saying no, he said, well, he better focus on crime in his state, which, again, is not a denial, which is not something that happens when you're doing something right.
THST is my
you know?
favorite response I've ever heard from Trump.
Well, we're about to get to the next clip, so you're a little ahead of us, but thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan. Here's the next clip of, signs that things are definitely going really well.
National emergency around the midterm elections. There's been reporting that there's an executive order, proposed executive order about this. Are you looking at that? Are you considering that? National emergency around the midterm elections.
What an interesting answer. Are you considering declaring a national emergency around the midterm elections? And his response is, who told you that? Not a no, not a denial. Like, he's asked multiple times about stealing the midterm elections, and he doesn't deny it any of the times, except when he perks his ears up at, who told you that? Like, his brain is soup, and he's given away the entire game. Given away the entire game. And one last thing, which is, we know that he's going to try to take the midterms. He's going to try some shit. All right? He's going to try some shit. And we know this because Democracy Docket actually got a copy of the emergency executive order that he's planning on signing later this year. And apparently, top Democrats have gotten copies as well. Hakeem Jeffries, of course, coming out and saying it's bad. Once again, the president appears intent on manufacturing conspiracy theories so Republicans can desperately cling to power, and their extreme agenda is being overwhelmingly rejected by the American people. I'm sorry, this is like the weakest response I can possibly imagine to like a fucking civil war starting power grab, which is what is being alleged here, but okay. The draft of the order, which is said to be based on a conspiracy theory that China interfered with the 2020 election, would allow Trump to unilaterally ban mail-in ballots and voting machines on the basis that they are susceptible to foreign interference. The order comes from MAGA activists who have been coordinating with the White House. One of the advocates for the order is Peter Tickton, the attorney for Tina Peters, the former GOP Colorado County clerk, who is currently serving a 9-year state prison sentence for her role in a 2021 voting systems breach. In an email to Democracy Docket, Tickton provided a legal memo that outlines how exactly he believes the president has the constitutional authority to declare an emergency and seize control of elections, which is said to be the basis for the draft emergency order. Experts have shredded the order's reasoning. I have worked on 264 legal cases and matters against the Trump administration, including helping secure the injunction to stop his first executive order on elections. Norm Eisen, the executive chair of State Democracy Defenders Fund, and a former Obama administration official, said in a statement, "If he tries this, it will be 265. This is unconstitutional and insane." And I feel like that really just kind of sums things up here because, one, we know he's going to try shit. We know that. But our job is to show up on election day anyway and vote. If they try to ban mail-in votes, if they try to ban voting machines, our job is to show the fuck up even harder. Okay? Like, That's it, full stop. Our job doesn't really change. However, I will say that it's worth pointing out here that the legal basis for this is absolute dog shit. Like, I'm sorry, even declaring a national emergency does not give the president the authority or the power to cancel elections. This is like this is the kind of power grab that like gets, people executed for treason. Like, to be fully transparent with you guys. So that's kind of where we're at here. We are at the level of like panic within the Trump White House, within the Trump administration, within the Republican Party, where Republicans are coming out and just being like, yeah, we'll save ourselves by making people do the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll save ourselves with the Star-Spangled Banner. That'll make us popular again. Oh, yeah. Oh, look. Let them eat proteins. None of this is going to help them. And the fact that our soup-brained president, even in his, mental stupor, is able to be like, wait, yes, I am planning on declaring a national emergency. Oh, who told you that? Like, that tells you even he, in his soup-brained status, is aware that this is that he's right now being devastated. The public does not like him. The Epstein files are closing in. Like, he's being walled in on every conceivable avenue that he wanted to take, and it's, I'm sure, not very comfortable for him. And you know what? I think that's lovely. So we're in for a scary time in the immediate future, but that doesn't change our job. We have to organize. We have to get enough of us together that we are ready for whatever kind of bullshit he and this administration throw at us. Okay? We need to be able to do that. Bill Clinton is calling Trump the Epstein class. Do you know how far it is for Bill Clinton to say that? Exactly. Like, the polls have all shifted against him. The attitude of the American public has shifted against him. And I think we should take some heart in that, while using that to fuel ourselves to even greater acts of organization. So, all that being said, folks, show up for your local communities, show up at meetings, show up at your local DSA, show up at your local Dems, get to work. Please, I beg of you, make your local Democrats more radical, make your local DSA more effective. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help organizing your DSA, reach out to your local Dems for help, reach out to Dragonfly for help making your local Dems more progressive. And let's use the democratic levers of power that are available to us in order to represent our best interests. If you're one of those people who's like, well, but the money is gonna speak louder than me. Money has always spoken louder than the little guy. Money spoke louder than working class people at company towns. All right? But guess what? Working class people banded together, and now we don't have to live in a goddamn company town anymore. But it's our job as working class people to get our shit together, organize, and show the fuck up for our communities. So that's what I'm asking you to do now, and that's what I'm going to be asking you guys to do when it comes to the elections too. And please, for the love of God, don't complain about the fact that it's going to be an uphill battle. It's always been an uphill battle. It was an uphill battle when Marx wrote that you have nothing to lose but your chains, and it's still an uphill battle today. But guess what? The battle continues. So that being said, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Link down in the doobly-doo. Go check it out, and let's keep on going.
RiverBoat Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube is where she streams all that content.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. How you doing? It's another week. How was your weekend? What's going on? I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I feel like talking about on this channel, and politics, all here on this space. And it helps out if you like and subscribe and share this stream. Tell people in real life. Tell people online. Go on the Reddits. Go on other leftist chats. Go on right-wing chats. Go on Twitter. Go on Imager. Go on Instagram. Go on Reddit. Facebook. All the places to let people know that we are here. We are live. We are the real home of progressives on YouTube. And we have all kinds of different hosts talk about all kinds of different stuff. We just got RiverBoat Jack. We just got Valley Labor Report. We're adding new people all the time. And I got a show for you. I got a show for y'all today. First, let me just, plug my stuff. I've been making a bunch of stuff last couple days. It's been kind of crazy, honestly. T.I. and 50 Cent have been beefing, so T.I. been dropping a lot of diss tracks. Loved it. Kneecap has a new single out in anticipation of their album that's coming out in April. If you don't know who Kneecap is, they're an Irish hip-hop punk trio who were censored at Glastonbury Festival, I believe, last year, to the point where now I know who they are. You try to silence them, it just makes them more popular. My Baby Keem reaction, he came out with an album like a week or two ago, was deleted off YouTube for copyright, which, that's going to happen, but it just got put back. So it's there. If y'all want to watch me listen to Baby Keem, I have both of these, his first album and his most latest album. And there is a dramatic difference between how I feel between these two. I'll just leave it at that. I have a Night of the Seven Kingdoms review, and I encourage you to watch it. I put effort into making it, much like my Fallout review as well. And I really loved the show. I can't stop watching like reactions to it and whatnot. It's hopeful in a bleak world, and I think that's what we all need a little bit of right now. Also did reaction to Joey Valance and Bray, who I only just heard on IDK's album. And then I'm like, oh, they got an album coming out. I'm going to react to that. And man, it is fire. I bought it on the stream. Loved it. Geese, a rock band who I'd never heard of until watching a lot of The Needle Drop and Anthony Fantano. He was talking about them. And then they just made news by one of them. They won an award at the Brits. I don't know what the Brits are in relation to the BAFTAs. I don't know, but they're a British award show, and they were censored saying Free Palestine, which is just a week after the BAFTAs, where people said Free Palestine and it was censored, but Michael B. Jordan and Lindo getting called the N-word by someone who has Tourette's syndrome was not censored. On purpose. Allegedly on purpose. I'll say allegedly, but like there was a 2-hour delay. You definitely heard it. Warner Brothers asked it to be censored, and you left it probably because you thought it would go viral and this would be funny. Little reaction to Scary Movie 6. Funny or dated, I put in the title because while I'm like, yay, I like Scary Movie and those films, the jokes in this trailer make me go, oh boy, are we really just flying right back to 2002 and no one's evolved? I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. We'll see it when it comes out. And lastly, a reaction to a rapper called La Russell, who apparently has like 40-something albums out in like the last 8 years, which is crazy. But I've only heard about him through like other like rap channels that I watch. And he's big on this direct-to-consumer thing, like trying to bypass the whole studio system. I just love what he's doing. And then doesn't hurt that his album is straight bangers because it's produced by Little John. And holy shit, that's some throwback shit I didn't know I needed. Much like T.I. Like, I didn't know I needed TI in 2026, but here we are. But folks, that's what I got going on. I know that was a kind of a long spiel rather. But yeah, I wanted to get that off my chest before we dive into the meat of the show, which is not fun. Because over the weekend, Trump and Netanyahu decided to bomb Iran, much to the late John McCain's pleasure and the still living John McCain's cumsock, Lindsey Graham's pleasure, and to the pleasure of lunatic religious fanatics all over the world. Because, as was reported, not hyperbole, misinterpretation, or a joke, that Christian dominionism is a strain of apocalyptic accelerationism which very literally seeks to hasten their vision of the biblical end of the world. And the people who believe this have very carefully worked their way into the halls of U.S. power. Military leaders pushing Armageddon views on troops as Iran war begins. So, troops have been complaining to their superior officers or to leaks to the media because commanding officers are telling the troops this is to bring about the end of the world. We are trying to trigger Armageddon to have the return of Jesus Christ. And the person who quote tweets this says, American Jews have been trying to tell folks that yes, AIPAC is evil and fuck them, but Christian Zionists in the U.S. outnumber Jews in the world and have risen to power in all areas of our government. And they want to bring the end times and kill all the Jews, by the way. And this is what we're talking about. This is what Sam Cedar talks about all the time when he talks about he had like an interview with an Israeli was interviewed years ago. I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been the leader, one of the leaders in Israel, who was interviewed about like, hey, what's all this like Nazis in the United States who agree with you and support you, these evangelicals, they want to bring about the end of the world. And, you're first on the chopping block if that happens. And this guy responded with like, when Jesus shows up, we'll talk about it then. Like, I don't care so long as we're getting support. It's not going to happen. There is no Jesus who's going to show up and like, slice all the Jews down to hell. And then some of them will get to sit at the right hand of God. Like, we'll worry about the four horsemen of the apocalypse when I hear the horns playing. But, they're trying. They are actively trying. It's not a joke. These people like Pete Hegseth and the people who have worked their entire lives to get into positions of power to bring about this type of shit. Okay? Because watch, dude, there's a documentary series on Amazon, which I know it's Amazon. This is a billionaire company, blah, 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 blah. Ethical consumption under the capitalism, whatever the fuck. But there's a documentary series on Amazon called Shiny Happy People. And they focus on like different stories, but they're about cults and the cults of like evangelicals and different factions of that. And there was the latest one we watched, me and my wife, was about something called Teen Mania. That was something in the 90s to like try and compete with Nickelodeon and The Simpsons and video games and get young people's attention and be like, directed over here. We have rock bands, we have rappers, but they're for Jesus. And then they bring you in and and it's very cultish. It's all very cultish. I can't remember what the first season was exactly about, but there's multiple of these documentaries. I recommend Shiny Happy People on Amazon, but it's all over the place. They have been at war and they describe it as such. And these people who were like in this cult and are now doing the documentary talk about how they are conditioned to be like, you might die for this. You probably will. Actually, it'll be an honor if you die for this. To die bringing about the end of the world. They are lunatics. They are not at all distinguishable from Al Qaeda or ISIS or Netanyahu and that government, and just thinking they have a chosen right to be somewhere or to kill people who they view as less than. It's all cultish. It's all racist. It's all fucking bigoted. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, and you should know it's bullshit. If anyone knows someone who's in the army or joining the army or whatever, they can be a conscientious objector and quit, or you could just quit, or you could just go AWOL, or you could, I don't know, but you don't have to go die for Israel or oil or Trump. You don't have to die for that. You can fucking make a choice and leave, or make a choice and do some other shit. But anyways, I also wanted to mention this clip that's been going around. Y'all know I love the account of Candace Owens Can't Read. And while she may not be able to read, it's unfortunate that the Democrats have ceded ground so that people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson can worm their way into this position of seeming like they're anti-war, number one, which they're fucking not. And, you know, kind of reasonable to an extent. This is Candace Owens on Piers Morgan. Let's check out this clip here.
The reason that America wants a regime change in Iran is because Bibi Netanyahu is demanding it. And we also are completely done with the idea that, with this decades-long idea that we're doing it to spread democracy because we believe in international liberalism. There was no imminent threat to the United States when Trump made this decision to do what Bibi wanted. And I want to be clear here. This was not Trump's decision. It was Bibi Netanyahu's decision. And that is the reason that he did it. And we're very aware that Israel is dictating our foreign policy, and we would now like that to stop.
Okay. See, like, while you could say that, like, I could hear Emma Vigeland saying that. I could hear, like, a reasonable person saying that. But I know it comes from an anti-Semitic place with her. You know what I mean? And so the fact that, like, Democrats aren't even out there being like, we shouldn't go to war. Democrats are out there being like, well, the Ayatollah was bad, so, like, it's good that this happened, but, like, you should have asked Congress first. Or fuck that shit. It's illegal, point blank, period.
But you wouldn't just disagree, presumably, that Iran has been the main sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East through the Houthis, through Hezbollah, through Hamas. I mean, that's widely accepted and recognized. They've done
Things widely accepted. Now, that's just kind of...
Really? You don't think they
Israel
have?
has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people. So I'm really over this idea like somehow Israel has the moral high ground and we have to get behind them.
I didn't say
because
that.
we got to go after the bad guys. So it's rich to me that people are concerned about Iran having nukes. But I'm concerned about Israel, who won't even admit that they have nukes, having nukes, while at the same time they are executing a genocide and a Holocaust in Gaza that the world is watching. So who's the bigger terrorist is the question.
But when the leader of Iran says death to America, why doesn't that concern you?
Why are they chanting death to America? Maybe it has something to do with just like killing 1 million Iraqi civilians, okay, because Bibi Netanyahu on a congressional stage and said there are weapons of mass destruction, and we took that to the bank and there actually were no weapons of mass destruction, so we just killed 1 million. It could have.
Where's any Democrat saying this? Look, it's Piers Morgan. It's on YouTube. I don't know how many people are paying attention to Piers Morgan anymore, but it is mainstream adjacent. And with the state of mainstream news now, with CNN and CBS under the same umbrella now, fucking NBC fired every goddamn reporter who might talk about this. Mehdi Hassan, Joy Reid. I don't know how Chris Hayes is still there or Ari Melber is still there. They must toe the line enough. But what the fuck is this? This is someone who said that the only problem with Hitler was that he tried to expand into other countries. Yeah, no problem. Like, this is the same thing. Like, oh, Bibi Netanyahu, no problem with the genocide he's doing, so long he doesn't expand it outside of the borders of Israel. That's what she would say, and then get hired by Ben Shapiro, because that's what happened. She said that about Hitler, and they got hired by Ben Shapiro. And we're going to talk about Shapiro in a second. But let's just finish this.
Something, I could be crazy. It could have something to do with our actions in the Middle East. We know that Bibi Netanyahu.
Also, by the way, this is what Hassan Piker said years ago. They got him like all heated. Oh, America deserved 9/11. No, America got blowback for the constant meddling in the Middle East and literally working directly with Osama bin Laden and the Taliban in the late 80s. Go watch, what is it? Rambo 3 for that weird story, that moment in history where the Afghanistan rebels fighting that Rambo was fighting with in that movie would later become the Taliban and attack us on 9/11. She's talking about blowback. Tucker Carlson's talking about blowback. Ain't nobody else in fucking mainstream media talking about blowback because they don't want to talk about it. They'll fire reporters if they talk about it. But then these lunatics get into a position where they seem reasonable, where people might watch this and go, oh man, I agree with what she's saying. Let me go watch her show. Let me go support her financially. It's a fucking dereliction of duty. You know, again, we got great journalists and telling the truth. Ryan Grimm, Ken Klippenstein, Aaron Reed, Kim Kelly, so many. Taylor Lorenz, but they don't get these spots. And if they do, it's on a panel with like 7 other people. Why does she get one spot? And again, who gives that much of a fuck about Pierce Morgan? But it's infuriating hearing this come out of her fucking mouth where you know where she's coming from. She's just trying to get money. She doesn't have fucking values, period. And I wouldn't even be mad at that if you weren't talking about politics. Go be a stand-up comedian. Go fucking have your own show where you comment on stuff. Right? I mean, I guess that is what she's doing. But being treated like she's an authority on anything is a mistake.
Who funded the Al-Qaeda adjacent front.
And she's, again, just regurgitating like Hassan Piker points. That's so infuriating. I'm sure it pisses him off. Where he's like, why am I getting all the heat? And she's out here and people are like, oh, she's real smart and she knows the subject.
Because he wanted to overthrow Syria. Bibi Netanyahu funded Hamas. There's footage of Bibi Netanyahu saying this stuff on camera. So it's just so ridiculous to me to pretend that they're in some predicament, that they may be eradicated soon, which is why they have to keep funding all of these terrorist groups and then pretending that they're victims of terror, when in fact they are people that are imparting it worldwide. You know, okay? And again, these never-ending wars in the Middle East at the behest of Israel. Bibi Netanyahu is the one that called for Americans to invade Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, and now Iran, and we've done it. And we're done with the BS of, okay, well, they weren't really involved, Israel in Afghanistan, because even when we fight those never-ending wars, Israel wins. Everybody knows that our boys were out there in Afghanistan guarding poppy fields, okay? And do you know what happened after we allegedly, quote unquote, lost in Afghanistan? What happened to all those poppy fields, those poppy flowers that our military was guarding? Well, the opioid crisis hit America via the Sackler family, who quite literally built the School of Medicine at Tel Aviv University. So we're just done, okay? And
see, like that part, that makes me go, oh, okay. But I don't even know if that's accurate. I don't know if that's accurate. It might be. It might be. I know the Sackler family is responsible for the opioid crisis. I don't know if they built a school in Tel Aviv. I don't know if they got control over those poppy fields. I don't know. And the fact that I don't know allows there to be space for this dumb bitch to fucking spew bullshit. And enough of it's true that the little pieces here and there that just sound like they could be right make me go, oh man, the Sacklers, they were really into it. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. But to cap off that segment about Iran, because there's a lot more to talk about. I just want to remind y'all that Candace Owens cannot read. From my favorite account, Candace Owens trying to read. Checking in on the investigation. Here's the latest video.
Welcome back to Bride of Erica. They were ever intentional. They wanted the public to recognize that Erica was Charlie's husband. Welcome.
The Bride of Erica. So she messed up the title for her own series because it's called The Bride of Charlie. And then is she trying to transvestigate Erica? Is that the new thing? Because she's doing it with fucking Emmanuel Macron's wife, President of France's wife, and now she's doing it with Erica Kirk, because this is like the new grift. I mean, unless you're, she's cushy, right? She's got a studio. She ain't got to go nowhere. She's going to transvestigate from the comfort of her studio. It's not like she's a hard, struggling right-wing grifter who has to fly to Minneapolis and knock on daycare centers and say that they're scamming they're scamming the government out of money. So that's what Candace is up to. That's what the army's up to, trying to bring about the apocalypse with fucking Iran. Craziness. Impeach these fucks, lock these fucks up. They need justice. They need fucking justice. But we're going to switch tones a little bit and go right into New York, my home state, man. My home state, my city. I'm Batman. Mamdani had another meeting with Trump. And this guy, yes, it's a little, I like to call him the snake charmer, because holy shit, dude. All he had to do was bring a fake newspaper headline to get Trump to agree to allow funds to go to New York so they can build new housing. Now this, Ford to City Drop Dead, is a real headline from the 70s. There's a whole documentary on it, also on Amazon, I think, about the time where New York went bankrupt and they asked the president for help, and the president said, go fuck yourself. Vows he'll veto any bailout. And then Mamdani said, hey, you could be the president who says, let's build. Don't you love New York? Don't you remember when you got praise for revitalizing the Plaza Hotel and bringing community and excitement back to New York and tourism back to New York in the 90s, in the late 80s, early 90s? Don't you miss that? Don't you want to have this headline for real? Won him over. And also, this happened. So this is the Colombia president about ICE officers kidnapping a student. And Mamdani spoke to Trump about this as well, but I just want to get the story out there.
Good evening. We are all so relieved that our student, Elia Gaeva, has been released from federal custody.
So he did get a release. She actually did. Okay, great.
Let me give you some details about what happened this morning. Shortly after 6 a.m., 5 federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security, without any kind of warrant, entered an off-campus Columbia residential building. The agents gained entry by stating they were police searching for a missing child. They made their way to the apartment of the student they were targeting with the same story. Our security cameras captured the agents in the hallway showing pictures of the alleged missing child. Once inside the apartment, it became clear they had misrepresented themselves. A public safety officer arrived, asked multiple times for a warrant, which was not produced, and asked for time to call his boss, which was not given. The agents took our student.
Yeah. So again, ICE is behaving like criminals. They are a criminal enterprise, much like the cops, but even worse somehow, where, yeah, first of all, you don't even need to make the argument, but I will right now, that anybody can just get some tactical gear, because you can buy this shit on Amazon. You can buy this shit. And so I don't know why I'm talking about Amazon so much. You can buy this shit at Army surplus stores, vests, fake badges, ski masks, and just say you're ICE and kidnap people. Gain entry somewhere and rob them. Stories like this are happening all over the country. There's going to be more coming out. But even without that, well, what if this happens? What they're doing is kidnapping, is criminal, is Nazi shit. So, yeah, Zoran Mamdani was able to secure that release. And this is him talking, like, debriefing about what his meeting with Trump was like. I don't know if he mentions the student. I hope he does, but let's just check out his debrief with C-SPAN.
Good morning, everyone. It is truly a pleasure to be here. I want to say thank you so much for your introductory remarks. Before we speak about the Weeksville Heritage Center, I want to share a few words about my recent visit to the White House. Yesterday, I did something that I am truly reluctant to do. I left New York City. I traveled down to Washington, D.C. to meet with President Trump in the Oval Office. I have said time and again that our city faces an immense affordability crisis. It is felt by residents here in Weeksville, across Brooklyn, and across the 5 boroughs of the city that we all love and call home. And it is felt whenever New Yorkers try to find a place to live, go grocery shopping, put their kids in childcare, or even take public transit. Addressing this crisis was the focus of my meeting with the president. I proposed working together to build more than 12,000 new homes in our city, which will be the single largest housing development New York City has seen since 1973. The president was interested in the idea, and I look forward to the ensuing conversations about how to build more housing in a city that doesn't have enough of it. We also discussed the immigration cases I know are front of mind for so many New Yorkers. I shared my concern with the president about ICE's detention of Columbia student Elmina Agayeva yesterday morning, as well as the detention of 4 additional New Yorkers in relation to the university: Mahmoud Khalil, Mohsen Mahdawi, Yunseo Chung, and Nika Cordia. I asked that their cases be dropped. I'm grateful that shortly after our meeting, the president called me to inform me that Elmina would be imminently released, and indeed she was.
She was.
Now I want to speak about the reason that we are together today.
Dude, that's my fucking mayor. I've never been like proud of a politician. I never cared enough to be proud. The closest I got probably was like being a kid in the 90s and thinking it was awesome that Bill Clinton got head in the White House because I'm a kid and I'm an idiot. And also that's how SNL portrayed it. That's how every comedian portrayed it. That's how every cartoon talking about it at the time. South Park, I guess, portrayed. Well, no, South Park was more critical, honestly, of Clinton. Just being like, he's a piece of shit, period. But yeah, SNL, dude, the amount of traction that SNL got out of that story, like every week there was a new sketch about like Monica Lewinsky, played by Molly Shannon, who I had a little crush on. Fucking Bill Clinton, played by Daryl Hammond, who was like charismatic and friendly, and you got the feeling that Hillary, who was played by, I think it was Anna Gasteyer at the time, she was a shrew, and she was cold, and she was a buzzkill and a joy kill, and he's just trying to have fun, man, and she's trying to bring everything down. That's what the vibe was. But again, I wasn't proud. I was more like, that's cool. And again, I was a kid. I'm an idiot. Never have I been proud to have a politician represent me until now. Never have I been proud to go vote until now. And it's a market change in the city. New York is leading the country, possibly internationally too, showing that there's a different way to govern. It doesn't have to be red tie, violence and austerity, or blue tie, little quieter violence and also austerity. It can be sky blue tie, a slightly different shade of blue tie, who actually wants to help people and wants to do public service. Mayor Zohran Mamdani has chosen 4 areas of New York City to kickstart his push to provide free childcare for 2-year-olds. He's already done 3 and 4-year-olds and pre-K, an early step in what is sure to be a long road to fulfilling his promise to create a universal childcare system. Now, there's New York Times. They're not going to like him, of course. It's a long road. He'll never get there. Don't worry about it, billionaires. But he's trying. He's trying, and I hope it works. Because I don't have kids. but I know it'll make the city a better place. It'll help people live lives instead of trying to survive. There's a difference between living and surviving, and we've been in fucking survival mode since at least 2001, if not just 2008. And something needs to change. We know this. The whole country knows this. Prices are up. Prices have been up. Rich keep getting richer. Poor keep getting poorer. And the rich, what are they doing with their money? Having international pedophile rings. So, you know, having someone like Zohran Mamdani out there being like, hey, we're trying to give people universal child care. We're trying to give people more housing. We're trying to make the city more affordable. It's just a market change. And again, this is the shining city on the hill. New York is the shining city on the hill that is told in every fairy tale about America going back generations. And now, finally, we can shine again and lead the way. Today, Sid Rosenberg. Who's Sid Rosenberg? Host of the #1 morning news talk show in New York and around the country. Sid and Friends on WABC Radio. So this is his profile picture. And he called Zohran Mamdani a cockroach jihadist. And was like, how do we get rid of this guy? Blah, blah, blah. Please, President Daddy Trump, help us out. But Daddy Trump likes this guy because they're New Yorkers. And I don't know where the fuck you from that you got the fucking #1 radio show on WABC in New York. But clearly you ain't get the message that two real New Yorkers are talking. One good, one evil. But they understand that New York fucking rules. And they want to help New York. But this is Zoran's response to that comment.
Cockroach. What do you think of Sid Rosenberg? He used the term cockroach. I know your police commissioner had dinner with him.
So, Muslims in this city, for almost as long as we have been in this city, have had to deal with those with power and platform dehumanizing us. And to be called animals, insects, to be called a jihadist mayor, to be called a cockroach, this language is both painfully familiar to me as a Muslim New Yorker, but also as someone who was born in East Africa. And it is difficult to hear. There's also a reminder that the silence that often greets this kind of bigotry, this kind of Islamophobia, is what allows it to fester.
You know, I'm going to stop it there because this clip is very quiet. But what he says there is that the silence that surrounds these comments are what allow them to fester. Because nobody fucking cares. Since at least 2001, if not before, you got people just, I don't know. This is, it's the religion of evil. It's the motherlode of bad ideas, as Sam Harris and Bill Maher said on Bill Maher's show. It's just this casual dehumanization, brushing off this whole entire religion, which again, I don't care about religion. I think religion is dumb, period. I understand people's need to believe in something. That's why I got Green Lantern books. That's why I got all the comic books. That's why I got South Park. Okay? I need to believe in something, that there's some good in this world. Watch my fucking Night of the Seven Kingdoms review. Watch my Superman review. Watch my Fallout review. The world is bleak. The more information we get with the internet and social media, sharing video and talking to people across oceans, the more information we get about how fucking horrible it is. We're seeing a genocide live streamed now. You didn't get this in 1940. You know, you got clips of it in newsreels that you'd have to go to the movie theater to see. You get bits of it on the radio, get bits of it in newspapers. Whatever bits they decided it was okay for you to see. Now we are in charge and we're sharing shit. Now they can buy the platforms like they are. Ellison's own TikTok. Elon Musk owns Twitter. I'm sure, Zuckerberg owns Facebook still and Instagram. They can own the platforms. They cannot stop you from using it however you're going to use it. They can try, like Discord. Oh, we want to have IDs and maybe we can track you. Maybe we can stop these organizing of protests if we own all the platforms where people communicate. No, you cannot. Because what happens? Watch what happened on TikTok. Even before TikTok, Vine. People created whole new ways of speaking to get around the terms of service. You can't say this person was killed. You got to say unalived. You can't say they were sexually assaulted. You got to say grape instead of the other word. I'm even doing it now on YouTube because I'm not even sure about the regulations on YouTube. But we can still get around it and people will understand. They've been trying it forever. From the printing press to radio to television to video games to comic books. They can try to put regulations in place. They can try to ban certain words or phrases or ideas. They never go away. They just, in fact, usually get stronger. And I want to finish this segment about New York talking about one of my favorite New Yorkers, someone who I went out on this Saturday, to petition for again to get on the ballot, who tentatively is going to be on the show again on the 17th of March, which I know is also the primary election in Chicago. We're watching that race with Kat Abou-Gazela, so we might have Pep on to talk about that, or we might do a whole full live stream. I don't know. I'm not in charge, but we could. I want to talk about Lindsey Boylan and this new little ad she put out because, there was a lot of snow this past few weeks here in New York, and Zohar Mamdani had a good idea and said, hey, come to this location, sign these forms, we'll pay you $30 an hour to clear snow. Literally creating jobs with the government. And Lindsay, what if we went further with that? What if we didn't just drop that idea just for snow? Watch this.
You hear that? That's the sound of boots on concrete. I'm Lindsey Boylan, and I'm running for City Council District 3. You never would have guessed we had a historic blizzard this week. You noticed a difference? I've noticed a difference. Moms with strollers, people with mobility devices, little kids, people wearing heels to work. New Yorkers took up some shoveling and made all of our lives a little bit easier. These newly created city jobs filled up fast, and we have so much appreciation for all of the New Yorkers who mobilized quickly to make our city better. What if we had a municipal jobs guarantee? What if you needed a job, you could get it quickly from the city with a livable wage and union benefits? Expanding incredible programs like the SYEP to a guarantee for all to take home a living wage, improve our green spaces across the city, and improve our communities as a whole. I want our city budget to invest in us, and these clear roads are evidence of the fact that people want to work hard in good-paying jobs that give back to the city that they love. This is what keeps us moving, New York. Thank a city worker today.
I think that's a great idea. I want her on the city council, yes, to help propel Mamdani's agenda and to stop the people who are on the city council who want to stop that agenda, for sure. But I think that's a great idea. Can you imagine, dude, if growing up in the city, I knew that if I needed a job, I could just go to the city and go, hey, I need a job. And here's a whole bunch of jobs you can do. You can shovel snow, you can pick up trash, you can do this, you can do that, you can walk the parks department, make sure nobody's doing anything untoward in the parks. I love this idea. I think Wanda loves this idea. I'm so happy my hometown NYC is back with the right leadership. Hell yes. I think Carly likes this idea. Can we borrow him? It snowed all day today and the plow hasn't even been by yet. Oh, I feel you. It's been raining down here. So thankfully it's melting a lot of the big piles of snow that were still left. But those big piles of snow have been getting picked up by bulldozers and put in dump trucks and hauled out. Like, they are on top of it. And I think this idea of a jobs program, not just, I mean, the thing that she mentioned here was student youth employment program, which is like summer jobs for student youth, right? But expand it to everybody. There's people who want to work who can't find jobs because the economy is fucking shitty. Hell, we were just going through that last year, me and my wife, for like a whole fucking year. It's a terrible market out there. But what if you didn't need to rely on the whims of capitalist markets that fluctuate and go up and down all the fucking time? And it's a good time to look for a job now, but it's a really bad time now, so you better hold on to whatever shitty job you have. What if the government just always had a supply of jobs for you? And you could quit a job that treated you poorly, and you go, what? Fuck you. I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm going to work for the city for a little while I get my bearings and find a different job. Or I just go to work for the city, and that's my career because I like this, because I like making my city a better place. Fantastic idea. If anybody's in District 3 here in New York, which I highly doubt, please vote for Lindsay for city council. Last thing is NYU Langone, the hospital, preemptively, because, Trump's and the administration is rolling out all these anti-trans laws and going to prosecute doctors for performing surgeries, or not even surgeries, my bad. I misspoke. For trans-affirming care, which means therapy, which means talking about how someone feels, maybe socially transitioning, just any kind of medical advice is being stopped, halted at NYU Langone preemptively because they don't want to get sued by the Trump administration. And today, was it today? Yes, today, Tish James, our attorney general, who was already going after Trump in the last administration under Biden, ordered, NY Attorney General orders hospital to resume youth transgender care. This is tweeted by Lindsay Boylan. That's why I bring it up in this segment. This quote, NYU Langone's change in policy is self-imposed, the letter states. There has been no change in federal law to require the cessation of medically necessary transgender health care. Ergo, you can't stop it. Don't stop it, says Tish James. That's how New York's going right now. Hochul is still an obstacle. She's up for election. There's someone running against her. But it might not. Sorry, I got distracted. New York is leading the way. And Hochul's yes is an obstacle. We want to tax the rich. There's protests going on in Albany. We got a whole new slate of candidates like Lindsay Boylan for city council, but also people running for state assembly, state senate. We are going to lead the way. I feel it. I feel that good is coming. I see light at the end of the tunnel. I don't think this fascism is going to reign for 1,000 years. I don't. I could be wrong. I hope I'm not. But sometimes I get a gut feeling, and it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. So yeah. Next segment. What do we got? Oh, okay. Let me just type this in chat here. There we go. Okay. So, unfortunately, Warner Brothers looks like it's going to get bought by Paramount, which is already owned by the Ellisons now. So that's not good. I worry heavily what will happen to DC Comics because that's owned by Warner Brothers. I kind of, on one hand, I'm like, I doubt they're going to actually do anything to change who's in charge of the comics division and, you know, who the writers are. I doubt it. I doubt they're going to get that granular because I don't think they care. What I do care about is what happens with the movies, right? Now, look, obviously the most important thing is CNN, but CNN's always been shitty. Always. So I don't really care. And since Warner Brothers already got bought by David Zaslav, Discovery, right? Discovery Channel owner David Zaslav bought Warner Brothers a couple of years ago. He's a right winger, so he already has been changing CNN to be more right wing. You see that with that motherfucker Scott Jennings, who's always on, just that got that fucking smug smirk the whole time as he spews lies. It's gonna get worse, I guess. Apparently, Barry Weiss is gonna be helping navigate that situation too. So she's going to be in charge of 2 newsrooms. I don't know. It's fucking ridiculous. But I am worried about what's going to happen to DC Comics or DC movies rather, because James Gunn is doing great. But I feel like if any of them watched Superman, it was like, wait a minute. Are we talking about Netanyahu here? We're talking about Elon Musk here. Maybe we put somebody else in charge. Maybe they bring back Zack Snyder and have him do it, because that's, you know, they're all right wingers and they want Zack Snyder back in charge, even though Zack Snyder's not really right wing. I don't know. But as a weird side effect of all this stuff and an adjacent story, Jonathan Majors is going to work at the Daily Wire. So Jonathan Majors, if you don't remember, was a rising star. He was on Lovecraft Country, was a fucking fantastic show. That's an HBO show. It's hard to watch. My dad couldn't watch it. My wife couldn't watch it. There's a lot of racism in there. Even though, spoilers, like they win at the end, it's still very, very hard to sit through sometimes. But he was also Kang the Conqueror in the Marvel movies. I feel like it wasn't his fault that nobody cared about Kang. Kang's a very obscure, weird villain to use. But regardless, a couple years ago, he was caught on camera, or on audio, verbally assaulting his girlfriend at the time. Caught on camera in New York, like chasing her down the street. Me Too'd, right? They say he was Me Too'd. And now, like Gina Carano, who was also fired by Disney for saying having to wear masks is like Jews having to put a Star of David on themselves during the Holocaust, she went to Daily Wire and made some terrible movies. So now he's going to Daily Wire. Daily Wire firmly establishing itself as the place where failed creatives go to make shitty art, because as we know from talking to Dieter on Wednesdays, American Wasps at 7 p.m. here on this space, 7 p.m. Eastern here on this space, conservatives are not creative. They don't have imagination. They're not curious people. So their art fucking sucks. Yes, Wanda, CBS News and CNN are already right-leaning. Yeah, you stop watching. And you're worried about Star Trek. Me too. I would be worried about Star Trek too. You know, I've seen, matter of fact, you're not wrong, because I've seen like clips from Fox News where they're talking about Star Trek, about specifically Starfleet Academy, and like, oh, look at these like woke characters, and it's like a black woman playing an alien with blue skin, but like she's black, so it's woke, or DEI or whatever. You know, cringy dialogue choices, which you could just chalk up to it not being a great show, or a show that is maybe not for 70-year-old Star Trek fans. I watch Red Letter Media a lot. Those guys are not fans of Starfleet Academy, but it has nothing to do with it being woke. It has to do with writing the characters in using modern vernacular and slang, and them feeling like it kind of should feel timeless, Star Trek, and not clearly made in like 2020s, where we're using slang and like, well, that just happened. Fucking, The Office level. That was awkward, like kind of bullshit comedy lines. But yeah, if the right wing wants to be like, well, now we control Star Trek and we can project our vision of the future, they could do that. They could do that. I just wanted to list here real quick. Paramount is now expected to own the following assets and film rights: TNT, CBS, CNN, MTV, which shut down, but they still own the brand. TC and Turner Classic Movies, Showtime, Adult Swim, DC Studios, Paramount Plus, Nickelodeon, HBO, Comedy Central, Cartoon Network. Are they going to cancel South Park? They could now. Because the whole bidding war that was happening before the latest season of South Park aired, by the way, check my channel. I have a whole playlist of all the reviews for each episode of South Park this past season. It was great. But in the very beginning, we weren't sure if South Park was going to continue because Paramount was, or Skydance was about to buy Paramount. And those are right-wingers. And are they going to agree with letting us still make our shit how we want to make it and put it out? And then, South Park, Matt and Trey went really hard at Donald Trump and Brendan Carr, the FCC chair, and everybody in the administration. So are they just going to be like, now you're canceled this season. It's over. I don't know. And I'm worried. Film rights. Star Trek, Gremlins, Beetlejuice, DC, Tom and Jerry, Harry Potter, Citizen Kane, Transformers, A Quiet Place, Looney Tunes, Conjuring, Mortal Kombat, Game of Thrones, Dora the Explorer, Mission Impossible, Lord of the Rings, SpongeBob SquarePants, Avatar, Last Airbender, Avatar, not blue cat people, Avatar, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Dune 3 distribution rights, Minecraft distribution rights, Monsterverse distribution rights. So this is a clear monopoly. I think I saw a clip of somebody talking to like an elected official in California. Like, what can you do? Can you do an antitrust violation? I mean, yeah, but it's the state and the federal government can override that. So I don't know. But it's not good. And we're going to monitor the situation. Again, I hope the creatives are like, fuck you, we're not changing our shit. Maybe they get fired. I just hope it doesn't get to the point where there's a whole era of like movies that come out or shows, Star Trek, DC, whatever it is, fucking Mortal Kombat, whatever, that come out that are all right-leaning and need to have an asterisk next to them. Of like, well, this isn't really a Batman movie. This is a Skydance, Paramount, David Zaslav, Ellison Batman movie. This isn't a real Superman movie or a Star Trek movie or a show. This is a Ellison Star Trek show. Because that would be wasting fucking time where you could be making good stuff. And we just have to sit through it. Because I already did that with the Snyder movies. I don't want to have to do it again. We got James Gunn. He's got a plan. Please let him fucking finish his plan. I know it's not the most important thing, the DC movies, but it's important to me, goddamn. It's important to me. So now we're going to talk about something really fun, which is the Epstein shit. And really, it's horrible. I mean, look, yes, to cap that off, Wanda, you're right. The South Park guys are billionaires now. I don't know. They got paid $900 million for South Park to appear on HBO in the beginning of like streaming. They might be billionaires. They're at least close to it. And yeah, they absolutely have said, matter of fact, last season, if we get canceled, we get canceled. And we're going to go make something else. Because we've been expecting to be canceled since day one of South Park. They're surprised they're still doing it. And they haven't been canceled. Matter of fact, there was a whole season where the advertisement for the season was them taking out billboards that said #cancel South Park. There's rumors that them and Kendrick Lamar have some project in the works. They're very, very able to go independent But it would suck to drop that project that they've been making for close to 30 years and possibly have it taken over by soulless fucking ghouls who are like, oh, well, we own South Park. We'll just have other people make it and voice it. And again, we'll have to have an asterisk next to those seasons of South Park that come out of like, this isn't really South Park. This is Ellison's South Park. I don't want to have to do that. But yes, we're going to talk about the Epstein shit because Bill and Hillary Clinton were testifying and there's some funny fucking shit that came out of it. First of all, I just want to show Bill. This clip's been going around. It's just, again, horrible. They should all be in prison. And I'm, an abolitionist. I agree with Olayemi Olurin about her positions on prisons and jails. I wouldn't call myself an abolitionist because I have not done the reading. But I would say, in rare circumstances, motherfuckers need to be put under the fucking jail. And this is one of them circumstances. This is Bill Clinton looking at pictures of like himself and also just girls and whatever at Epstein's mansion. And just look at his expression as he's looking at these pictures. Not horror, not, I can't even look, just whimsical nostalgia. And his lawyer takes the pictures away, and then he fights to get them back. He's like, oh, wait, let me look at that. Let me see if I can remember who that is. Oh, man, that was Chrissy. Oh, she was great. Look at him.
Okay.
He's laughing.
We have about
like this
5
is
minutes
funny.
remaining in the majority's first hour. So I just
He's
want
like, when they goes, fuck, can I get out of here? Wearing an Apple Watch in a private position, by the way. Not exactly private. But
questions
anyways,
related to.
I mean, it's so funny because of how horrible it is. But yeah, then we got some clips of Hillary, who again stood by her man in the 90s when he cheated on her. That's the worst it was, right? That's the worst the media ever portrayed it as. He cheated on her. Not he abused his power as the most powerful person on the planet to abuse a impressionable 19-year-old Monica Lewinsky. But he just cheated on Hillary, and she chose to stand by her man because she wanted to seek office. She was an office seeker. I highly recommend the 4-part series Death by Lightning on Netflix. Talk about President James Garfield and the man who killed him. Because that guy who assassinated him was an office seeker. I had never heard of this term before. People who just, oh shit, you're going to get into the presidency? Well, I'm your brother's friend. Let me get a position somewhere. Let me get a consulate position. Let me get a job where I don't really have to do anything, but I get a high paycheck and I can live in luxury. That's what an office seeker is. Matter of fact, James Garfield and Chester A. Arthur, who would succeed him as vice president and then president, would actually enact the first like ban on spoils, which was effectively like spoils of war. We just fought and won an election. Now I hand jobs to my friends who helped me. That was commonplace. It wasn't bribery. Now it's called bribery. However, in the last, I don't know, I don't even know. Has it ever really been like implemented? Because you see, someone gets elected. Now their friends or people who were cheering them on during the campaign get positions of power. Motherfucking Pete Hegseth was on Fox and Friends. Now he's the fucking Secretary of Defense. Tulsi Gabbard, all she did was kind of knock Kamala around in a primary debate in 2020 and then kept showing up on Fox News talking about like Syria or fucking no new wars and whatever. And now she's head of what? Intelligence? I don't even know what she's in charge of, but she's got a fucking office. She sought an office and she found one. Why did I bring that up? I don't remember, but here's Hillary Clinton talking about what it was like in the deposition of Epstein.
I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate, one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was propagated on the internet, that was serving as the basis of a member's questions to me.
So, yeah, seems like, again, it's Hillary Clinton. The right wing has a crazy boner for her. And I mean like a boner because they're crazy. And they got her at a deposition. So they're going to ask all the questions that they want to ask, as crazy as they are. Matter of fact, but also don't forget, Ghislaine Maxwell was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. There's numerous pictures of Bill and Epstein hanging out. They knew each other. He did not know him. He says he never flew on the plane. Maybe that's true. Maybe he just used Air Force fucking One to get there with our tax money. I don't know. But this is fuck that. This is her in the deposition. And I just want to play some of these clips because look, Hillary Clinton sucks. That's something the right and left can agree on. She's fucking sucks and also deserves to be in a cell along with Bill and Trump and whatever. And here's her being asked some questions about Pizzagate and shit.
Campaign $25,000 via affiliate.
Could you state for the record, it was not to the campaign, so if you wouldn't mind just stating
$20,000 to Hillary's 1999 Senate campaign?
No, it was a joint. It was a joint.
Okay.
State campaign.
Joint campaign. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Fun.
Okay, so we have talked about those connections. In past public statements, as in 2017 speeches and interviews, you described Pizzagate as a baseless conspiracy theory, alleging you and others ran a child sex trafficking ring from a Washington pizzeria basement. Have you reviewed any 2025-2026 Epstein files that were released that you believe reference or relate to those specific 2016 claims regarding the Podesta emails, Comet Ping Pong Pizza used as code possibly?
I'm sorry,
You're asking her about whether she's reviewed emails in the Epstein files, which relate to the wacky Pizzagate scam.
You could characterize it however you want. I just would like to know if she's familiar with any of them.
So
She's
excuse me,
commenting.
your question is about whether or not she has reviewed any emails in the Epstein release files about Pizzagate.
Correct.
Pizzagate was totally made up. It was an outrageous allegation that ended up hurting a number of people, that caused a deranged young man to show up with his assault rifle and shoot up a local pizzeria. I can't believe you're even referencing it. You should be.
There are connections to the language.
Well,
I'm not
the
talking
QAnon
about-
people believe there are. So
I don't know what QAnon
have at
people
it.
believe.
Have at it.
But you've accused certain parties, and I
All right. So, first of all, there is language in the Epstein files that seemingly like, oh, I got a great slice of pizza last night. Like, thank you very much. That maybe they were using code words for girls or drugs or whatever that were similar to like soda or pizza slices or food items or whatever. That is a thing. But again, they've released like millions of documents. There are millions that they still have locked up and sealed. They haven't unredacted everything. So it's kind of a jumble. And that's the point of why they're releasing it this way. And they've also stopped releasing it because it's going to implicate Trump. He's mentioned in the file over 1 million times, literally. I'm not going to play this one with Nancy Mace. I'm just going to play this one where Hillary Clinton walks out. And this will be the last clip that I play because Carlos is on deck. But this is funny because Boebert, who I think was just asking those questions about Pizzagate, was taking pictures on her fucking phone and sending them to like Benny Johnson and right-wing reporters outside. And this is when they find out that was happening.
To the fundraiser to support my friend Nita Lowy.
All right.
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
I have
There
another.
are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm
can
done
occur?
with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's
So I would like
sake.
to understand how that's permissible.
It doesn't
Excuse
matter.
me.
We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So
well.
I would like to.
And you hear how fucking nervous Boebert sounds, right? I love it. I will take that down. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So
well.
I would like to take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
and I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
Go off the record. Go off the record.
And that's important too, because the Clintons, as fucked up as they both are, and they both deserve to be in prison, they have called for a public hearing. We're just getting these clips out from what the GOP Oversight Committee, that's watermarked on there, is putting out to make her look bad or crazy or whatever. But they demanded a private hearing while the Clintons were like, do it in public. Let the public see this. And they're doing it in private, like the GOP demanded. And here's Boba tweeting out pictures. So she's like, well, what the fuck? We wanted a public, and now you're making it public. We're fucking out of here. I'd say good for her, but she's Hillary Clinton. So I don't care. I hope she goes to jail. I hope they all go to jail. I hope when President AOC gets in office in 2028, Trump and all of them go to jail, and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem and Hegseth and all them. But we got to make it happen, folks. We got to make it happen electorally, and in between elections, we got to organize. We got to protest. We got to do mutual aid. We got to do stuff. We got to do stuff. We got to build community. We got to make sure people understand that there's a difference between red tie, blue tie, and sky blue tie. Sky blue tie is a different shade. That's the shade that we like. But anyways, folks, that's my show. That's my hour. I love y'all. It's this space. Share, like, subscribe. Go to my channel. Give me a little like. I'm playing Resident Evil over on Twitch. Getting back into Resident Evil 4. I know 9 is out, but like I haven't finished 4 yet. So, and that was my favorite one. So I'm playing the remake of 4. Yeah, this gives me big Benghazi vibes. They could have asked about Vince Foster too. And the right wing just has their own Benghazi because an American consulate in Iran or in one of the other countries got stormed and people died. Like, they're all fucked up. But it was kind of nostalgic to see Hillary Clinton having to answer questions in a Benghazi-like hearing. It was kind of funny to me. But anyways, folks, watch Carlos. He's up next with some real motherfucking news. Take care. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day. They good to destroy the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken. With the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line. The fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up. And that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Thank you, Alex, for that. Appreciate the content. Seriously, this Epstein stuff is not going away, folks. Is not going away. On that note, hey, I wonder if anything wild happened in the last 48 to 72 hours, because that would be kind of awkward, right? Right, that'd be extremely awkward if something wild happened recently, right? Welcome everybody. Devil's Advocate, thank you again for the content. Johnny Too Late, Carly, welcome. John Lithium, welcome. Wanda, welcome. I hope everyone's doing okay. Snick, Sabay, welcome. I hope everyone is hanging in there, considering all the stuff that's been happening. I know this has been probably 24/7 at this point. The war with Iran. So we're gonna kind of touch up just a little bit on that, and then we've got two things to talk about as well. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say, folks? If you want to know how this is going to be sold to us, how the propaganda machine is going to start working or has been working around the clock, look no further than the 2001 and 2003 to 2003 global war on terror, because that's pretty much the exact playbook, just a lot sloppier, if I just more brazen, I guess, really. They don't care. It's one thing and then another excuse. None of it is any is coherent whatsoever. We're being told that Iran was doing nuclear weapons, and then when pushed on that, now it's, oh well, Iran has conventional weapons that are a threat to the region and America somehow, question mark. That's obviously preposterous. And now we're being told that this is happening at the behest of the Israeli government, which I believe to an extent that that's probably true. So we'll talk about all of that. Pork Job, hey, welcome. But yeah, lots of things have happened and moved in the last 72 hours. At this point, as far as we know, there have been about 780 plus people that have been murdered, killed by U.S. and Israeli strikes, including 160 something children that we know of. Again, that we know of, that were killed when schools were bombed. We're being told that this so-called conflict may last anywhere from weeks or more. In my estimation, it probably will be more, because this is not like Afghanistan. This is not like Iraq. So be prepared for that. Gas prices, and anything that falls, and anything that has a domino effect downstream from that will also be affected. Currently, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. President Trump has said that he will guarantee safe passage and insurance to cargo ships, but I don't know if that's enough, because even if you can guarantee escorts to commercial ships, if something happens, right, and the U.S. is not able to get there in time, or even if they are there to defend the commercial ships, they could still get damaged. It's an extremely risky scenario. So that is closed right now. There's about 100 and something ships that are kind of just hanging out there. It's really bad, folks. It's really bad. Yeah, it's hard to believe that it can be worse than early 2000s, but here we are. Sandy, welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing all right. The economic fallout of this will be absolutely felt by everybody here. And it's something that we're gonna have to probably be dealing with for quite a while. We absolutely need to be protesting this. We absolutely need to be contacting members of Congress every single day to put a stop to this. There have been rumblings about Congress trying to pass a resolution. I'm not sure how successful that's going to be. But yeah, this is an all hands on deck situation. We have to be protesting. We have to be on the streets. We have to be contacting our members of Congress, Senate. It is a all hands on deck situation. And like John Lithium says, it's hard to believe that it can be worse, but it is. And there's several aspects of this is pretty horrific. Pretty horrific. Today I covered Ice Barbie on my new channel, Political Coffee House. I split the channels. Hey, please go support Political Coffee House. That's a great idea. I'm glad. I'm glad. Global Solidarity, Boku, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Let's get started. Poggers, indeed. March 11th, the Kite Festival at Washington Monument in eyesight of White House. Anthropic, which was the AI company that supposedly snubbed the Trump administration, was being used in Iran war by the military, despite their objections to this, supposedly. Two sources familiar with the U.S. military's use of artificial intelligence. By the way, this is terrifying. This sentence, the use of artificial intelligence in war is terrifying. It is terrifying. Confirmed that the U.S. used Anthropic's Claude AI model over the weekend for the attack on Iran and is still using it. The Pentagon said has not said exactly how the AI tool is being deployed, but it's being used despite a government-wide ban on the technology announced after a dispute last week with the Pentagon. The conflict centered around Anthropic's push for guardrails that would explicitly prevent the military from using Claude to conduct mass surveillance on Americans or to power fully autonomous weapons. So that was the little hiccup here that they were having. The government wanted to expand and conduct mass surveillance and create Terminator bots, essentially. And this AI company was like, maybe that's a bit much. Maybe that's a bit much. March 6th, Valor Media Network Dropkick Murphys will perform a free acoustic memorial concert in Minneapolis. Abolish ICE Live. Nice! That's pretty cool. It's unclear if the Israeli army is also using Claude during this conflict, but it is known that the Israeli army does use AI. I'm not sure if it's this AI or another, but it is I think pretty well known. An IDF spokesperson did not respond to CBS News' request for comment. The IDF does use AI in conducting warfare and has its own lavender targeting system, which it has used in the Gaza genocide. The Pentagon demanded the ability to use Claude for all lawful purposes and contended that Anthropic's usage concerns were not material because it's already illegal for the Pentagon to conduct mass surveillance of Americans. Oh, well, okay, sure. And yet a mass surveillance state exists, okay? Just because it's not in the Pentagon or whatever, doesn't mean that it's almost kind of silly, right? And internal policies restrict the military from using fully autonomous weapons. And beyond those laws, at some level, you have to trust your military to do the right thing. The Pentagon's chief technology officer, Emil Michael, said in an interview with CBS on Friday. Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei told CBS that Anthropic had sought to draw red lines in the government's use of technology because we believe that crossing those lines is contrary to American values, and we wanted to stand up for those American values. Sure. And sure. Disagreeing with the government is the most American thing in the world, Amodei said, and we are patriots in everything we have done here. We have stood up for the values of this country. President Trump announced on Friday that he's ordering federal agencies to stop using Anthropic's technology, allowing them 6 months to phase it out, and Defense Secretary Pete Kegsbreth has declared the company a supply chain risk. So much for small government, right? National Security News site Defense One, citing multiple sources familiar with the DoD's spat with Anthropic, reported it could take 3 months or longer for the Pentagon to replace Claude's capabilities with another AI platform. Like, why are we even having this at all? Why are we having AI platforms in the Pentagon at all? That's the real question. Pentagon Chief Technology Officer Michael told CBS News the Defense Department uses Claude for synthesizing documents and making logistics and supply chains more efficient, among other tasks. Yeah, sure. I guess it's part of what they can do. But I don't trust. I don't trust that at all. I don't trust that at all. Continuing on this topic that we were talking about with the conflicting stories, we had Secretary Little Marco Rubio suggesting that the U.S. strikes on Iran were influenced by Israeli plans, i.e. at the behest of the Israeli government. The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has suggested that a planned Israeli attack on Iran determined the timing of Washington's assault on the government of Tehran. The top diplomat told reporters on Monday, yesterday, that Washington was aware Israel was going to attack Iran and that Tehran would retaliate against U.S. interests in the region, so U.S. forces struck preemptively. Yeah. Okay. So, in other words, they knew that Israel was threatening to attack Iran regardless of our decision, regardless of what we say. And so I guess that means that we just had to go in full speed ahead. This is insanity, is what this is. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. Rubio said, like, what if that was the case? Okay, why is it our problem if Israel wants to start a war with Iran? Why would this be our problem? The AI is a PR hoax. These LLMs are like chatbots. They're being used in war as plausible deniability for war crimes. I mean, possibly. I mean, war crimes are being committed right now, and I guess it doesn't matter if it's AI related or not. But yeah, it's quite possible. Ladybug, welcome. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties. Or hear me out, remove the bases in the Middle East. That's always a possibility. That's always an option. You could just withdraw the military that's there and get them out of harm's way, so that Israel can go dig its own grave by attacking neighbors. The state secretary's comments came minutes before the U.S. confirmed that its death toll from the conflict has risen to 6, after 2 bodies were recovered from a regional facility struck by Iran. Tehran retaliated by the joint U.S.-Israeli attack that killed its supreme leader, the Ayatollah, several top officials, and hundreds of civilians. By hundreds, it's close to just shy of 800, 780 something that we know of. With drone and missile launches across the region, including against U.S. bases and assets in the Gulf. Rubio argued on Monday that although the U.S. and Israel jointly attacked first, which means they started this, Washington was acting to thwart an immediate threat because Israel is going to strike Iran on its own anyways. So, yeah. This is not... If that's true, which presumably Marco Rubio has said that has tried to walk this back. So at this point, by the time all of this came out, he's pretending to walk this back. But I think that there is some truth to this actually, and if this is true, you can't make the argument that you are preemptively defending yourself. Right? You're preemptively defending yourself because your friend is out there going to like try to engage in a fight with somebody, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. Does that make any sense? This is like the analogy was in my head, and I probably should have said it first, but this is like going out with a friend and preemptively picking a fight with somebody because your friend said that they wanted to go ahead and fight them, and then say that you were justified in beating up that person because your friend was going to beat them up anyways. This is insanity. Armed autonomous robots in battlefield is internationally illegal. Yep. Rubio, Israel's a close U.S. ally, some friend, right? Some ally, making you get involved into fights you no belong in, and received at least $21 billion in military aid from Washington since 2023. So that's 3 years roughly, $21 billion. I wonder how much healthcare that could have. I wonder how much healthcare that could have provided. There is absolutely an imminent threat, Rubio said, even though the Pentagon has said that that's actually not true. But okay, sure. Was that and the imminent threat was that we knew if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. So again, this doesn't make any sense, because if you wanted to actually protect United States bases or whatever that don't even belong there, wouldn't the option be to tell Israel to maybe not attack Iran? It just doesn't make any sense, unless of course you wanted this to happen. The assertion highlights the Israeli role in bringing about the war with Iran, which Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been seeking for years. Yep. On Sunday, Netanyahu said the attacks on Iran are happening with the assistance of his friend, President Trump. Fantastic. His coalition of forces allows us to do what I've yearned to do for 40 years, the Israeli Prime Minister said in a video message. Yeah, 40 years waiting for a war. That's some sick stuff, man. There is something deeply, deeply sick about Benjamin Netanyahu to say that he was waiting for 40 years to bring his country to war, putting his people at risk, putting us at risk, because he wants to go to war with Iran. This is incredible. It's suspected that Trump is renting out the military to countries that bribed him, like how Russia rented out military to Assad in the Syrian civil war. I mean, this makes sense from that perspective, right? Like, he's basically doing this at the behest of the Israeli government, essentially. Rubio told reporters on Monday that an attack on Iran had to happen because Tehran was amassing missiles and drones that it would have used to protect its nuclear program and acquire a nuclear bomb. So again, this is insanity, right? Like, so we had to attack Iran because they were getting ready to defend themselves. So that's the logic here. Manda, welcome. Israel and U.S. launched a war in less than 48 hours after a round of talks between American and Iranian officials over Tehran's nuclear program, which all seem to be a ruse. Rubio said the goal of the war is to destroy Iran's missile program, missile and drone program, but stressed the U.S. would welcome ending the governing system in Tehran. We would not be heartbroken, and we would hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for this country. We would love for that to be possible. Well, he just made it less possible, because again, the Iranian regime is obviously not, great, not good, extremely oppressive. However, the U.S. just destroyed any legitimacy a democratic revolution might have had by doing this. Because think about it, now any revolutionary movement, right, towards democracy or towards the betterment of Iran is just going to be seen as just agents of the United States and Israel. All these protests against the Iranian government, they're just now going to be seen as U.S. and Israeli propaganda, U.S. and Israeli puppets that are just doing the bidding of those governments and not an actual legitimate movement. It's doing the exact opposite. Okay, and let's be clear, these people don't care about the Iranian people at all, at all. In fact, they don't even care about us. They don't even care about us at all. Excuse me. Hopefully it could mean the collapse of the empire. Maybe. This is maybe. Later on Monday, Washington urged U.S. citizens across more than a dozen countries in the Middle East, including Gulf Cooperation Council nations, Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, Israel, and the occupied Palestinian territories, to depart now. Of course, it's kind of a rough situation because leaving that area is very sketch at this point. No, they don't at all. That's right. The advisory reflects the growing turmoil and threats in the region, all caused by us. The department urges Americans to depart now from countries below using the available commercial transportation due to safety risks, which we have caused. The safety risks, the escalation, the tensions, the murders, all of that is us. We're the ones that have started this war. We're the ones that are killing hundreds, possibly thousands by the time this is all over. Maybe tens of thousands. It's unclear. It's unclear how long this is going to last. But we are being told that we're going to have to get comfortable with this for weeks, maybe more. Call your senators, folks. Call your representatives, folks. It's time we also show up at the streets, protest. Shifting gears to a more local story in Georgia, I think it's worth highlighting. Before we go to the last story, this is the Epstein class striking back. Agreed. A Georgia bill would strip governments of authority to file PFAS lawsuits. I mean, who doesn't love PFAS, right? A proposed bill filed this week in Georgia State Senate could devastate ongoing legal battles by counties and cities trying to clean up the toxic chemical contamination which is caused by companies, in particular the carpet manufacturers, according to attorneys representing the government entities suing the chemical manufacturers. Senate Bill 577, sponsored by State Senator Sam Watson, Republican, of course, along with 4 other Republican senators, would give a Georgia Attorney General exclusive authority to bring pollution lawsuits against carpet manufacturers and chemical makers over PFAS contaminations. Yeah. If you live in Georgia, or know folks that live in Georgia, this is something to definitely pay attention to. The bill would bar local governments from filing or maintaining such cases. It is arguably the most dangerous bill yet, said Nick Jackson, an attorney with Finley Law Firm who represents North Georgia homeowners and government entities suing over PFAS contamination. Essentially, they want to make it more difficult, borderline impossible, to hold these companies accountable for the contamination that they are doing. Period. They want to destroy these lawsuits. The bill would be lethal to every single case brought by a municipality or county to clean up the PFAS for their citizens. PFAS, known as the forever chemicals because they do not degrade naturally, have contaminated water supplies and wastewater treatment facilities across the state. The substances are linked to cancer, organ damage, weakened immune system, and reduced vaccine effectiveness in children. Yeah, I mean, like, where are the Maha people for this, right? Like, Georgia is a pretty, well, it's mostly red, but it's showing signs of being more purple than anything. Last election, or the one before, was also a swing state. So where are all these Maha people, right? Like, why do you keep voting Republican if they're trying to sue to make sure that you are going to like this poison whether you want it or not? They're trying to force this on the people of Georgia. I mean, that just speaks to how ghoulish these people are, right? Like, imagine going out of your way to protect chemical manufacturers, carpet manufacturers who are poisoning people. Like, these Republican ghouls are going out of their way to make legislation to protect these companies, to ensure that they have a right to poison you. It's unbelievable. Great song. Love that song, Global Solidarity. Jackson said that the bill would affect not only future cases, but also existing lawsuits already in progress. Pending lawsuits name major chemical manufacturers and carpet makers as defendants. The Finley law firm represents government entities in cases like the 3M Company, Shaw Industries Group, Aladdin Manufacturer Corporation, Mohawk Industries, Mohawk Carpet, Daikin America, DuPont, of course, Chemours Company, INV Performance Service, and Corteva. In the lawsuits, plaintiffs allege that carpet manufacturers treat their products in vats containing PFAS chemicals, generating toxic sludge and wastewater that was disposed of in landfills and municipal wastewater systems. The complaints claim manufacturers knowingly hid the dangers of PFAS for decades. I mean, yeah, this tracks. The lawsuits also detailed PFAS contamination levels in wastewater treatment facilities. One federal complaint alleges that in Cartersville, the sludge tested at 625,000% of the EPA standard for PFOS, and biosolids tested at 89,474% of the EPA standard for PFOA. In Chatsworth, the sludge tested at 5.25 million% of the EPA standard for this is insane. This is insane. In 2006, 3M agreed to pay a $1.5 million civil penalty for failing to disclose to the EPA the health and risk environmental persistence of PFAS. That is literally pocket change to these people. DuPont paid $10.25 million in 2005 for similar violations, which again, that is literal pocket change for these people. That is a rounding error for these companies. That is essentially like the cost of doing business. It's a couple of quarters for these people. The Finley law firm represents at least 11 local Georgia government entities in pending PFAS-related litigation. Murray, Catoosa, Gordon, Walker, Doherty, and Chattagooga, I can't pronounce that, counties, and the cities of Blakely, Cartersville, Chatsworth, Meigs, and Pelham. Jackson emphasized the particular threat to the city of Dalton, where thousands of acres are contaminated by PFAS from carpet manufacturing operations, which is pretty common up there. The Dalton Utilities lawsuit to remediate the multi-thousand-acre land application system site would also be gravely impacted, Jackson said. Experts estimate that the site alone will cost $1 billion to clean up. $1 billion to clean up. And these companies paid what? A couple $1 million for a fine? Without the ability to bring its own lawsuit, Jackson warned Dalton citizens and utility ratepayers would bear the cleanup costs. Without Dalton Utilities having the ability to bring its own, it would be responsible for footing the bill of $1 billion to clean it up. Fantastic. Multiple states have brought PFAS claims against manufacturers, but Georgia is not among them. The legislation would further limit Georgia's ability to address the contamination. Jackson noted this bill would be could be devastating to many cities and counties in northwest Georgia, but also across the state. The bill would take effect July 1st of 2026, is among the latest development in litigation surrounding PFAS contamination that has spread nationwide through carpet manufacturing, stain-resistant products, and other industrial applications. So they're literally trying to protect these ghouls so that they are free from consequence of their products' poison. Currently, multiple lawsuits are pending against the chemical manufacturers and carpet makers. One federal lawsuit filed in the Middle District of Georgia names 5 Georgia cities as plaintiffs. another state court lawsuit in Gwinnett County was filed by Murray County against major carpet manufacturers and chemical makers. The Senate Natural Resources and Environmental Committee is scheduled to hold a hearing to discuss the proposed legislation on Monday, March 2nd. So, yeah. If you live in Georgia or know people that live in Georgia, this is something that I would ask of you to spread the word and spread the alarm on this, and have people contact their local government and show up to any public hearings on any of this. This is bad. This is bad news. And make no mistake, it's not going to be... Georgia isn't the only state that's being affected by PFAS. All right, folks, we've got one more story. We've got one more story. This is sort of a... I want to say it's sort of like a lowercase w, because, you know, it's kind of like I want to actually see this play out. I actually want to see these people in handcuffs. But nonetheless, it's a step in the right direction. I'm sure if it's not here on my show, I've made several comments on the murder of Alex Peretti and Nicole Good, and how the state does not need the federal government's permission to engage in a investigation. Well, it appears that this investigation might actually happen. We'll see, because again, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, so to speak. But this is a step in the right direction. The state of Minnesota has launched an investigation that could bring charges against these ICE immigration officers. The U.S. County Attorney is confident her office will be able to pursue charges in cases which led to criticisms of use of force policy. A Minnesota state prosecutor announced an investigation on Monday that may lead to charges against federal officers, including the head Nazi himself, Greg Bovino, for misconduct during an immigration enforcement crackdown. The Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty said in a news conference that her office is already looking into 17 cases, including one in which Bovino, a Border Patrol official, threw a smoke canister at a protest on 21st of January. Her office is also investigating the federal agents who murdered 37-year-old U.S. citizen Renee Good and Alex Peretti on January 7th and 24, respectively. And she is confident that they'll be able to pursue charges in the cases which led to nationwide demonstration and criticism for federal immigration enforcement use of force policy. I mean, yeah, the demonstrations were against the murder of civilians by the Gestapo. Another case on January 7th involving an officer making an arrest outside a high school and deploying chemical irritants while students and staff were in the area. Quote, "Make no mistake, we're not afraid of the legal fight, and we are committed to doing this correctly," said Moriarty. The immigration enforcement operation known as Metro Surge caused immeasurable harm to our community. True. And I really hope that something comes out of this, because this has to happen. These people need to be in jail. Okay? These people need to be in jail. The Department of Homeland Security, which oversees immigration enforcement, responded in a statement on Monday night that such enforcement is a federal responsibility and that states cannot prosecute federal officers. Yeah, they can. If the federal officers in question are committing crimes, are committing crimes and, you know, killing civilians, and violating people's rights, then yeah, I think that they can be prosecuted. And of course, this is a bluff, because the state can absolutely go after someone who has committed a crime, regardless of what their job is or what their status is. Just because they're a, quote, federal officer doesn't mean that they are immune from everything. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. What these states are trying to do is unlawful, and they know it. Nope. Federal officials acting in the course of their duties are immune from liability under state law. But if they're breaking the law, then that wouldn't be doing acts within their parameters of their job, right? If you are a federal officer and you're committing crimes, that is outside of the scope. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's presumably outside of the scope of a federal officer to be committing crimes such as murder, right? Such as assault, right? That's just my 2 cents. Look, I'm not a lawyer, okay, but it seems to me like if the federal officers or federal officials in question are committing crimes, that would be outside of outside of their job description, right? Yeah, crimes, exactly. The state added that local officials should instead consider how their actions have endangered federal law enforcement officers. No. No. The local officials telling people to protest, local officials saying that ICE is committing crimes and whatnot, is not endangering law enforcement officers. ICE is endangering themselves by killing people. It tends to make a community angry if you're out there murdering civilians who are unarmed and pose no threat to you whatsoever, who are within their rights and not breaking any law that would warrant them being murdered. So yeah, that tends to make people angry. Tonight is the Texas primary, yes, and that is something to watch, for sure. Bovino, who emerged as a key figure in the Trump administration's immigration enforcement operation, you mean the ethnic cleansing operation, known for bringing aggressive tactics to crackdowns in Minneapolis, St. Paul, Chicago, and Los Angeles. In Chicago, federal officers frequently deployed chemical irritants, tear gas, crowd control measures in residential neighborhoods, and a judge ordered Bovino to wear a body camera and appear in court daily to answer questions about the crackdown. That order was overturned before his mandated appearance. Officers at times took a forceful approach to corralling protesters in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and detained numerous people blowing whistles and recording arrests. Bovino was eventually removed from his leading role in Minnesota effort after federal officials murdered Good and Preddy. Nadia, welcome. I woke up in the middle of the night for this. I'm not even hearing half of it because of how much I'm having to blow my nose. Yeesh. Somewhere near good enough to be a Terminator bot. No, it's more... No, obviously it's not exactly. Not exactly. No one was questioned today, and it was great. I did not see that. Moriarty's office had set up an online portal to which photos, videos, and eyewitness accounts from any point during Operation Metro Surge can be uploaded. The Trump administration has defended federal officers, but Moriarty is making clear that her office is collecting evidence about all sorts of possible crimes, said Rachel Moran, a professor of criminal law and policing at the University of St. Thomas School of Law in Minneapolis. In cases where officers unjustifiably use chemical weapons, threw people on the ground, or assaulted them, or smashed car windows, Moran said examples, prosecutors may be investigating assault and property damage. Yes. I think that they should prosecute them all of them. Prosecute them all, arrest them all. Anyone of these officers that are committing crimes, assaulting people, smashing car windows, throwing tear gas into cars full of children, deploying tear gas near schools. killing people who posed absolutely no threat. Not to mention the numerous violations of civil rights by arresting people who should not have been arrested. Unlawful detainment, like the laundry list of stuff here is it's pretty significant. She really is soulless. Agreed, 100%. Which makes her perfect to be the head of this DHS. My new Barbie, new video is on the Ice Barbie. Go check it out, folks, please, and go subscribe. These would be situations where the state has to determine is there evidence that the agents acted unlawfully and outside the scope of their authorized duty. Moran said, I think agents did illegal things here, and I watched it. Yep. So again, she's very clearly laying out that this isn't like, targeting federal officers. This is about holding these people accountable because they committed crimes. That's what this is about. And I 100% support this. They should all be arrested. Every single one of those agents out there committing crimes, assaulting people, killing people, tear gassing people illegally, all of them should be arrested. Godspeed, Boku. I will be doing my this space stuff on the new channel, Political Coffee House, which Matt came up with. Nice. Nice. Please go subscribe, folks. Though federal officers conducted immigration enforcement throughout the Twin Cities, Moriarty's investigation will only focus on incidents in Hennepin County, which includes Minneapolis and many of its suburbs. She said on Sunday that her office is prepared to sue the federal government to get the evidence she has requested from the Good and Peretti investigations if she does not hear from them by Tuesday, which is today. The question is, should we charge in federal court? Do we expect the federal government to obstruct us? I would say they're already doing that. No, I think that you should just charge them with state crimes. So you should do it. You should do it statewide, so that if in the event that these people do get convicted, they can't be pardoned by state crimes or by state charges. So I would say keep it all within the state. Don't let the federal government touch it. If anything, you shouldn't let the federal government anywhere near this, because they've already shown that they do not want to cooperate, and they are explicitly defending the criminal actions of these agents. The Justice Department opened a civil rights inquiry into Peretti's death, but said it saw no reason for a civil rights investigation of Good's death. Right. The Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, barred state investigators from accessing evidence in her case. The DOJ and FBI did not immediately return requests for comment. While Moriarty addressed the challenges her office would face in bringing these charges against the federal agents, said they are committed to transparency and accountability. Mark Ulcer, who served as director of the criminal division for a year under Moriarty in 23 and 24, said regardless of whether there are charges, he said the public can look forward to more clarity. One of the most important roles that prosecution has is truth-telling, is to bring to the surface what actually happened at a given time. Said Ulcer, who is a law professor at the University of St. Thomas. We all know more than what we will all know more than just what we saw in those initial videos by the time she's done. I'm confident of that. I mean, like, yeah, I agree that all this should be investigated and put out in the public, but like, I mean, you know, in the day and age of 2026, we've seen so many angles of the incidents that have been happening in Minneapolis and elsewhere. Like, I mean, I think the public has a pretty good understanding and a pretty good perspective of what happened. and I think it's pretty undeniable, especially with the case, in the cases of Renee Good, and Alex Preddy. I think that the multiple angles, the witness reports, I think it's pretty clear what happened, right? I don't think we're gonna learn much more than what the obvious video evidence provided, right? I mean, what more evidence do you need? There were several different angles. You had body camera footage from the officers themselves. I mean, like, it's all there. But anyways, that doesn't mean that these investigations shouldn't happen. I really applaud this, and I hope that something comes out of it. All these people do need to go to jail for all the crimes that they have done, and I'm glad that the state and local government are stepping up. As I said in my previous comments with these situations, I'm glad, because this is the only way. Because the federal government is not going to charge these people. The federal government isn't really investigating the crimes that ICE has been doing because they're okay with it, right? So I think that this is a good step in the right direction, and we'll see if anything comes out of this. We'll definitely be keeping an eye out on these cases if they amount to anything. All right, folks, it's just about to be 8 o'clock. Movie night extravaganza is coming up next, folks. So please stay tuned for that. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your support. You guys are what makes this channel go, folks. We really do appreciate you guys being here. If you want to support the channel, make sure that you do all the things, folks. Spread the word far and wide. We're here Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. There's Mondays are news days. So if you want to keep up with the news throughout the day, we have live content. We have syndicated content here. There's something for everyone here on this space. So please spread the word far and wide. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. Elviana, hope to see you guys in the next one, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. See ya!
it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, extravaganza.
We need to send the message that we have a new culture here now, where people should, yes, of course, feel free to leave at 5:30 and be with their families. No one is going to be overworked like in the past. No more unpleasant incidents. But, of course, it's not compulsory. And obviously, if people still have work to do, they should absolutely stay and continue to work.
Tonight, we're once again discussing a Yorgos Lanthimos movie. On our Oscar month 2 years ago, we talked about Poor Things, and since then, we've done episodes on The Favorite and Kinds of Kindness, which we were early on. Tonight, we're talking about Begonia, based on the 2003 South Korean Jang Joon-hwan black comedy sci-fi film Save the Green Planet, about a misfit conspiracy theorist who kidnaps a pharmaceutical company CEO that he is convinced is an alien known as an Andromedon, who's laying the groundwork for an invasion of the planet and extinction of humanity.
혹시 고향이 안드로메다 아니십니까? 뭐라고? 고향이 안드로메다 아니냐고. 이 더러운 외계인 놈아!
The conspiracy theorist, Lee Bae-gong-gyu, and his slow-witted circus performer wife think they can stop the invasion and save the planet if they're able to force the Andromedon to bring them up to his ship during a lunar eclipse. The film utilizes this moment of predicted ecological collapse and the information overload of the early internet age to show these dueling narratives and how isolation from the community can drive a person into these dark paths.
저놈 신경 시스템만 약화시키면 그땐 벗어도 돼.
정말? 어떻게?
이상하게도 저놈들 유전자 구조는 우리랑 거의 똑같아. 하지만 신경 체계는 상당한 차이가 있지. 그래서 여기 들어있는 말레인산 클로로페니라민이 몸속에 침투하게 되면 저놈들 신경 전달 물질인 트란스크리산테메이트에 협착하게 되고, 트란스크리산테메이트는 큐탈트린과 레스메트린 이 두 가지 물질로 파괴됩니다. 그럼 저놈은 아무런 힘도 못 쓰게 되는 거지.
Originally, director Jang was sent to come to the United States from South Korea to direct an English-language remake of Save the Green Planet, which was set to be produced by Ari Aster and Lars Knudsen, who were also set to release Aster's latest film, Eddington, which deals with some very similar themes diagnosing this cultural and political moment. But Jang ended up having health issues and couldn't move to America, so Ari Aster and Lars Knudsen brought in Yorgos Lanthimos. Aster also hired Will Tracy, who in 2022 wrote and produced The Menu. After formerly serving as editor-in-chief of The Onion and writing for Secession and Last Week Tonight. Begonia stars Emma Stone, Jesse Plemons, Stavros Halkias, Alicia Silverstone, and introduces Aidan Delbus.
Primarily, I'm not an alien.
You are. I've done thermal imaging on your face. There's Andromedan code all over your Instagram. You're barely even hiding it. I mean, look at you. I'm supposed to believe you're a 45-year-old woman? Human woman?
I mean, I follow a very strict reverse aging diet and therapy program.
Sharing a very similar backdrop to Save the Green Planet, Begonia revolves around Jesse Plemons as an adult conspiracy theorist named Teddy and his autistic cousin Don, who kidnap a pharmaceutical CEO named Michelle Fuller, played by Emma Stone. The epitome of a neoliberal corporate girl boss CEO type of an incredibly shady pharma company that's clearly recently got a bunch of bad press. Teddy is convinced that Michelle Fuller, who is technically his boss, and also sent his mother through a clinical trial that made her float and then put her in a coma, is an Andromedon.
This is really difficult for me as well. You killed my family. You killed my community. You killed my coworkers. You killed the bees. So given that, you should really appreciate how super professional I'm being right now by not gutting you.
Blending Teddy's anguishing personal trauma in a system that's destroyed his family and made him completely unstable with his intense conspiracy-brained worldview that he's taken on with all of the other quests for meaning that he's attempted and failed to provide any relief or meaning. On top of losing his mother to a clinical experiment, it's heavily implied that Teddy was molested as a kid by his babysitter, played by Stav, who's now a sheriff tasked with helping to try to find Michelle Fuller.
I know the last thing you want is for your fucked up babysitter from 20 years ago stopping by, feeling guilty about, whatever went down. But sometimes I pass by this place and I just get this fucking sad, awful feeling like, what's going on in there?
Begonia is a perfect study of two dueling worldviews that collide in the kidnapping and the pretty brutal at times torture and humiliation of Michelle Fuller, as Teddy attempts to force her to admit she's an Andromedon and gain access to her mothership. Yorgos brought on his team, including cinematographer Robbie Ryan, who turns Begonia into an insanely stylized film that uses color to really intensify the experience on screen, musician Jerkskin Fendrix, and the editor Yorgos, aka Blackfish, who has worked with Yorgos Lanthimos on his last few projects. It's up for 4 Oscars, including Best Picture, Best Actress for Emma Stone, whose head was shaved for this role, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Original Score.
Krikubela, kridire kantari, antiritari, kalpere tinishera, kurkuki, tukinikinsham.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content. We'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Our show gets simulcast, or if we're not on at regular time, played later on This Space. This Space is a working class independent media collective. YouTube.com/ThisSpaceTV. Subscribing really helps out, or even more, sharing content from This Space and encouraging others to do the same. By working together, we can break through the algorithm. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Christina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Christina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Christina. Boris and Christina have a second show, The Absurdity Space, live on This Space on Wednesdays at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Josh Dugan is the co-host of the SVU podcast, Munch by Benson, and the nostalgia-driven movie podcast, On Time Rewind, as well as a Substack writer, joshdugan.substack.com. I, of course, am your host, who may or may not be an Andromedon, Forrest Miller. 99% of what's called activism is really personal exhibitionism and brand maintenance in disguise.
I mean, where's the lie, really? But Josh, welcome back. It's good to have you, man.
Howdy.
Figure we started dialectic, get the conversation going, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Dialogue
great to be back.
of the salesman.
Andromedan, translator, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm convinced that Emma Stone went into some kind of method actor corporate retreat language training, because she's so freaking good. She's so freaking good as just effortlessly putting out, especially we first see her in that they're doing that video, right? And she's so effortless at being that person.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced she had to have gone just attended one of those trainings.
I think she also studied that that Elizabeth Holmes lady to kind of get that kind of specific cadence, that tone in her voice too. I was like, where I've heard this before.
Yeah. No, it's that girl boss CEO. you know, and what a wonderful bit, not to just get right into it necessarily, but like the whole, like, and of course everyone can leave early, you know, but if you have work to do, you know, stick around and make sure you finish up your work, of course. Don't feel like you have
No overtime. What?
Yeah.
It's such a good bit because it's hits so close to home, which is kind of like Yorgos's love language, right?
Which is interesting. Like, you know, talking about the screenplay of this, which is written by Will Tracy, who is a former editor-in-chief of The Onion, and who did The Menu. That was like his big project before that. And it's interesting that he only saw Save the Green Planet, the movie this is based on, once, and basically, I guess, probably took notes or whatever, but then just kind of from memory reconstructed this entire South Korean movie from 2003, which you could tell like a huge difference between like the Emma Stone character or like gender swapped characters like the autistic cousin Don, like all of these kinds of changes kind of work in tandem with like the time period, like the time capsule of each of these films. So it's like the girl boss CEO is such a more dynamic character now, whereas who they kidnap in the and Save the Green Planet
really,
is like this.
it wasn't a thing back then. There really wasn't no girl boss CEO.
Yeah, well, yeah, because that's such a modern construct, right? That's yeah. He went method too. That's right.
I should have put some antihistamine all over my face, but I look pale enough, don't I?
For the audio listeners, Josh from Afternoon Tune said that Forrest shaved his head for doing Begonia. So that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, for Begonia.
Method. Yeah, exactly. That's why he's so method. He did it years before, but you know.
But yeah, like it's this and the actual name of the company is Oxolith in this, which is like it's like
the most evil corporation you could think of, like named like no
but
good
it's also
intentions
so,
here.
It's so Silicon Valley, it feels like
yeah,
every corporation that we have today that's like this, you know, the new evil corporation that pops out of nowhere pretty much out of Silicon Valley. It's always like two words that have just been kind of shoved together. It's like Oxolith is like the perfect version of that.
Or they're lifted from Tolkien.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, and it makes stuff that I and the rest of us come up with as a bit on this show look like genius by comparison. It's always like so much stupider than you possibly could ever imagine.
Yeah,
and I got a great imagination, but I have not seen Save the Green Planet. Forrest, I know you watch. I did not.
I've seen it.
Watch it.
I saw it.
Okay.
I've seen
I'm
it
the only
twice.
one that hasn't seen it.
Wow,
I know. I'm well. I got a tour coming up.
What do you do in your free time? Watch movies for the Criterion Challenge?
just sitting around with my dick in my hand. Apparently, I don't know, but so I'm curious because that was not a movie that I knew anything about, and like it's very Conan Neutron coded. Like it's definitely a movie I feel like it's like one of those things where like I either saw it when it came out or I have no idea it exists. You know, like that
watching it back to back with this is very interesting because it literally like the two movies do feel like they're in conversation with each other, but it feels like it's coming out of like a guy's memory, remembering each scene.
That kind of rocks though. Like, what if every adaptation was like that? You know, I mean, I almost feel like I didn't love it, but I almost feel like that's like, you know, the Edgar Wright Running Man. Like it is closer to the book, but
there's a feeling like that when remember I rewatched for the millionth time The Departed, and then I watched Infernal Affairs.
Yeah,
and I watched them like and like some of the shots that Scorsese did in The Departed are like obviously lifted right out of Infernal Affairs, even though the stories are very different because they're from like, you know, completely different parts of the world, telling the same kind of similar story.
Yeah, but but it is sort of like the half remembered, which maybe is better because what I don't have a lot of time for the Gus Van Sant Psycho. You know what I mean? Where it's like, all right, respect. You did that. You did a shot for shot remake with Jack's Notes and Vince Vaughn.
I think you're also
don't remind me.
I think you're more likely to make a better movie.
Yeah,
which I would say Begonia is better than Save the Green Planet. I had remembered liking it more, and then when I rewatched it for this, I was like, oh, this strikes a tone that I'm not wild about.
It's kind of like that thing that we've discussed. Like, it's like, oh, you know, maybe some movies that didn't necessarily hit the mark, but could be remade, or even like in a different language. Maybe some like, you know, they take a bunch of stuff. It's very inspired by. This is the movie where it's like, yes, this is where it actually like is a thing and it worked.
Well, ironically, one of those movies that we talked about, I said The Running Man, but I don't think Edgar Wright did it, frankly. But because everyone loves The Running Man, I'm like, yeah, but have you seen it lately? Like, it's not amazing. Like, there's some cool stuff there, but it's not great. And then the Edgar Wright Running Man there's cool things about it. It's fine. But like
Ocean's 11 jumps out as another that's sort of like, oh
Yes.
no, the remake is like actually
1,000 times better.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Although you know,
and
Ocean's 11, it's like how easy is it really to do like a Rat Pack style, like
Yeah, it's like we put Brad Pitt, George Clooney, like all these people together because they're technically our Rat Pack sort of opponent.
for the heist, and then how did anyone get a heist done like this?
Well, and not that we're going to get into Ocean's 11 discourse necessarily, but like it corresponding along with the same time as Mad Men becoming popular, it's sort of like, there are certain aspects of the 50s that are kind of stylish and cool and interesting to a younger generation because they didn't have to deal with it. That wasn't like the people that were telling them like,
you see,
you can't do this or that.
It's like, like not to talk about Bridgerton, but I'm seeing more girls dressed like all Regency era stuff because certain things are becoming like appealing. It's like how we do like how Gen Z likes to make fun of millennials and yet they're wearing like Y2K style clothing.
Yeah. So you're able to recontextualize things and do so in a way that makes it interesting. So I mean, it's kind of, frankly, those movies, as like ridiculous as they are, some of Soderbergh's best. I mean, they're pretty badass, frankly, because they do the exact thing that they're meant to do. And I miss that purpose-driven filmmaking. Everything tries to be, first of all things to all people. Secondly, prestige, and not everything should or could be prestige. See F1.
That's Oscar nominated F1.
Oscar nominated Best Picture nominee. F1. And you know what? Like, and Begonia was like, will Begonia make it into Best Picture? I don't know.
It's a Yorgos Lanthimos, Emma Stone start. So honestly, I feel like that's like if it's like a certain like checklist at this point where it's like Emma Stone did it, Yorgos Lanthimos directed it. Boom. Okay, Best Picture.
Honestly, I was never in doubt, but for the reasons you mentioned, not for any other reason. And it's interesting because we have really, as you mentioned in the intro for us, we covered Poor Things, which I loved, one of my favorite movies of the year. We covered Kinds of Kindness that did anybody cover Kinds of Kindness? Just us, I think.
It was such an interesting, like, sadistic experiment. Like, I can't imagine like a lot of film reviewers are like more up and like it's like being able to really complete that because it's like the whole film is like doused in sadism.
Yeah, it's just very mean. It's a very mean movie, and this is sort of the natural culmination, I think, of that. What he was going for with those movies, which is like a real exploration of like that side of like the human spirit and sort of the do we deserve to exist? ...
Which is ironic then that he was actually not supposed to direct it. It was supposed to be Jang Joon-hwan, the original director of
the guy who did the first
was going to come here and move to America. And then he had some kind of health problem. I don't know if anyone really went into what it was. And he was like, I can't change my environment and like move to America for this amount of time.
I don't blame him. Who would want to?
Our healthcare system's so great.
Yeah, exactly. Best in the world, right? Yeah.
If you're rich,
it's great. It's aces.
My health problem is bronchitis.
But I feel like when it comes to this is probably Yorgos' most like intimate movie, very simple setting, takes place in a span of a few days with some flashbacks. While Poor Things takes like months, maybe years at best.
And it's expansive. There's huge sets, big production design, right?
Yeah. And even The Favorite was more like, yes, it takes place in a span of a certain time period, which I'm surprised we haven't covered The Favorite. That's like my favorite one.
We did
The Favorite.
Yeah, covered The Favorite. Yeah.
When?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Jesus Christ, was I there? I don't remember.
Maybe you weren't. I don't know. I'm not gonna look.
But
it was great. We talked about the duck race and everything. It was the whole thing.
Yeah.
We're like duck racing. Yeah, why not? Sure.
But again, like this is like Yorgos' most like small, intimate, very few casting. You got Stavi in there, and that's like when I put out that he got in them. I was like
June 11th, 2024, and you were there.
Oh man, real time fact check. Damn. Ruthless.
Man, my memory's going
obviously it made a huge impression on you. I remember that being a good episode. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. But anyway, but I think you're right. And Forrest, you're the first one to bring up to me of just like the fact that post Favorite, into Poor Things, Kinds of Kindness, and this, there's kind of like a corollary between all of them, right?
Yeah.
And this definitely feels.
I just assumed that this was a natural culmination of that. Like I didn't go like after watching it, right, until researching it a little bit. I didn't realize that it wasn't something that he had initiated as a project. Yeah.
I mean, did he? Like I don't know.
They were like, hey, here's
this
you
way it
could
went.
probably do it. They probably were like, you know what? Who would be good at doing stuff like this? Yorgos Lanthimos. Because
No,
again,
literally. They sent the script. They sent the screenplay around when it was finished. Will Tracy sent it around because it was Ari Aster and it was Lars Knudsen, like the two guys that they were the ones that made Eddington this year too.
Right, which is funny because I love Eddington. I really do hope we cover on the show eventually. But like Eddington and Begonia are definitely birds of a feather for this year.
Yeah,
for just excellent feel bad cinema that is also like woof.
Yeah,
too close to home. Yeah, well, and both of them really, but in different ways. Josh, I'm curious, what's your relationship with Yorgos Lanthimos? Not like personally, but I mean like with
I sadly don't have a personal one. If I did, I might still be living in LA.
Yeah.
So I loved The Favorite. I loved Killing of a Sacred Deer. I loved what's the one right before that? The Lobster.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Kinds of Kindness.
It's basically 3 different movies in one.
Yeah.
A varying quality.
It's a very miserable triptych, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it's just called, a miserable triptych.
It takes
basically what you know how movies have different titles and they ship to different countries that's basically what Kinds of Kindness was labeled. I can confirm.
And by the way, another one that we like rushed to cover like right when it came out, and we were the only
Beau's
one.
Afraid.
Like,
sure,
okay,
sure.
Yeah, Beau's Afraid, Kinds of Kindness, Materialist.
The Ari Aster, Yorgos Lanthimos thing again.
Yeah, Materialist was just.
But I am a fan. I really dug this. I thought this was so much better than Save the Green Planet. Again, I liked Save the Green Planet when I saw it like 20 years ago, but I hadn't thought about it and I remembered almost nothing. And when I saw it now, it was like, oh, okay. I've seen Begonia twice. It was kind of like, yeah, they definitely made a lot of choices that were for the betterment of the story here.
Yeah, which some of them were in fact made by Jang Joon-hwan, who actually was the one that came up with the idea that it's his autistic like cousin and
like
not
modernize it.
Yeah, so he had a bunch of ideas of stuff that he wanted to change, and then eventually he like kind of dropped out of the project. But some of the ideas in the scripts that were different were actually his, because he's still the executive producer.
Yeah, it's a. I feel like this is very much a movie of the moment, and what's interesting about that is that I also feel like One Battle After Another is very much a movie of the moment.
Yeah,
and that's like the easy favorite to be, so to speak.
A lot of movies
of Best Picture. But like, it's interesting that we're getting more of that and then being more abjectly political. Eddington redacted to a black site, just like Beau's Afraid. Like nowhere to be found. Ironically, which would be a scene in Eddington and Beau's Afraid. But One Battle After Another, getting all the praise because it's PTA. But I think Begonia just barely it's one for the freaks. Really. Yeah. And I say that as a self-confessed freak.
I mean, it's interesting removing like Eddington to a black site. Martin Scorsese, after Hereditary, basically had taken in Ari Aster as like this is a man of film. This is somebody that I really want to promote. So there's so many conversations with Martin Scorsese and Ari Aster that they put out every time one of his films comes out. Like Martin Scorsese is like one of his biggest champions, and it's funny that it's probably not because of this, but he's kind of his films have been redacted to a black site the same way that like Martin Scorsese for years was getting like full disrespect from the Academy, and despite doing everything he really could to like save filmmaking or to bring international films
and what a guy to have in your corner, Martin Scorsese. You could do a lot worse.
Yeah,
I mean, goddamn,
there are a few who give as many shits.
Yeah,
as Martin Scorsese does.
It just feels like this movie is Ari Aster. Not having Yorgos directed, but the way that this was originally framed, where it was going to be, the director of the original movie coming here to do his own version in America, feels very Scorsese. Like it feels like the kind of thing Scorsese does to promote international filmmaking. And then of course, Yorgos ended up being the guy.
right, exactly. Well, and it's the guy. I like that there being an alliance of the freaky deeks, where people that are like the outsider cinema that is still like allowed in mainstream circles. so to speak. You know, they have an alliance. Great. Why can't we get that in politics, by the way? But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. So the plot of this movie.
Where's an opposition party? Can we find one of those somewhere? Thank you.
What is that? What are
What's
you
an
talking
opposition
about?
party?
Yeah, I don't know. We don't know what that is here.
I'm very confused.
Oh, is that like a party where everyone's in opposition to each other?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
Yeah. You stand opposite one another and you just kind of talk.
That's a whole thing.
Cool.
It's a whole thing.
Michelle Fuller, the CEO of the pharmaceutical conglomerate Oxalith. Again, Oxalith. This show is sponsored, of course, by Oxalith. Is abducted by conspiracy theory Teddy Gatz, his autistic cousin Don. Teddy's mother, Sandy, previously participated in a clinical trial for an oxalate drug that rendered her comatose.
Okay, so wow. First of all, we're coming in hot with a lot of plot that like is a lot of setup, right? So the abduction, straight Coen brothers, and I mean that in the fact that like she gets the better of them so quickly and so efficiently that like I was howling in the theaters when I first saw it. By the way, once again, the only person laughing. I'm like, are you people dead inside?
Because in the
Like, this is
beginning,
funny.
she's training too. Like there's a lot of things missing. Like, you know, we get to see a little bit what a day in her life is like too.
You're so right. We see it. We don't get told.
She's
about
not doing yoga on bath towels.
Right.
Yeah, and they're all also wearing Jennifer Aniston mask, which is hilarious.
It's
amazing.
also the first thing. One of the first
Rachel,
things you see
Friends
in
mask.
conversation is that Teddy and Don are like. Well, I was gonna say are forced to, but Don is really forced to castrate, chemically castrate himself.
Yeah, we're skipping right past that.
With the well, no, it's this summary, but yeah,
but that's
no,
real early on in this picture. To be clear, like it's setting the
Oh, yeah.
the stakes fairly early. Like
One of the first things
but
you
I
really
just
see-
love that since we're talking about the abduction, just there's abductions that go bad, and there's whatever this was.
Yeah, it's like, oh, really? She could have actually gone away.
Well, because you
whatever-
see that
whatever-
great scene in
yeah.
the pool house.
Yes.
Where you see it all happen, and you're like, "Why are we in the pool house?" And then you boom, see the tackle. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so well
Yeah,
done.
into the
It's so
shrubs.
funny.
It's amazing.
Oh,
It's so fun.
But what I was saying is, while she's doing training, like and you know, she's doing like the girl boss kind of martial arts style kind of stuff, where it's like, prepare yourself, get ready for to bring it back your company. This is a new era, like kind of doing all this physical training. They're
montage.
chemically castrating themselves and kind of sitting around, and like they're not doing the same kind of physical endurance kind of stuff that she's doing. So when the clash happens, it's like
Really?
it's like two chickens running around with their head.
Well, because they go to the store and like you kind of get a little like you're getting a glimpse of the hearing about it from their perspective, right? And then they have like just the slightest hint of the YouTube rabbit hole for what this is, and then you like because it's a Yorgos Lanthimos movie, chemical castration, to remove distractions, right? The normal thing that we all think of.
You can't have sexual urges. What that gets in the way of the cause.
And it's so heartbreaking too, because the cousin Don, the first thing he says is like, I kind of thought one day I wanted to be with somebody, and he's like, no, you gotta physically prepare yourself for this. We're saving the world.
Poor Don.
But you realize like throughout this entire thing how much crazier Teddy is than anything would really. Yeah.
Okay, I do take issue with that because he's not crazy.
He's not. Well,
he's right.
Yeah, exactly.
He's right.
We don't.
He's right. And I went into this. I didn't remember Save the Green Planet well enough to know that, like, to remember, like, it had been 20 plus years. I really didn't remember. But I went into this, I made a conscious choice to watch this from the perspective that he was right. And as I watched more and more of the movie, I was like, I'm going to actually be pissed if he's not right.
Yeah,
right.
Like, I think that's a cop-out. And like, I think the way that this movie works is him being right. But if you watch it, I happen to go in.
He's right, but he's mentally and physically broken, right? Like this world has broken him. And
because that's what the Andromedans want.
Yeah. But when he actually realizes he's right, there's a dejection to it. Like he's given up so much by that point that he's like he's physically like kind of deflates. And like,
well, but he's also like he has been tricked into killing his mom.
Yeah,
like,
and
there are extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, of course.
That
we're getting way ahead of this, but
Don's dead, his mom is dead.
But the back and forth of because I didn't know, I'd never seen Save the Green Planet, and when I watched it, I watched real early, so I didn't have to deal with like spoilers that come in like the second the movie first airs, right? And the back and forth just shows how great the performances are. That you're like, I don't know, maybe. Oh no. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
but
I counted,
you know,
I counted 8 times where I did that back and forth.
yeah, and it's such a great. It's like this is a false. This is actually her trying to trick him, but like, and then like it just adds layers of just like what. And if this was any other year, because the performances year for all the categories very strong, right?
Yeah.
If this was like a weaker year for performances, there wouldn't be any question about like who would be winning. Like
I mean,
both
except
of
for I mean Jesse Buckley, but
well, wrong. Jesse got nominated, frankly.
Wrong.
Wrong.
Not to jump to the spreadsheet, but I picked Jesse Plemons as best actor on the spreadsheet.
I know, which is invalid. It's not going to count. It's like voting for Colonel.
Oh,
Sanders.
I know, but like that was a statement. That was a statement from me. I know it doesn't count, but as my pick, it's him.
So yeah, so Teddy has come to believe that Michelle is a member of a malignant alien species known as Andromedons, who are killing Earth's honeybees, destroying communities, and forcing humans into numb subservience.
Right. I mean, talk about being of the moment, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like the colony collapse disorder has only in the past few years kind of entered popular lexicon, because that was like something that I was reading about like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear about it in movies. It was like a kind of a niche, like whatever nerd push, kind of like.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Please Clean Lilo and Stitch making a big stink about like the mosquitoes for some reason. I was like, yeah, it kind of reminds me of like that as well, like how essential certain things are needed, like So
it's ecology, right? Like it's
ecology,
yeah.
But specifically, the bees. Losing the bees being like the beginning of the end of civilization as like a thing that people just know now. Like, for the wrong reasons, I might add, but but I mean, it's interesting. Well, because that was also not to get ahead of ourselves, but the score, which goes, the score is wonderful in this. He didn't get to see the movie. He was just given 3 words. 3 words.
It was 4.
Was it 4?
I'm an alien. Just kidding.
No, it was bees, spaceship, right? What was it?
Old Emily, which is Emma.
Yeah.
And then there was another one. What the fuck was it?
But this was the sum totality of the direction. He didn't see the movie. He didn't like see the dailies. He didn't see the sets. It was just like,
here's some words to go with that.
And it's so good. Like it's such a good score in a year of like great scores.
Bees,
basement, spaceship, Emily Bald.
Yeah.
Great. I mean, and if there's anything to remember from the movie,
those are the things.
So spaceship represented by purely orchestral music, basement represented by the purely synthesizer music, and then bees represented by a combination of both orchestral and synthesizer sounds.
Yeah.
I like how like when we're on the opening title cards, it's just that like the drone of the bees, but it's got this otherworldly element to it.
Yeah,
like that's how it starts with the black title cards and that for like 30 seconds, and it definitely like puts you on edge from the jump.
It's off-putting from the beginning. Yeah. Right.
The term begonia is an ancient Greek term, and it means progeny from an ox. It's the belief, it's this ritual that they believe ritualistically honeybees can come out of the decaying corpse of an ox. So that's the literal term, which is kind of a fascinating. Like that they chose that one as.
It's pretty freaky, Yogos.
So Teddy and Don imprison Michelle in their basement, shave her head to stop her from sending signals.
Let's not dance past that too. That's kind of like, because the first time I'm like, what?
Because they shave her head on camera.
Yeah.
Well, and there's like a back and forth about it. He's trying to do it. He's not doing a very good job of it. Just like the whole abduction, like there's a whole thing with it. But yeah, she actually had her head shaved on camera for this. So off.
Can't have her communicating with the mothership.
Yeah. F off Jared Leto is what I was trying to say. But yeah.
One of the things they built the house in the film. They built the house from scratch as a set.
Yep.
That's great.
Yeah,
and they built a bunch of hexagons into it. To like represent the bees.
But like so all of a sudden there was like a house kind of had sprung up from nothing, and everything in the house had been designed so that like even if they weren't going to use something like the refrigerator or the cabinets, they all had things in them that could be like pulled out of them. Like the whole house was just designed as it could be a functional house.
I love that. That's great.
Yeah, I just found that out today, so I was.
We're somehow in the third sentence of this.
I hope they're putting it up as an Airbnb.
I know.
I mean, I don't know if you can live. I don't know if it's
Georgia, right?
I don't know if it's functional enough to live in, but
I'm not sure. I know some of this stuff is in. A lot of it was shot in England. But the exterior, I know obviously the exterior is like when he's in town, that's all in Georgia. But
see, I've heard you can tell if you listen closely to the bees' accents.
Yes, buzz, buzz. Yes.
I say, buzz, sir.
Yeah, shave her head and cover her body in antihistamine cream to prevent her from sending out a distress signal to other Andromedons. Teddy,
which seems like real like psychopath.
Yeah,
stuff, but turns out, whoops, he's right.
I don't think. Yeah, I mean he's right, but it's so crazy to watch it, right? Like the way that he's. Teddy explains that she has 4 days to negotiate a meeting with the Andromedon Emperor before an upcoming lunar eclipse, which will allow the Andromedon mothership to enter Earth's atmosphere undetected.
You know what movie I watched also recently, because it was given that Hard Candy with Elliot Page and Patrick Wilson, because his character is like, you are a pedophile. You are this. Like he's like, I'm not. I was just there. Like it's like it's trying to beat into like you are this thing. You are this thing. You got to do what I say. There's that it was given that for some reason. Like when I was watching this, I was like, this sounds very much like Hard Candy.
Because it puts us on the back foot in that same way of like not knowing what is actually true.
The thing that they're being claimed to be, or
and that's kind of and that's one of the things that's like it fits so wonderful with the current moment. But I mean, the world we live in, things are spoiled like the second the movie comes out. There's like memes about it, like before the first showing's done.
Which is why I was so happy that when I saw this, it was a week before it came out in theaters, because I was at Woodstock Film Festival, and so I got to see it. I got to see it before I knew anything about it. And then when they were saying what the movie was about, they didn't even give like a synopsis to the guy. So he was just like, "Well, I looked up begonia. This is what it means." And then he turned on the movie.
Well, because there's so much to parse here, and so much that kind of meets the moment politically, but also so much that is just pure badass, fantastical sci-fi. But you don't know if it's just all in the mind of this conspiracy theorist or not, right? And that's and that's the advantage. Because for me, I never saw that Save the Green Planet. I was like, I don't know. He thinks she's an alien, is she? Guess we'll find out.
Beijing the Bystanders.
Right, exactly. Because there's any number of things it could be, especially because, again, as mentioned, the performances was as they go back and forth. If you don't know that, you're kind of on, well, I don't know, could be, but it's so well executed in that way. And part of that's a script, but a lot of that is a performance as well. And Jesse Plemons, I think Emma Stone's won an Oscar at this point. She's
two.
Everyone, two Oscars. You're right,
and I got one right.
you did. It's why you won that year. You're never gonna let me forget it. I know, but Plemons still somehow kind of underrated. Famously, I am not a Civil War fan. I did not like that movie. I think that movie was misadvertised and also not very good. But that Jesse Plemons scene is freaking amazing. Yeah. Give him like the Ned Beatty and Network Award, or the Fableman's Award.
He said, "What kind of Andromedon are you?"
So what I'm getting at is that Plemons, just one of the better character actors out there working, that has yet to really see some flowers from that, and that's interesting. Because I saw him like most people in Breaking Bad, and I was like, oh yeah, it's
or Friday Night Lights with Michael B. Jordan.
I was just gonna white power Matt Damon. That's what I was getting at. Thank you.
Some of it I think it's so hard, it's so hard to pigeonhole his like as a character actor, right? Like what his thing is, because he's been a psychopathic Nazi in Breaking Bad, who's there's like a little bit more sympathetic than the other Nazis, but like only this much. He's been in Fargo. Like the next thing he did was that season of Fargo where he met Kirsten Dunst and they got married.
Love story unfolded.
Yeah, and just to be clear, as an aside, I don't know why I'm bringing this up. Kirsten Dunst always watches all the movies. for the
Yes.
Oscars. And it's very proud of it. Which
Ariana Grande's the same way. She's like, I'm in the Academy now. I gotta. If you're in the Academy, you better be watching all the fucking movies, people.
You think
Because
that would
every
be the
year
baseline.
it's the same Oscar discourse. Like, I don't like this person. I didn't watch that. That movie's too long. And it's like, oh,
well, now
God.
they actually have to if they're going to vote.
They have to write like a 50-page essay, right, Josh? That's what I've heard.
I wish they
I
have
know.
they have to like actually verify somehow. There's like a rubric by which they have to verify that they've seen the movie.
In summary, Begonia is a study in contrast.
Yes.
That would rule, and they would have to like be published. I would love that. That'd be great.
After having tortured Michelle with electricity,
Crazy, by the way. That scene was. I was like,
it was really hard to watch. Teddy deems her a high psychological tolerance to execution, or high physiological tolerance to the electrocution, as evidence that she's actually a high-ranking member of the Andromedan royal family. Now they have kings and queens over there. Teddy and Don release Michelle from the basement under careful supervision and invite her upstairs for dinner.
Can I just say, and I said this in our watch party, sorry, Christina, but like the Green Day music drop when this is happening,
yes,
like, I would live for like a placement like that, please.
Yeah,
by all means, because it's and I call that like the Reservoir Dogs stuck in the middle with you exercising contrast. Where it's just like, oh, there's really like happy, peppy music and like the worst thing you could possibly imagine happening on screen at the same time. So,
but here, like Basket Case is like, you know, feeding into the like his mindset too. You know,
sure. It's a little closer.
Totally, it is the same. You know, the same like beast is stuck in the middle with you. But
yeah,
I mean,
I'm just saying, hit me up for a placement, people. Come on.
I mean, it's kind of like with James Gunn when he does his Neil dots for very specific scenes in like his movies too, like you see with Harley Quinn in the Suicide Squad, and same thing with Superman with Mr. So like it's
like the Louis Prima song.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
great.
Well, and Guardians.
Yeah,
absolutely.
like, you know, it's like, oh, this is really not what's going on, but it kind of does work with the vibe of the scene, surprisingly. And that's what this song does.
So while Emma Stone's character is being tortured, Green Day is playing. For those that, for whatever reason, are listening to this and haven't seen the movie, which by the way,
and you're probably going, "Wait, what? It's a Yorgos Lanthimos movie. What do you expect?"
Exactly.
But there's like,
Spoiler alert! Way after the fact that we've already revealed that she's an alien.
I mean, I don't. If we're the ones that are finding out about this, sorry, but
sorry,
she's an alien.
You shouldn't have been watching.
What?
This will be up forever.
Yeah, exactly. Let's come back when you're ready.
Also, may I say that spaghetti and meatballs are kind of mid? I'm like, why is there not enough sauce? I like my noodles covered in sauce.
They have such a like an interesting
good spaghetti representation in this picture. You're right. Yeah.
They have such an interesting like back and forth throughout this whole thing. Like the entire scene where he's like all kinds of shibboleths, and she's like,
he says
shibboleth. Yeah, he's a shibboleth, and she's like, and he's like, that's what I said. And she goes, I guess grammar is a false Andromedan construct as well. Like there's all,
which is the like your asterisk your like which is the big liberal. Well, got you on that one, didn't I? Of like, yeah, they don't fucking care. They don't care. It doesn't matter. But that's such a good bit.
This is a different, like, this is even worse because what it really is it's picking apart the privilege of having like a formal education versus being an autodidact. And so like if you go through the effort to like read about things, but you're just reading about them and not like hearing the word used in your day-to-day life, you're not actually going to know how it's pronounced. So it's like it's a classist thing going on here, even worse than the bullshit liberal like your apostrophe re shit, you know, like
you're right. It works on both
levels.
levels.
Know how to pronounce it.
And as an autodidact myself, respect. You know, as someone who's both erudite, loquacious, and an autodidact.
Yeah.
Well, another line I kill it at Scrabble too, bitch.
Another line that I wanted to. There's no payoff. There's no money. There's no legal system. There's no Congress. There's no America. There's no global democratic order. Like it's just it hits so hard in this moment where it really does feel like none of those things exist anymore, and we're in the process of transformation to something both worse and more terrifying, right? Like, and so it makes sense, even if he wasn't right, why you would come to this conclusion. Like something's so fucking wrong with society, something so wrong with everything with this last 80 years of basically having a liberal international order that everybody quotes all the time, even though nobody really ever lived up to it. But like the falling apart of that, like you have this kind of it resonates in this moment where it's like everything's already kind of coming apart.
Yeah, and you're right. It's that element. It's that part of meeting the moment, right? Like being this great unease of this, like we all know things are wrong. Nobody is fixing it. Nobody seems to be coming to save us. So on and so on.
And we're watching Seoul collapse in the same way that like the colony collapse disorder is happening.
Yeah.
We're watching all of our institutions and our system and like the entire global system really collapse in front of us, and no one's really reacting to it. And it's like,
and there doesn't seem to be any repercussions, even if they did. It's like, okay.
And also too, with like conspiracy theories, there's a lot of shit that's real, but the problem is people cannot handle the reality, so they make stupid shit up, like Jeffrey Epstein's DNA is in the COVID vaccines or some weird shit like that. And I'm like, the reality of what really went down is bad enough. You got to make up shit.
The reality is,
and come on, we all know it's the microchips. It's not his DNA.
Yes,
it was Jeffrey Jones's DNA.
Oh yeah. We're all gonna go after those truant children now.
Yeah.
Oh,
friend of the show.
You got the Jeffrey Jones vaccine. I got the Ghislaine Maxwell COVID vaccine.
Just famous sex offenders. They have different vaccines. Boutique.
The one that everyone wanted was the Donald Trump, but I don't know. They only made a few of those.
Yeah, exactly. It was high premium. Thank you.
Teddy and Donna release Michelle from the basement under careful supervision and invite her upstairs for dinner. The tense meal culminates in a physical fight, ultimately interrupted by the arrival of Casey, a local deputy sheriff, and Teddy's childhood babysitter who's searching for Michelle.
Snobby!
Dude, the laugh that I let out in the theater, like it was a Cape Fear style moment where I saw Stav walk up, and I knew Stav was in the movie because he had like posted about it. But I saw him walk up and then start talking about like, "Hey man, I'm sorry about what I did to you," and I just started laughing. And I felt like everyone was like, "What the fuck is this psychopath laughing about?"
Which and the converse of that is that as alert fans of the show know, I covered this movie with Eileen Jones, friend of the show, Eileen Jones, on her show Film Suck, filling in for Dolores. Had no idea who Stavros was. No idea. She's like, "Oh yeah, he's very good. He's great, very good, very good." Well, I know who he is. Tell her. But she had no idea. He's like, "Oh yeah, he's a really good character actor." I'm like, "Okay, so you're not familiar? Okay, all right." But it was fascinating because like she writes for Jacobin. And it's like, all right, but I can see where she wouldn't know about Comb.
Well, this was
too,
this was his first like.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I'm telling you, someone like that clued in, which is like. He's really good in that. He's a great actor.
I was watching him
movie.
on John Marco's podcast, and he was talking about how he got the role and shit like that. And I was like,
Yorgos actually contacted him. Yorgos was like, "Hey, I like your stuff, and I think you're like very interesting like a person. You want to be in my film." And of course, he's also Greek.
Greek.
Yeah, it's the Pan-Hellenic Council. Like they get together and.
Yeah, but he is quite good, and we see him earlier. He stops the Jesse Plemons character like going to work on his bike, right? And you're kind of like, "Oh, what's this going to be about?" You know, does he know that like someone's gonna abduct? I was like, no, it's just, it turns out it's far more mundane and self-involved, which is actually perfect. But you get these great scenes, right, where it's a bomb in a room. We know that Emma Stone is locked up downstairs, but the cop doesn't know. And like, so they're just having this freaking conversation where he's trying to absolve himself for having committed the most horrendous thing possible upon him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's just trying to get him the F out of the house because he has someone locked up downstairs.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with the fact that he molested him as a kid or whatever. As more to do with, I got a woman locked downstairs in the basement.
He's dismissing that wholesale because again, bomb in the room. We know what Jesse Plemons' character knows, but the fucking cop doesn't. So, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I'll show you the bees. Sure, whatever."
And he keeps having like, I love the line, and it didn't really stick out to me until we rewatched it. But I love the line where he's like, "There's the cake," and he's like, "Uh-oh, my arch enemy, right? My arch enemy."
Yeah. It's so good because it's such a lived-in role that. Talk about the perfect dude for that, right? It's like if you can't get Danny DeVito, get Stavi, you know?
Yeah. It's funny though. The other two things he's really been in that are like is the Shane Gillis tires show they did on Netflix where he works at like a tire dealership or whatever, and he comes in some episodes, and then he wrote his own movie with his friends for Netflix and got like paid money to let's start a cult. I think it's called.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
fantastic.
So while Dawn takes Michelle back to the basement and changes her to the floor, knocking her unconscious with the stock of a shotgun, Teddy distracts Casey by showing him the apiary in the background, and then I'll pass it off to Christina.
So yeah, apiary. By the way, beehive. You could just say beehive, but sure, apiary. Fine.
I'm reading the.
I know.
You're like clicking on the thing.
Look, I know what an apiary is. I literally used to read the dictionary for fun. Of course, I know what an apiary is.
Nerd.
This guy's fucking bragging over here.
But I'm the same way. That like I used to be like very loquacious, but I pulled that same thing where I like pull out like a $12 word and like that's not how you say that. I'm like, oh, my bad. Okay.
Well, yeah. Well, a lot of times that's the difference between someone who's learned from reading versus someone who's learned from like a professor reading them.
It doesn't mean they're dumb. It just means that they like maybe they're a different kind of learner. Maybe they didn't have a different kind of education. Again, they self-taught. Blah blah blah. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, the bees, not the bees.
So when Michelle regains consciousness, she offers to help Dawn if it reports Teddy to the police. Smart move.
She's working. She's the whole time she's like working on them, right? She's she's always operating, which is
another one of those moments where it's like, is she kind of like a corporate psychopath, or is she an alien? It's like
once the light starts flaring in the basement, that's the last point at which you could like, I think, reasonably withhold disbelief at all about like that's the point at which it's like, oh no, she's clearly an Andromeda.
Yeah. So Dom replies that he only wants to go to outer space with Michelle, and after she promises to take him, he shoots himself in the head.
Which was a moment when I saw it in the theater. I mean, it's so hard to fucking watch, but it's a moment when I saw it in the theater, everyone gasped like collectively.
Yeah.
Well, because she's like, yeah, sure, anywhere you want. Yeah, let me out of here.
He's like, I'm just gonna kill myself.
Let's go. And then you're like, oh, no. And of course, because think about that,
even she's
that
like
character, and think about like what he's been going through and like what kind of person he is. And
because he said that he's sad already because of the chemical castration.
Yep.
Like he's definitely like he's feeling a little crazy, is what he's also said. So I think that this is his way out.
Yeah, well, this is supposed to. I mean, Teddy is supposed to be the one taking care of him because he's incredibly, he's very autistic.
But he's very focused on other things, like kidnapping this woman and doing something.
And that guy rocks. I mean, that's like his first movie, right? Like he's
Aiden
even a
Delbert.
professional actor. He's so good.
One funny thing about this moment, he said that I was watching an interview or a Q&A with him, and he said that one thing that happened on set is when he actually put the gun against his head and pulled the trigger, he didn't expect the thing to go off and then Emma Stone to get sprayed in blood. It happened so fast that he just burst out laughing. So he was sitting there, and the thing just the blood capsule went off too fast for it. So like she was just squirted blood, and he just started laughing on the stairs. And they were like, "Oh man, we have to do this all over again."
It is like
we have to go hose off Emma Stone.
Yeah,
it is like almost Evil Dead level amount of blood. Like it is like, oh my god. But also, well, you know what? I'm not going to get into it. Also, accurate.
There's a thing in this whole where it's like, because of what Teddy's been through and because of the mental state that he's in, the thing that his mom did to him, which his mom's obviously a drug addict, and his mom is preparing him for this moment and covering him in tinfoil, and he's clearly not the I don't know, he's not the most stable. He's in the most stable situation in the beginning, right? So, or in the past when you see him getting covered in that tinfoil, he's kind of failing Teddy, failing Don to take care of Don the same way that everybody had failed to take care of him.
Yeah, it's just it's sad on so many levels.
Yeah, it's giving. It kind of reminds me, the end of Mice and Men.
Sure.
When Lenny turns around and you're like, oh no.
Yeah, but he Lenny'd himself.
Yeah, basically. It's like, oh no, don't do that, please.
Some Mice and Men, but on a budget, going for one actor.
Yeah, exactly.
This, by the way, is Lanthimos's most expensive movie.
Which is crazy because of how.
But they had to buy all that blood.
Yeah,
right. I'll into the blood.
Yeah,
budget.
the blood budget line item very, very high.
I feel like because Christina, you and I were talking about this. I feel like the Poor Things production design is like so crazy and so like intense. It's like you would think it would be that. Which
it'd be like $150 million budget. No, oh, okay. This is only 42.
You know what? I'll went into those those cardigan jumpsuits that the aliens were wearing. That's what it was.
Move over, Alpha Sex cardigan. We got the Andromedon cardigan jumpsuits now.
There was somebody was like, "Oh, they look cozy early on."
Poor Things was 35. The budget was 35 million for Poor Things, and the budget was 32 for this.
How is that possible?
Well, they're all on soundstage in Poor Things, or so much of it is
a lot of it is, yeah, and it's also, and which is a testament to there was actually a great extra about the lighting and with the production design. It was real genius stuff of like what they did in that movie. And again, that's one of the reasons why I was kind of like low key rooting for it, even against Barbie, which was like, I mean, that was like that is the movie in Barbie. But I was like, once I saw the details of what they did with what they had, I'm like, wow, you made this look like you had like 3 times the budget you had. That's kind of amazing.
For this, they also used those VistaVision cameras, the same as they did in One Battle After Another.
Thank you, Strange Darling.
This had the most VistaVision shot footage of any movie since like the 60s.
Yeah, that's. I mean, and PTA used it for
for
One Battle After Another too, right?
To get those wide shots of the of like the desert as they're going over, in the car, like the whole car chase scene.
The real F1 movie, by the way.
Well, and Giovanni Ribisi, like he's like almost single-handedly, 2 of the biggest movies of this freaking year used it, after what Brutalist used it too, right? Last year.
Don't remind me that movie existed. I'm just remembering Adrian Brody's speech still going, still going.
He's still talking.
They have
I still have things to be longer.
During SAG,
Cillian Murphy turning into a skeleton in the background, by the way.
During the SAG, they had that joke where they had the what was it, an insurance commercial or something, where it was Adrian Brody and he was giving his, like, he was getting ready to do his big speech.
It's good. Solid stuff. All right, what do we got next, Christina?
So Casey hears the gunshot, but Teddy bludgeons him to death with a shovel and returns to the basement where he discovers Don's body. Michelle convinces a frantic Teddy that a bottle of antifreeze in her car is secretly an Andromedon antidote that will cure his mother.
Alicia Silverstone, by the way, which again, I did not notice the first time.
Yeah.
Like,
I was like, what? I was like, really?
Stunt casting.
As she's dying, she goes,
that's what I'm saying.
As if.
Yeah.
Well, because it's like, it's such a, there's not a lot to the role. She's just sort of like, although there is that really cool scene, it's like the black and white style dream sequence where she's like floating in the air like a balloon, which I was like, God, that's such an arresting visual. And so many people get dreamlike stuff wrong. Like I keep thinking about that Sopranos episode, where it's like the dream and like the fish starts talking and it's Big Pussy's voice. And it's like, yeah, but also like your comatose mom like being like a balloon in the air while you like reenact this scene that actually happened. Also, that's cool. That's cool stuff. It's very Yorgos, that's very much his thing, and also like the utilization of like stark, austere black and white, like German expressionism style.
Yeah, very much Yorgos's thing, because we saw that in Poor Things too.
We saw it in Poor Things. I want to say. We see it in some of his other movies too. But like I'm trying to remember
before we lose the Alicia Silverstone thread of this. It's obviously her second movie with Yorgos Lanthimos, the first being The Killing of the Sacred Deer, where she's supposed to be Barry Keoghan's mother.
I forgot about that, because the thing is, Killing the Sacred Deer, like what you come away with on that movie, what you come in with are very different.
Yeah.
And I say that as a fan, and I'm a big fan of Barry Keoghan being a crazy freak in movies, of which that is the upper echelon.
Well, when you look at him, I don't think he could be anything else. Like, can you imagine if he was like, oh, I'm a guy that like works at the grocery store.
I mean, when he cheated on Sabrina Carpenter and they broke up, a lot of people are like, you know what? He ugly.
Sure, but I forgot that was her in that too, because it's like one of those things that and it's hard to just again for my generation, it's hard to describe the ubiquity of Alicia Silverstone in the 90s.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like she was the it girl. Like in the
I
way
was on a movie. I don't even need to say the name of the movie. It sucked. But I was on a movie that she was in and like she came. I was on it for like a month and barely was on set, but she came in for a fitting with wardrobe at the production office, and it was weird. Like, oh fuck, that's Alicia Silverstone, and like this is like 2017, you know, like this is way after the fact, but it was still like hard to divorce the idea of like Alicia Silverstone in my like, you know, fucking teenage lizard brain subconscious from the reality of like this person is like in my space right now.
I mean, I've
also
seen
her kooky beliefs don't help either. It's like, oh,
well,
yeah, she's been a vegan for like 30 years.
Yeah, I remember that one video of her like chewing and feeding her kid. I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Oh,
well, the crazy thing, yeah, sure. But the crazy thing is, as great as Clueless is, I think Clueless is a great movie. But it's really those Desmond Child penned Aerosmith videos.
Yeah, 100%.
But you got to understand, this was the last gasp of MTV as like a viable entity that monoculture wise, like everybody saw those. Everybody,
because I'm like the couple years younger than you, but still, so that stuff was hitting when I was like hormones raging 15-year-old. Like,
see, also why we know I Liv Tyler exists too.
Yes. Between that and like The Crush and
and Clueless rules. That's a great movie.
A lot of people are like, why did she end up with her stepbrother again? Because they're step siblings. It's okay. Have you guys not watched the like porno parodies? It's fine as long as they're not blood related.
No, but I feel like that
Batman and Robin.
Paul Rudd, man, come on.
She's such a presence in that movie. You forget the like
people. That's right. I forgot about that.
Wait, what Batman and Robin movie? What are you talking about?
I've been trying to forget about that film actually, but you know, whatever.
Bad credit card, bad nipples. That movie.
It's like a 9/11. Never forget, man.
But to have her come in on a prestige film with a prestige filmmaker and playing a serious role, like it makes sense why it like sort of like did not compute for me. I'm like, oh, that was, and I was like, oh, I guess it was. That's crazy. You know?
But I also feel like she's such a presence in Clueless that like you forget like people like Stacey Dash and like Paul Rudd. Like they're all
that
still
cast is nuts.
Brittany Murphy, right? Like I remember they did all the cast of the Golden Girls did a whole spoof at one of the MTV Movie Awards one year. It was so funny.
Yeah. I mean, it was culturally huge. I mean, I've talked about Bram Stoker's Dracula being huge in the 90s, but Clueless was like, forget about it. You know,
I've seen that movie so many times because I found it on VHS.
When she does like that school like presentation, it's like, oh, she's doing it. She's okay, like ally, right? But you're mispronouncing the words.
Crazy that Amy Heckerling, who of course did Fast Times at Ridgemont High, right, and John, and also, but then also like Johnny Dangerously and like European Vacation, and the Look Who's Talking movies, which again were gigantic as well. Crazy career. Anyway, we're talking about Yorgos Lanthimos. Let's get back to Begonia.
Okay, so after
Amy Heckerling, nuts career. Anyway,
after striking and dislocating Michelle's kneecap, Teddy rushes to the hospital and injects the antifreeze into Sandy's IV bag, killing her.
Woof.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Michelle retrieves the keys from Don's body and unchains herself. Exploring the basement, she finds jars of severed human body parts, along with the binder containing photographs of several other captured people Teddy suspected of being Andromedans.
She finds an album by Jars of Clay, and she finds binders full of women by Mitt Romney.
Yes.
It's so fucking jarring, you know, in that moment because you're already kind of adrenaline pumping from Teddy because you know what's gonna happen. You know that it's antifreeze. There's no way that there's a cure. Like, and you can see Teddy in real time, his brain processing it, and he's just kind of in this overloaded state where it's like, you know, earlier in the film he would not have fallen for this, I don't think. No. And it's like, but he's lost without Don, and he's like fucked up from all of this. He just killed his babysitter that molested him. Like, there's so much stuff that's going on at this point that he's kind of like, he's willing to believe whatever pretty much she says. So he rushes off, and then she walks into this, you know, she's escaping, and she walks into this room. She sees a door, and she walks into the room, and there's like, you know, pieces of humans just, and it's out of nowhere. Like you're really fucking jarred by it.
Yeah. No real Oscar Isaac, Dr. Frankenstein sort of vibes. Yeah, exactly.
Literally jars with heads in it. So that's not what I was intending to do, but
he still got the one moral victory though of killing his molester.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
even though it's an afterthought, it's a complete afterthought. Like he's not even his primary concern.
But we got to throw him a bone, you know.
Yeah, sure.
He's like an anti-hero, you know. 2 out of 10 of the people he killed, they were Andromedon, so we'll give him that too.
Yeah.
And the molester. What?
Well,
you want to punish him for killing a molester? You like molesters?
So
infuriated by Michelle's deception, Teddy returns home and confronts her. Michelle intimidates him to the point of tears as she recounts an alternative version of his alien conspiracy. Out of guilt over accidentally causing the mass extinction of the dinosaurs, the Andromedans created humanity in their own image. Now everyone's like, oh shit, she's an alien.
Yeah, and this is first time I saw it, I was like, wow, she's going deep on this. Okay, like I still thought that
she just came up with this.
And then it's when she gets to Atlantis that I'm like, oh, okay.
And then while there was peace at first in Atlantis, early humans experimented with their. Oh, keep going.
No, I was gonna say it throws you off because earlier in the film she has the little recording that she hands him, which is just like, I am an alien and I'm going to return you to your mother. Like she's doing the thing where it's like she's obviously half-assing it to the point where you're like, oh, is this like the next? Like she's been sitting in this basement for days. Is this the next level of that where she's like
she's committing to the bit more so she can get the heck out? Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what I was thinking originally, but I didn't know, you know. So, but yeah, it's when she gets to the next piece. Go ahead, Christina, pick it up.
Yeah, while there was peace at first in Atlantis, early humans experimented with their genome. Resulting in greater aggression and a global nuclear war that destroyed all but a few who survived in Ark and gave rise to the current more violent human race who have been destroying themselves and their planet.
Right, like we are the genetic dead end. We are the mutation.
Yeah. We're the like mutants outcast from.
Yeah, we're the bad cast off.
Yeah, we're the virus, right? Like, and but the thing that really
we're the problem. We're the baddies.
Yeah. Like the early humans experimented with their own genome, right? And then they started building their own versions of themselves that are like, you know, more willing to fight wars, more willing to kill each other. But there's so many.
Well, also, but to be more powerful than the Andromedans.
Yeah, but there's so many echoes. Obviously, I mean, the Ark, you know, like Noah's Ark, and then they're just making it people in their own image. Like there's this feeling of like God to it, where it's like, oh, this is the same kind of story. This is the same story as the Bible, but it's done in like or parts of the Bible, but it's done in like this alternative narrative where it's like, you know, obviously it's not God, it's Andromedons. And
were unicorns on the Ark though? Did Noah build the Ark for them? Like what's going on?
They were at the newsstand. They were trying to get some reading material and they missed it.
But I mean, essentially, like the 75th emperor is Zoroaster, you know, like
yeah.
I mean, that's like, and then every other religion that they create, like, you know, is like trickle down religion from that. So.
But it kind of, in a way, it reminds me of the fact that this is like, you know, Save the Green Planet, like taking a movie like that, and then you write your own kind of version of it in conversation with the other one. And in this is like somebody writing that, like telling their own narrative in conversation with the narrative that all of us know of the creation of humankind. It's like you know, it kind of it scrambles your brain in a way.
Well, because it's also involving like, you know, the Atlanteans, right? But so the Atlanteans they existed. There was a thing that was the perfect race, and then like there was this effed up offshoot that it turns out being like what we know of as humanity that has been this failing experiment for thousands of years. And
I'm just glad Will Tracy's bringing Cocoon into this.
We need some Wilford Brimley in our lives, don't we?
And the latest human beings had diabetes. And that's
so the Andromedans had spent thousands of years benevolently, scenic surely is not that hard to pronounce, trying to guide humans away from their innately flawed, violent nature, which, how do you pronounce that again?
Oxalith
experiments were part of. She claims that her mothership has the information needed to save humanity and agrees to arrange a meeting between Teddy and the Andromedans at Oxalith headquarters.
But see, that's the thing again,
or not.
But that's the thing again, right? It's like she's just tricked Teddy into killing his own mom by being like, oh, well, I have this antifreeze in my car, but it's not really antifreeze, it's the cure for your mother's thing, and you'll bring her out of her coma. And then the next thing is like, oh, well, I have a way to get you to the meeting with the and she does it both in the same kind of like meandering kind of way where it sounds like she's lying.
So for my first watch, my theater watch, absent of any context or any spoiler, I was like 35% to 45% from the beginning to the end of that sort of monologue that she was an alien, but I was still like, I don't know, man. This sounds like she's like smart as hell, and she's like knows this is her last chance to get the heck out of Dodge, right?
I also expect her to like unzip and reveal like her alien form, but
exactly. Well, yeah, and I was like, this could go either way, and I'm kind of excited. I don't really know what it's gonna be, but yeah, I was also like, I mean, like, let's buy the ticket.
I'm surprised.
Sure.
I'm surprised there was no discourse surrounding this movie. Like, is she an alien or not?
I figured that there would be. I mean, like Letterboxd even had when you log it on Letterboxd, it says, click on the picture of the alien, and it has like a Emma Stone's head.
Yeah,
it's like a 6-point. It's a good little extra.
People
I was like,
picked the wrong
good.
movie to fight about, in my opinion. It's kind of weird.
So yeah, I mean that. So all right, yeah. So she claims the mothership's has the information needed to save humanity and agrees to arrange a meeting. Right. So okay, moving on. They arrive at the office, and Michelle says she'll try to initiate contact using a calculator on her desk. By the way, wasted opportunity with the calculator. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm going with. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, boobs. That's not like the only words you can write on a calculator is hello and boobs.
That was one of my first thoughts too. It was like, yeah,
of course.
Calculator.
But I love it. It's like, oh yeah, it's a really long code. I got to input it on here, and like,
yeah, and it sounds like she's lying. Like
it sounds like BS. And then
they're like, I don't remember all the code numbers. I have a certain way of doing it. They're typing in. Like,
and he keeps interrupting her too, which is also annoying and like hilarious.
Well, also too, like I know people who work for like the government. They have their own like government phones or whatever, like working for like, you know, SRS, the nuclear plant, whatever. And my friends would be like, yeah, my dad has like a 50, you know, digit password to get into like his crap. And I'm like, really? 50?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've done it myself. It sucks. It's not great. But it's also like, ideally, it's there's usually big money involved, and so you're like, all right, well, I guess this is what I'm getting paid for, remembering this long ass number. And you find ways to do it, right? I can explain it. It doesn't matter. It's not important. Yeah. So Teddy reveals himself to be wearing a homemade explosive suicide vest, because of course, was anyone surprised by that? How do we think it was going to go?
You got to cover your bases,
Exactly.
Yeah.
At Best Buy it is a 16-digit limit. Yeah, you're right. Chapter Black. they don't have the budget for a full 16. So that ups the stakes considerably. Michelle instructs Teddy to enter her closet. Again, it seems like bullshit, right?
Yeah.
What she claims is a teleporter to her ship.
You when you're bullshitting, where she's like, you're never gonna believe it, but it's actually in the closet.
It's in there. It's
like, oh, she's never gonna believe it. That's right.
Yeah. After Teddy enters the closet, she backs away from the closet door, hits the enter key in the calculator, coinciding with the vest detonating by mistake, killing him and knocking Michelle unconscious. Yeah, brutal.
I was like, oh wow.
With his head.
That's the last possible moment that you're like, yeah, with his head. But it's the last possible moment that you could possibly be trying to figure out whether she's an alien or not.
Yeah. Like the calculator isn't just for writing boobies on. Okay, good.
Yes.
Well, the way she backed away.
Well, it's also for that, but
it's like she's anticipating too, or she's like, okay, I need a moment now.
She's backing up, and you can see the people behind her that are like,
they're like, what's going on there?
And looking to her office.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because it's notable how, like, when she just like, oh yeah, hey, I'm back. Oh, how are you doing?
And
like, just like acting like it ain't nothing. They're like, weren't you kidnapped? like what are we doing?
Well, and she's limping, and he's like, doing the straight leg with a shotgun down his pant leg.
Yeah, real subtle.
Walk. So they're both.
And he's got the bulky fucking suicide vest under his
clothes. Looks very much like Average Tuesday.
Everything looks normal here.
Yeah, what? I don't see anything. Hey, is it lunchtime yet? Anyway, so
is it 5:30?
She gets exactly. We get that gag. We get that gag again of like, oh yeah, feel free to take off unless you have work to do. We get a little bit of that like gag on that.
It's like a full circle.
It's great. It's so good. It's such a good gag. She awakens in an ambulance, but jumps out and returns to her office, where she enters a closet and teleports to the Andromedan mothership.
I was like,
with that closet still has all kinds of bits of Jesse Plemons.
Oh, it's so wet. It's so wet.
In my head, I was like, is she gonna pop back up with like the with pieces of Jesse Plemons? Because he says like, well, you got to make sure that when you go through, it doesn't you're not like your DNA doesn't like I don't know like change with the thing, which was always the joke in I mean they do it in Spaceballs, they do it in a bunch of places where it's like beam me up.
The fly thing, where it's like the head's on wrong. And also it's like beam me up, transporter, whatever. Like there's kind of like a distinction with a difference, kind of back and forth too. That's very clever because it's what the audience is thinking too. Of also just like, all right, what are we seeing? What is this? Is this BS? What are we seeing? All right, so Michelle now revealed as the genuine Andromedan leader,
and they all see like
they have their own language. Right?
It's like a weird. It kind of reminds me of like the language in like Wicked's like Grimoire. Like it's a mixture of like multiple different foreign languages like together.
It's like a pastiche.
It sounded
like
weird,
Pig Latin Klingon to me.
Yeah, it sounded like Mongolian for some reason to me. I was like.
So she consults with her fellow Andromedans and concludes that the human experiment has failed.
Agreed.
Can I say one of the great moments I feel like of her performance, Emma Stone, in this is that like it's a conflicted decision. Like she doesn't come by it easy. There's like genuine pathos to this. By the way, if we haven't mentioned, their outfits are basically gigantic sweaters. Like they're wearing
basically alphabet sex cardigans, but pink.
And a jumpsuit. Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's it's a bold decision for character.
Which total departure from Save the Green Planet, where the last like I don't know, few minutes of these characters' lives, they're basically fighting with the Andromedon in like this crazy like kung fu thing, and then one of them gets hit by a robot, and then the guy's like, all right, I'm fucking done with this when he gets up there.
So then I feel this is better because we have her asking for an update on like, well, how are the rest of the experiments going? And they're basically not good, Emma, not good at all.
Not great, Bob.
Not great, Bob. But you see, like she doesn't want that to be the answer, right? And that's something that like that's what elevates it beyond like just like a kind of a cheap comedic play. To being kind of like, well, this is, she's genuinely conflicted on this, and it's going to mean.
Well, she says the more time I spend on Earth, like, it's a toxic relationship, but she's like, the more time I spend on Earth, the more I feel myself becoming like one of you, angrier, more violent, more reactive, and it's like,
look at Anna Kasparian. I mean, the more right-wing media she's consuming, look at her.
This is supposed to be.
Come on, what are we doing? She pops a clear bubble-like dome. Flat Earthers vindicated, instantly killing all humans living on Earth.
Honestly,
all other animal and plant life remains. By the way, the design of that though rules. Like that looks so freaking cool.
I know.
I was like, that rocks.
Flat Earth.
I want one. I know. Wouldn't really be a globe, but yeah. So we get this. So we get this great sequence.
Jonestown.
The Earth death is Jones. It is very much influenced by Jonestown. That goes on for and snap reactions where it goes on for so long. It's like, okay, well the point is to show that like this is class, creed, color, country, belief system. It doesn't
sexual
matter.
activity, even imagine
and to show you
party.
And to show you the fact that the animal species all survive. Like it's just the humans that are taken out by this.
Animals are innocent, they didn't do anything wrong.
Again,
just best possible outcome.
Again, though, I think they learned
the circle of life.
They learned from Save the Green Planet where he has a dog that he feeds human meat to the entire movie, and the dog goes with it, like everything goes.
Yeah. So
I do like that one couple got to go out with a bang though.
Did they get to did they reach their pinnacles or not? I don't know.
They went out banging, I guess.
Yeah, the banging. We don't know how far they got.
But it's
That's
like
a good point.
it's a painless. It seems at least like a painless instant death. Like it's she pops the thing and then everyone instantly.
It's like it's like the Titan implosion. Like everyone's like they didn't feel any pain. They didn't know they were gonna poop. But like with the ending, with it being very Jonestown-esque, I don't think people understand like how jarring those images were when word got out what had happened back in November of '78.
Right.
Like weird, all of us are, Conan, everyone's still kind of too young to remember, but like Time Magazine had like the photo of like
it was
all
huge.
those piles of people just dead, almost 1,000 people dead. Women, elderly, men, babies, children, toddlers. Like it was such like people were like, how can you get all those people? But with decades upon decades of more research, thanks to me, it has been labeled a mass murder and not more of a mass suicide. And so when people just see, people just dead lying, it's kind of jarring to see.
Well, and it's a visual that now has been referenced in cinema and TV shows and whatnot going forward. But it was the first time that we had seen that deployed in that way in what was a monoculture at the time. Yeah. And so it's very much referential of that. Of course, we get that great Pete Seeger anti-war anthem, Where Have All the Flowers Gone, but it's the Marlene Dietrich version.
Yes.
And it's like late Marlene Dietrich. She's all like world weary and Teutonic
There's
about
that
it,
jarring key change that her voice goes through in that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Eileen, a friend of the show, Eileen Jones, pointed out in her Jacobin review just how
why that cover.
And how like wonderfully fitting it was with what we were seeing on the screen of the set, which again goes on for a while. That some people were complaining. People were complaining about that. I'm like, I'm sorry, did you watch the rest of the movie?
Are you children?
I found it kind of it gets funnier and funnier as
it does.
Because it's like you start
because there's people in the club, there's people in boats,
people, driving car crashes and
It's like it's a reminder also though that like without the spark of life, right? Like without whatever it is kind of guiding all of us to keep being alive, it's just kind of sacks of meat on the ground. I mean, and like I feel like with the scene where it's like naked bodies and they're having sex, like we're in the middle of having sex, right? Like that really reminds you of that. It's like, without 100%. The spark of life, it's like you're just seeing kind of parts.
Right. So heady ending.
The animals survive.
The animals survive. Michelle gazes out at the planet, now devoid of human life, as birds fly and bees slowly return to Teddy's apiary or beehive if you're not fancy.
in the form of begonia, the ancient ritual of the bees coming out of the head of the ox.
Exactly. So there you go. That's begonia, everybody.
It's an ox cord.
It's the AUX. Yeah, the head of the ox, AUX. I love it. I mean, like it's obviously I love weird, bleak dystopian BS. That's kind of like my love language. So of course I dug it. But like I'm very much. How can you look at recent events and like recent man's inhumanity to man and like look at that and be like, yeah, well, we had it coming, and not think that way? I mean, it's like, yeah, well, got us there.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, we're willfully killing the planet, which he says, like, we're asking for this.
Is it a harsh joke? Sure. So's life. I mean, like, and it's weird to be sort of like, yeah, well, like when you see like the extinction of the human race. Yeah,
and you're like, yeah. I guess we were asking for it.
It's crazy
that would have been a good needle drop as well, Christina.
Yeah, it goes back to like
you're down in spring, but you're up in May.
Yeah, seriously, like what? Really? It's because again, a lot of people just can't handle that. Thing like imagery and all that can be. This is why I hate how puritanical younger generations have become when it comes to engaging in art, because a movie like this is like, this is too, how dare you show all these people just lying there dead? I'm like, well, it's happened before, actually. Okay, it's a thing that's actually happened, not from popping the planet, but cults, war, genocide. Like it's a thing. We gotta accept it. Okay,
just because your social media platforms are blocking out all of the images from Gaza, and now it'll surely be Iran too. Just because that's happening doesn't mean that those images aren't there.
Also, on the Poor Things discourse, I'm like, if you hated Poor Things because you thought Yorgos was exploiting Emma Stone for sex scenes, which she produced the movie, Begonia doesn't have any of that, so maybe you might want to watch this one.
Well, yeah, because all the guys chemically castrated themselves.
Yeah, see,
exactly.
what's wrong with that?
This is what you asked for. You like it?
it's funny. So obviously we're having a laugh here, but like, I wonder if that was a reaction to all of the like, the sex panic about Poor Things. Because that honestly, I didn't think about that, but respect if so. Because
I do. Funny. I like the idea that like. I like the idea that you're like exploiting a 35-year-old woman though. That's like
exactly.
Like she's a 35-year-old woman. She doesn't know what she's doing. She can't
exploiting her straight into an Oscar win.
They didn't like the fact that her character was like mentally a child. I'm like, technically she's mentally a teenager, so she's growing into her womanhood. So
okay, Jeffrey Epstein, calm down.
Yeah,
like I'm like, oh god, man. And people, I mean, it's just even to this day, people have to, even things like Mikey Madison and Honora, and I'm like, she played a sex worker. What do you expect?
Sometimes I feel like every Oscar season, I really feel like there's a significant proportion of people that will never admit this, but believe what they're seeing in movies is the real.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been actual, not in American films.
The documentary One Battle After Another. Right, exactly.
I mean, there's been cases in foreign films where some stuff is not simulated. But again, we always think about freaking, what's her face? Last Tango in Paris with, Marlon Brando. What happened to her? That.
Maria Schneider, right?
Yeah. And she was like, yeah, tell me I was assaulted.
Or like or the Brown Bunny or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like, but again, guys, most of it is fake. It's not real. They're just.
We got intimacy coordinators now.
Yeah, seriously. Thank God. Just time for a new Game of Thrones movie to retcon the last 2 seasons, right, Conan?
I wonder what the intimacy coordinator. Imagine being the intimacy coordinator on set for Begonia for that one scene where it's the 2 dead people.
It's like, okay, you're just gonna lay there.
All right, so here's your direction. Don't move.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
You're dead. Remember,
put some
you're
baby
dead.
pad on your ass because it looks a little sweaty.
Yeah.
Just pretend you're Mormon and you're soaking.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have Yorgos jump on the bed.
Yeah, wow, that's quite the digression. But powerful ending, right? And I think the Marlene Dietrich song, I think, is very aptly deployed. And I think is it funny? Yeah, the more it goes on, the funnier it is, but in that like awkward, like laughing at a car crash kind of way. Yeah.
Laughing,
gets knocked out with his head.
Laughing when Charlie Kirk got because I couldn't stop laughing because I mean we laugh at uncomfortable situations and that's just how it is now.
Absolutely.
You also
it's like we're not laughing because it's I mean
and what's a more uncomfortable situation than like, well, can't say we didn't deserve it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you also
the human race, we did kind of dick it up pretty bad.
Gave like a chuckle of recognition when it's his Yorgos Lanthimos' friend Yorgos that's been in every one of his movies.
He's always
has a captain.
Piece, yeah, it's great. It's like Joe Dante with Dick Miller, throwing Dick Miller in and everything.
Yeah.
Like, Sam Raimi with Bruce Campbell for a long
Sam
time.
Raimi, Bruce Campbell.
Who has cancer, by the way.
Pizza Poppy's got to get paid and get radiation.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Pizza Poppy.
Love out to you.
Heart, but bless up to Bruce Campbell, who's
Bruce Campbell, one of the best.
Legend.
Friend of the show, Bruce Campbell.
No, but there's like the thing
I did interview Bruce Campbell for a zine I did back in the 90s. It was real nice.
Oh, cool.
I might still have his email somewhere.
He seems like he's nice. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's great.
I doubt he's
gonna
be doing a lot of podcasts now. He has cancer though.
Probably not. Yeah, but he was in like great cameo in like Lodge 49 and like all kinds of stuff. We're just like
the Fargo season where he plays Ronald Reagan.
Perfect. Great casting. Yeah, it's
so much smarter in real life than Ronald Reagan was.
Yeah. But you have the amazing Nick Offerman thing where he's like, oh, that guy was in a movie with a monkey, and I would never. And then he walks up there and goes, Mr. President, so nice to meet you. And
It's great. Aces stuff. So we're all rooting for Bruce Campbell. We are pro Bruce Campbell podcast, but not Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, dead, can also go fuck himself. Thank you.
Dead. Wait,
it's very brave of me to say that about a dead man. But anyway,
dead. Wait, is it still dead? You still getting up for work or whatever?
Oh yeah, dead. No excuse for laying off work.
Yeah.
Time Bandits. Yeah, great. We might still have that.
Yeah, we do. I think.
Oh, here it is. Oh man, dead. No excuse for laying off work. That's great. Fucking Terry Gilliam, man. Time Bandits. It's like what, 81 or something? He did that shit. Anyway.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Right.
All right,
Ronald Reagan was elected president.
Little man called Ronald Reagan. Letterboxd, of course, is a place for film lovers to talk out with and to each other, a social media site where people will chime and opine about the movies that they love, maybe the movies that they didn't love, maybe the movies that they just want to talk about Stavi Baby because he's very online. And of course,
Stavi.
Yeah, sexiest man alive.
And of course, everyone gets to have their say. It's not just Siskel's and Eberts of the world. It's a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to chime and opine. And this is best expressed succinctly, where they're collected weekly by yours truly for a force and the rest of the panel to react to. That's what this is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Begonia, baby. Let's go. The Jennifer Aniston masks made me laugh out loud.
Yeah, I'm amazed they didn't play the Friends theme song during that scene. That was hilarious. What a time for a needle drop.
That would honestly, that would be if you took that whole sequence of the abduction sequence and put the Friends theme song over it.
Yeah.
That would honestly kind of kill. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Someone
that'd
should
be
do that.
amazing.
That'd
The
be-
Rembrandts needed another.
All right, someone
needed another-
YouTuber,
I'm sure
TikToker
somebody's
do
done
that.
it.
Somebody must. If somebody hasn't done it, someone in our audience should, and get like maybe 400,000 views, right?
Yeah.
Me
they can't
posting my
watch.
exactly. That's true. That's a good point. Me posting my Letterboxd reviews into the void. Let's start a dialogue.
I love the line. I love when he goes dialogue. What is this? Death of a salesman? It is like it's such a funny character detail that's like the first like film or play or something that comes to mind for him.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's a very Death of a Salesman-esque character.
Kind of, yeah, absolutely. Justice for Donnie. Let him go to the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't even talk about that. It's such a
You got
funny
chemically
scene.
castrated. He's got to go. you know? That's fine.
I thought that he was gonna like wet himself. Like I thought that scene was gonna go way darker.
Right.
Well, I mean, it was pretty, but I thought like what was gonna happen is he's gonna like piss himself at the table, and it was gonna be another one of those like, Don humiliated on the world stage moments.
Well,
and that review is Amelia from she's the AP on Doughboys.
Oh, okay, great. By the way, the GIF of Jesse Plemons like running on the table over to the other side.
Yeah, that's a good.
Amazing.
It's a great GIF, and it does kind of look like somebody said, "What's it? 28? What's the vampire? The night 28 Days of Night? Is that what it is? The 48 days something. There's days, there's night, there's vampires. It's a crazy film. It's a crazy picture. Sure, whatever it is, they move real fast. Thank you.
That moment though, it also like you've seen it in the flashbacks where it's revealed that like there's more to the relationship between Teddy and Michelle Fuller than you initially thought. Like, oh, he just kind of picked this random person. It's like, no, but she's both his boss and his mom was in this weird experiment that that ended up with her in a coma. Like that whole scene between the two of them, you're like, oh shit, like there's so much more to the story that they're only slowly teasing out.
Right. It's
I was 10 days off. It's 30 days of night.
It's 30 days of night. Okay.
Oh, there's too many days of night. I
I
can't.
was like,
keep
whatever.
track
There's
anymore.
night. There's vampires. They're moving real fast. What the Handsome Man?
Well, there's also the 40 Days and 40 Nights movie that has Josh Hartnett in it. He's in 2 movies with numbers of days in it.
How dare he?
Yeah, I know.
Days and days and days.
Don't piss me off unless you want to hear my big brass band leitmotif.
the big brass band leitmotif, I'm pretty sure is one of the ones that it sounds like a Clockwork Orange, and is the second movie this year, this and One Battle After Another, that has like a very Clockwork Orange style leitmotif in the music to it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity to have Emma Stone type boobies on our calculator.
Yeah,
What I just said. Exactly.
She's like, yo, I got a few more numbers to type in. Let me see. Blah, 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 blah. I gotta wait.
Yo, check it.
Oh yeah.
And Jesse Bowman's like, respect.
There's no more. There's no global democratic order. There's no boobies. Actually,
That's what brought them together finally at the end. Yorgos Lanthimos is just like me for real. Obsessed with Emma Stone doing weird shit.
True. I love the Onion article that's like Yorgos Lanthimos 2 movies away from hanging out with Emma Stone outside of work.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
I'm excited for her because he's taking a break, right? Like he's gonna be taking a break after this movie, I think.
Just
That
like us
means-
after the Oscars.
I know, but this means Cruella sequel. Hell yeah. Give me those
Okay.
costumes, baby.
Sure. What if Cruella de Vil but hot? Why did this kind of make me want to kidnap Jeff Bezos?
Right? I'm surprised no one's gotten any ideas from this. I mean, imagine kidnapping Elon Musk. Honestly, I feel like that's the most justified billionaire to kidnap. And yeah, anyway.
But you'd have to hold it for ransom, not just you know.
I'll be like,
not-
you know
not
what? He's gonna be the
execute
first trillionaire. Okay. Imagine what you could do with almost $1 trillion. You could actually save the planet.
Imagine
with all
how
that
many.
money.
Imagine how many heads you could shave with $1 trillion.
So that's buys a lot of electric razors. Scarily realistic representation of what Thanksgiving feel like for families with mixed political affiliations.
Yeah.
Just that scene of them sitting across the table, they're on the wide table. They're like, "You got to have a dialogue about this." Like,
It's so like
Be like
fraught.
Whoopi Goldberg
It's so
and Dude.
tense.
So let's talk
it's
about it.
it's
No,
somebody
let's not
mentioning
talk
Trump.
about Whoopi.
Don't you dare say his name! Don't you dare say his name!
Yeah.
Do not cross this
and again,
line.
and like one guy just wants to pee and can't be excused.
Can I go to the bathroom?
He improvised that
No.
line.
It's so good. It's so good. It's so like again, it's so tense and fraught and awkward. And then that is so funny because of it. Because it's sort of like, oh yeah, okay, yeah.
There's
I'm
real
watching
human
too.
impulses. There's real human impulses at the center of it.
I gotta pee right now.
Are you sure I can't go to the bathroom?
Jesse Plemons plays the local yokel conspiracy nut so damn good. I think he's from my hometown.
My dad got finished watching this, and because he saw it like in the same theater I was, because he was at Woodstock too, and he was like, I think Jesse Plemons and I, but Jesse Plemons was outside smoking and offered me a hit. He's like, no, wait, just some blonde guy with long hair.
Just some guy. By the way, this is my friend Courtney on Letterboxd. She's great. So shout out Courtney.
Shout out to you,
Yeah.
Courtney.
This Letterboxd review is dedicated to the old man in the front row who fell asleep halfway through the movie and then proceeded to snore throughout the rest of the runtime.
That was like the guy that fell asleep during one battle after another.
How did you fall asleep during that fucking movie?
And this made me laugh extra hard because I think I told you that happened to me at Poor Things too. The guy posted up in like the row behind me and was just sawing wood like 2 minutes in.
Someone decided. I mentioned this when I saw the new Fantastic Four movie. The guy came in and just went right to sleep. I'm like, why are you sleeping now?
Was that me though? Because I absolutely fell asleep during the Fantastic Four movie in the
It was like a 10 o'clock show, and I'm like, go home, dude.
Apparently endemic. I don't know.
I was at like a 4 o'clock, but I got like 2 hours of sleep the night before, and I slept for a fucking hour of that movie.
I mean, I feel like there are quieter places to sleep. That's all I'm saying. But,
exactly.
No, once those lights are off, it's so cozy in the theater.
Yeah, especially with the new seats that all the theaters have.
Especially if you're in the theater for F1.
You'd have to run it back to the actual Poor Things episode, but that it wasn't even like a packed theater, and that guy was asleep immediately. And I wonder like, what did he think that movie was?
Did that
like
bum,
what was
bum,
his
bum,
what was his
bum,
take?
bum,
Because he
bum,
saw the
bum,
very
bum, bum,
beginning.
bum.
And it's like the operating theater or whatever, and then like credits roll. I'm like, oh, that's a crazy movie about surgery.
I feel like that dancing scene would have woken him up though, because it's like that loud, like burr, 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 burr,
Not
burr,
at,
burr.
not at any point did he wake up. He was
Damn.
just-
Poor things. He's calling it poor sleep. You know.
Exactly. Well, you know, hey, it's I get it.
I got
Get it where
a
you can get it.
great hour's sleep during the Fantastic Four movie.
The fantastic snore. Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I
Let me show you the
snored,
true
but I
power
don't know that I
cosmic.
did.
In my mind, Josh, you were doing like the cartoon thing, the heavy snore with the whoop, 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 whoop at the end, right?
I could ask my wife, but
Yeah. Was she awake the whole time?
yes, she was.
Okay. All right. She's that
She
terrible
didn't
CGI
get
baby.
2 hours of sleep. I had like bullshit podcast stuff that I had to do,
Yeah.
like editing things. So
Yeah, it's always like when you get 2 hours of sleep from doing podcast stuff, it's always like So he's like, come on, I'm not even doing anything. Like, it's not like I'm doing something life changing. That like,
you're just
I'm doing something really ultimately very stupid,
but necessary. Right?
Yes,
those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Begonia. At Movie Night Extra for our Movie Night HQ account, we have all the great episodes that we cover on here. We have links to all the stuff, the various mediums to engage with all of that, as well as extended short form content, write-ups, all that great stuff, so much more, adding to it more and more all the time. Always, please follow the Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra for that. Be a Movie Night Extra. Follow Movie Night Extra. Thank you. Local Andromedon over there. It's your host, Forrest Miller, at Always Flacco. You can find him watching F1, apparently. I don't know. I haven't seen that one.
Here's the thing. I made a pact with you to watch Save the Green Planet. It's okay, you did. But then
I know. I forgot. Sorry.
I made a pact with you to watch F1.
Well, we're fucking doing it on Friday on the speed round, so I guess I better do it, huh?
Speed round is right. That's kind of the plot.
I owe you one on Save the Green Planet. Sorry.
I got the only movie I have to watch before Friday that I can't is K-pop Demon Hunters.
So he's logging all that stuff and so much more. Follow him at Always Flacco on the Letterboxd platform. I am the alarming YouTube rabbit hole at Conan Neutron. Please follow me for the.
You learned all about ships on YouTube, though. He went down like a crazy rabbit hole.
Falconry, whatever, whatever floats your boat.
Is that how Jess Buckley learned falconry in Hamlet?
Yeah, she's
like, I went on YouTube.com. I found how to do falconry.
Apparently.
But you were inspired by Hamlet, Conan, for the falconry?
Oh, yes, of course. My favorite movie of the year, Hamlet. Yes, of course.
Hamlet, get back in here.
So follow me for the highbrow, the midbrow, the popular sphere, all that stuff. Criterion Challenge well underway, about a third of the way through. And if that sounds impressive, it is. But it's mostly because I'm not going to be watching anything for the next month. So I have to kind of like, run ahead so I can be like the rabbit and the tortoise and the hare and fall asleep by a tree.
You keep on saying stuff that's the plot of F1, and I'm just running ahead.
This is just F1.
Round.
Yeah, it's like speed round. Got all the. He said vroom. So follow me at Conan Neutron. I should maybe consider putting that in the name too. Anyway, whatever. Christina, the Andromedan language translator, is at Christina, and you can follow her on Letterboxd as well.
I'm gonna be logging some movies this month because a lot of horror movies are dropping. The Bride,
He's gonna be logging.
There's some horror movies dropping.
Also, breaking news: it looks like James Pellegrino defeated Jasmine Crockett in the Texas Senate primary.
Oh,
you know what that means.
Wait, no, fuck.
Liberals are so fucking mad right now on Twitter. And I'm like, they're insufferable. Anyway,
that might make it more competitive, and you know what? That's neither here nor there. That's we'll talk about that never. Hopefully, follow Christina, and see what her journey's up to. Lots of Wuthering Heights. I can tell you that much. Josh Dugan is Old Man Dugan on Letterboxd. Great Letterboxd follow. Arguably, why you're on this show at this moment in time too. Right? Like, so yeah. Love reading whatever you read, especially when it's Hamnet and you agree with me.
I did not like it at all.
Thank you.
So we were streaming the SAG Awards live, and your review of Hamnet came up live.
It dropped.
So I was like, we were reading it on
vindication.
Like we're like,
I wrote a longer takedown of it on my Substack too. But
I wasn't checking Substack at that moment.
No. That dropped
on
after
your... But it was just funny. I was like,
fifth hour of the SAG Award. I
read it like it was breaking news.
Breaking news. Yeah. Also, we'll mention the plugs too, but we're doing a speed round on Friday for Hamnet, F1, K-pop Demon Hunters, Sentimental Value, and Train Dreams.
Yeah.
So I got to catch up on F1 at least. So
let's catch up. That's the plot of
That's what happens in the movie. It's crazy. How do you know? A quick study. Hit it with the plugs, please.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
That's right. That's right. Going hard, because that's how I always go. Dwayne Dennison of the Jesus Lizard and Tomahawk, who just announced a new tour this week. That episode happened last night. So that's up for the patrons. Yeah, it's a really good conversation. I've had him on a couple of times. This is a cool one. And so that's up for patrons of the show, patreon.com/Protonic Reversal, $1 a month advance access for all that. It'll be up in the general feed later this week. I also had the guys from the Drum Corps project, which is a David Silver of Season of Risk and Ian Prince of Bird Hands in Houston and a couple other bands. You may recognize them from the viral video of the drummers playing outside the ICE headquarters when they were trying to sleep, because that's what this is. This is a drum-based record that involves protest chants and things along those lines, designed to be played with extended remix at top volume over loudspeakers and things along those lines. Really cool project. Talked to those guys about that for a while. Real interesting. If you're politically minded, I know a lot of our listeners are, you should absolutely check it out. It's really neat, and it's a very cool record that's coming out for Record Store Day, but you can listen to it on Bandcamp now and buy the digital as well, and all that good stuff coming up. Falco from McCluskey coming on Thursday. I'm reasonably certain that's going to be the last Protonic Reversal before tour. Come check it out for that. Of course, McCluskey hitting the road in the U.S. Coming up. Not with us this time, because we are going to be going out with Red Cross and Conan, Neutron, and the Secret Friends. And that is happening imminently, everybody. Lots of shows in the South, the Southwest, Southeast, so on and so on. We have 3 shows with Mike Watt and the Missy Men before that are going to be amazing. 2 of them with Lung. And then we're doing Long Beach, San Diego, Phoenix, Austin, Houston, New Orleans, Jacksonville, Tampa, Little Steven's Underground Garage cruise, along with all of his scarves. Also, John Spencer just got added to that too. So I'm very excited about that. Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with the Buzzcocks. So that's pretty cool. We get to play with the Buzzcocks. Awesome. That's neat. I'm pretty into that. It's like, top 20 band of all time, NBD. Atlanta, Nashville, Los Angeles. We're going to be out for about a month. So if you're on the West Coast or any of those places, please come out. Come say hi. NeutronFriends.com, NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com. Way the Neutron. The postcard sets and records shipped today. So Josh Dugan, who is on screen right now, his record shipped today. And the rest of the pre-orders all shipped last week. Postcards look amazing. We have a limited amount of them left, not many, like 20, I think. So if you're into that, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com, Way of the Neutron. The second the after party is over, which we'll talk about momentarily, I'm going on 1001 Album Complaints to talk about my record. Where they're doing a special episode about the Way of the Neutron. So that should be really good. Also doubly notable because I just had Tom from 1001 Album Complaints and Stay Puffed on, which they're going to be coming on for the Ghostbusters episode that we're going to be doing. This is a lot of interweaving, isn't it?
Yeah, your plugs are really, woof.
In April, they're coming on this show because it's a Ghostbusters themed concept record. So those guys are coming on for that. I just had Tom on my show, Protonic Reversal, and I was just on their show to talk about Rock from the Crypt, Scream Dracula Scream, which is a really great episode. So if you'd like to hear, more music talk about records that you already know or maybe don't know, please check out that episode. You can find that in my link in my bio. I think that's it right now. Basically, everything is like moving towards tour. We're doing another big Caterwaul announcement on Tuesday. We announced the first 10. There's 3 more being announced next week. So stay tuned for that. Caterwaul.org, Caterwaul Fest on all of the normal things. Christina, what do you got?
Just trying to keep the lights on and a roof over our heads. Still streaming, barely. My mood is just fluctuating. I've just been more focused on Oscars. And I've been working. What? We got in the show by 10, guys. Okay. So
we're supposed to. This is what it was supposed to be. So
anyway, Forrest and I got our show tomorrow. We're gonna be talking about War with Iran.
Yeah. I'd rather be
talking
about pretty much anything else, but
yay! And a lot of people are claiming, like my friends are saying, Christina, in order to liberate these girls from Iran, we have to bomb their schools, because if we, apparently that's how you liberate women, is by women and girls is killing them, apparently. So that should be fun.
Not to change the subject, but yeah, F1 like the car, bro. That's a movie. Yes.
Yes.
That is, and it's an Oscar nominee for Best Picture.
Dude, I was like, okay, we've made it a bit where we just go.
Yeah.
I was like, there's got to be more to this movie. There was not.
No, there wasn't.
There was not more to that movie.
Christina, please continue.
Anyway, that's all I got.
All right. So there you go. Josh Dugan, what do you got? Tell us.
Obviously, I've got Munch by Benson.
Nice.
Another SVU podcast.
That's right.
I've got Unkind Rewind, which we're currently in the process of recording the season 4. The last episode we dropped was with Conan, a bonus episode on the incomparable Tobe Hooper classic Life Force.
Dude, that episode goes so hard. Sometimes I'm just on a show and I'm like, I'm on a show and that's fine. But that episode's hilarious. I'm sorry.
It's really fucking
pretty
fun.
great.
It's one of the funniest episodes we've had. It's so good. But yeah, obviously everyone who's watching this should listen to that and watch Life Force. Obviously I've got a Substack too. Just joshdugan.substack.com. But yeah, that's more or less it. Everybody, all of my SoCal, Austin, New Orleans, and Minneapolis friends should make sure to check out Conan while he's on tour.
Yes,
Minneapolis will be at Caterwaul, and then obviously all of my other people should check him out when he hits your town.
Should be good. Should be good. You want to hit us with some final thoughts on Begonia there, Josh Dugan? Well, we got you highlighted.
I really fucking like this movie. It's like it's not my favorite movie of the year, but it's top 5, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's fucked up in a great way. And I think it does a good job of like sort of like walking that fine line between being insane and being correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like this show.
Yeah.
But it's like,
I mean, I'm not advocating him killing those extra 8 people.
Yeah.
But
well, how was he gonna know that those weren't Andromeda?
I know. You gotta kill him to know. But
Killmonger did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
No, but there's like a there's just like it's not accidentally right, but in a way it is. It just feels like by the time he realizes it's right, so much for him has gone wrong. Then it's like it's such a pyrrhic fucking victory. So
well, yeah, because you can't beat capitalism is what's going on.
Or in this case, Andromedanism.
yeah, but it's capitalism, obviously.
Yeah.
Or crabtalism.
You'll be the kids in front of the tanks in Tiananmen Square.
Yeah. Christina, final thoughts.
This is probably Yorgos' most tame movie. And but it's still good. You know how everyone was like, oh, Emma Fennell's whether it's so raunchy and sexy and freaky deaky pornographic. And I watched it and I was like, Did y'all not watch Poor Things? That was what was missing from
about
Wuthering
Freaky
Heights.
Deaky.
Yeah, Poor Things.
Fuck around and find out.
Exactly. Like y'all don't know, man. I'm not no montages of people clothed while they're no. Anyway, this is still very good and a better, superior adaptation of another film. You know,
right? Which,
and,
as we have dictated many times over, that's what you do. Do the ones that didn't quite land. You know?
This is how you
or they
do
didn't,
it.
or they didn't land. I mean, in America, right? Like I think. You have to,
that's another thing.
Too,
Like
or Atlantis, you know, whatever.
That's like very into like an eclectic version of eclectic number of films to like really be like, oh yeah, I saw Save the Green Planet in 2003.
Yeah. So I mean, it's great. Emma Stone is doing another performance. Definitely Oscar nominated worthy. I feel like at this point she's kind of becoming like our generation's Meryl Streep, where it's like, oh, we're gonna nominate her again. And again, and again.
That was great though.
Is a thing. Yeah, so, I don't. Yeah,
I'd
rather watch her than Meryl Streep.
Oh yeah.
True, but it's funny that there's like one.
Golda, what?
There's 1 year where it's like La La Land is what she's up for, and then the next few times she's up, it's like for freaky, like the freakiest roles.
The freakiest, craziest stuff.
Yeah,
it's great. I love it. I mean, it's one of those things that for a time period, I did kind of dismiss Nicole Kidman in the same way, and I should never have, because To Die For, she lets you know out of the gate what she's up to. You should have been familiar with the game.
Yeah. So if you haven't watched Begonia, definitely. If you're someone who's like, oh, Poor Things too much, Begonia is definitely your movie. Don't watch Kinds of Kindness. You will definitely won't.
There's different kinds of freakiness than just than just sex though. Like
yeah, but that's the stuff that people can't tolerate. It seems.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Boy, am I not built that way. All right.
Yeah.
Me neither.
Conan, let's hear your final
noted horn dog, Conan Neutron. Yes. Tense hyper.
We did talk Life Force last time. You
talked about Life Force.
I am here for
yes,
the
we did.
For the perverts.
It's a tense hyperclass aware dark comedy with a heaping helping of twists and turns. You gotta love it. Ecological catastrophe, information bubbles, grasping sheer desperation of our current times. Once again, Plemons does amazing work here. Stone doing a masterclass. I kind of come to the opinion that I think she's maybe her generation's greatest actress. Definitely up there, if not. I love Stavros. He's great. That whole line is awesome. I could really call out specific scenes, but
it's so much better when he's not just laughing over everyone else's jokes.
right. No, he's got a future. Honestly, he does have a future in this. Yeah. Emma Stone doing the corporate speak for the purposes of dark comedy, just effortless and fantastic. I actually did appreciate the ceaseless brutality and meanness of Kinds of Kindness, but I'm a big Poor Things and Favorite fan, and this reminded me more of those.
Yeah,
I think the ending is shocking but deserved, and I think if possible, and it probably isn't that possible, but know as little as you can before watching it.
Well, I mean,
if they're watching this show, maybe that's too late, right? But yeah, great movie. In my top 10 of the year, and I actually in my top 5, I believe, and really, really great. Just very much meeting the moment.
Yeah. So we're going to be hopping over to the after party. We're doing the after party where Josh and Sean from Unkind Rewind are going to be giving us their Oscar picks. So I think that's our second to last one we're doing before the Oscars for Oscar picks. Friday we're doing a speed round of five movies that we didn't cover, including Sentimental Value, F1, now
Train Dreams, K-pop Demon Hunters. By the way, more annoying stuff we do for you. We don't do this for us. By the way,
yeah.
You're not doing
this. I'm watching 3 hours.
Oh, we are doing it.
4 round for you.
Hamlet's in the speed round as round.
Okay. But yeah, so we'll and
I can sum up in 2 words. It stinks. Anyway,
besides having to say, there's no payoff, there's no money, there's no legal system, there's no Congress, there's no America, there's no global democratic.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh,